Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Hockenheimring. It is the final weekend of the season for the ADAC GT Masters, and the season closer has returned to its traditional home of the Hockenheimring. We are getting ready for qualifying session, the penultimate qualifying session of the season. Of course, we have a qualifying session and a race today, and then the final qualifying and race of the season tomorrow to conclude what has been a thoroughly entertaining 14-race season. The man stealing the headlines in the second half of the season has been Raffaele Marciello. All eyes on him today because he could potentially tie up this championship today before we even get to the last race, couldn't he, Adam Weller?
Yeah, absolutely. Saturday could well be championship day for Raffaele Marciello here. Can't do it in qualifying. Of course, there are points to score in qualifying, a maximum of 3 points for pole position. That won't be enough for him. There are 56 points to score this weekend. 42 is the gap between himself and Ian Guven and Christian Engelhardt. So if Engelhardt and Guven can get themselves up there at the sharp end of the grid, with Marciello having a poor qualifying, that will help them, but they still have quite the steep incline to make their way up in terms of the championship table. The championship battle isn't done, and you'll appreciate it's our job to make it sound exciting, but we do have to acknowledge that Raffaele Marciello is the favourite going into this weekend.
So all eyes on him. He really just needs a solid day today to tie this championship up with a race to spare. Quite unusual for ADAC GT Masters, certainly in the last few years. It's gone down to the last corner of the last race, but such has been the dominance of the Yellow Mamba in the second part of this season. And of course, it was the new teammate of Daniel Juncker, which seems to have been the key that's really unlocked the points for that car and that partnership. The Yellow Mamba has been soaring up the points in the second half of the season. He has only taken one win, but it has been consistent podiums that has seen him go to the top of the standings. The driver pairing that have taken 3 wins this season, you'd expect them to be there somewhere. That is Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller, but they are actually down third in the points, some 53 points adrift. And it is conceivable that it could all be over even after this qualifying session for them.
Yes, absolutely. There are 4 cars still in championship contention, 7 drivers. Gounon and Schiller, of course, being the third place in the championship right now. Albert Costa Balboa and Jack Aitken still technically in it, but both parties could find themselves if not completely eliminated from championship contention, right on the verge of it going into the finale. We see there Sven Muller just standing by his car. Joel Sturm then taking the qualifying session number 1 by power of deduction. And
genius, Sherlock.
I know. The investigative journalism is unparalleled. Sven looked very focused this weekend. Joel Sturm was great in the wet weather in FP1 yesterday. I think he gave himself a lot of confidence with that. Of course, there are still 2 very exciting races to come. The championship battle will overshadow anything that's going on among the other teams and drivers. This is a circuit, though, where Mercedes typically have not had much success. You mentioned 1 win all season. That was the exact number of victories that Sebastian Asch and Maximilian Götz had in 2012. Their 1 win of the season coming here in the season finale on their way to championship glory. So Raffaele Marciello definitely doesn't need to win to secure a championship. As Gounon and Schiller prove, taking wins doesn't equal a championship.
No, absolutely. It is consistency across the entire season. It isn't just the Drivers' Championship that we're focusing on this weekend. There are 2 other championships available. The junior classification, well, Ben Green's at the top of that, and he's another driver who has 1 hand on the trophy. Interestingly enough, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the point standings in the junior category do not have a shot at winning the points title, but 6th and 7th do. That is Konsta Lappalainen, Mick Wieserver and Jan Marszałkowski, on account of the fact that due to the category pairings, they are able to multiply whatever points they score by 1.5. So it is a bizarre situation where the drivers immediately behind Ben Green in the classifications don't have a shot at the title, but some further down actually do. Another championship that is to be settled this weekend is the Team Championship, and that car there will feature in that very significantly. This is very close indeed, because Emil Frey Racing, the car that you see there, Emil Frey Racing have been leading the championship. They did have a good lead, but now Manfilter, Team Landgraf are level with them in the points. That's 181 points each. There are still 7 teams in with a shout at the Team Championship, but Emil Frey very much this weekend, even though Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa do have a ridiculously outside shot at the driver's title, their sole focus this weekend is to get the team title for Emil Frey Racing. You can see the car just out on track at the moment. The clouds are clearing. We were expecting to see rain this morning. It has been wet for the couple of days leading up to today, but we're pleased to say the clouds have broken. It looks like it could be dry as the clouds are starting to clear off now, but this session is going to be critical because the track is going to get faster with all the rain that we've had. As the rubber is laid down and the temperature in the air rises, then this track will get quicker. There isn't that long left though, because it is a short, sharp qualifying session of just 20 minutes, 2 of which have gone already. And the drivers will need to firstly get a banker lap in, and then as we get to the end of this session, in about 18 minutes time, we will see the drivers starting to hang it out a bit. The track will get very busy and we should see the times come tumbling. Last year's pole position time was set by GRT Grasser Lamborghini. It was a 1:37.533. We're expecting the times to be quicker than that. Just before we focus on what is happening on track, just to let you know, in other news, we have a new team joining us this weekend. Well, I say new team, it's a legendary team that we're here back at the start of GT Masters back in 2007. They've been away for a while, but they're back again now. We welcome ADAC Motorsports back to ADAC GT Masters. Very much a toe in the water with the intention of potentially joining us full-time next year. They have the legendary Frederik Vervisch at the wheel. He's a multiple winner in GT3 racing. Also very successful in this year's Nürburgring 24-hour race. He first place successful. He's last in the GT Masters in 2020 for WRT, and he is joined by Robin Rogowski, who we last saw in GT4. That was last year. So it's great to welcome ADAC Motorsport to the grid for this event, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them and hoping that they join us next year as well.
Would certainly be a great addition. They've stayed active in GT competition. They've been running GT3 and GT4 cars here in Germany, elsewhere on the ADAC package and pecking order, but great to have them back up in GT Masters for this weekend, and as you say, hopefully not this weekend only. They've already slightly chipped the paintwork. There was a slight off in FP1 at the second last corner, and of course, as I'm sure many of you will know, particularly if you're a fan of Formula One, if you go off in the wet conditions at the second last corner, or indeed the last corner, you're basically in the fence by default, because the drag strip on the outside of those last 2 turns is an ice rink as soon as you tease it with even the suggestion of moisture. So
I tried to run on it yesterday and almost ended up on the backside. It is properly slippery off the racing line, on just off any kind of line out of 16 and 17. It is a 17-turn circuit, 9 to the right and 8 to the left, about 4.574 kilometers around. Talking about chipped paintwork, well, a little bit more than chipped paintwork. We're really sorry to say that one of the Monteplas by Land Motorsport Audis will not be on the grid today or tomorrow. An incident for Salman Ovega yesterday in free practice bent the chassis, I think. The car is on the trailer and is finished for the season. That is sad, isn't it?
It is sad. Sadly, they didn't even get free practice. It was Thursday testing where that incident happened. And yeah, unfortunate that that has occurred. Chassis damage, I understand, may have clipped the wall, but not that hard. I think it was just bottoming out in a gravel trap that ended up damaging the front end of the chassis. As I'm sure you can appreciate, even the slightest bit of chassis damage can affect the crash structure of the car, so they take that incredibly seriously, much like a cracked tub in an all-carbon prototype car. If you've got chassis damage, you simply can't proceed from there for the weekend unless you have a spare chassis lying around. I'll tell you one thing, Mercedes have a lot of spare chassis around this circuit this weekend. I've found 3 AMG GT3s that aren't racing this weekend so far. So I think negotiations can be made if they need a spare at any point.
Just no Audis lying around, unfortunately. It does mean that Christopher Haase also will not get a drive. Of course, he is sharing driving duties with Sam Vega. He is the youngest driver to have ever competed in ADAC GT Masters and has shone this year. He got a 4th place last time out at the Hockenheimring, which was an excellent result, but not really the kind of ending to the season that they wanted. You can see cars still out on track at the moment, but very, very few. That's Simon Riker we're looking at in the number 54 East Talent Racing Audi. We're heading towards the halfway point of qualifying. Nobody has put in a time yet. That will probably change very soon. I would expect drivers, certainly those towards the back of the pack, those that are not contenders for necessarily race wins, we expect to see them maybe getting banker laps in early, getting something on the board. I'd expect to see the real big hitters coming out late, and it's going to get quite busy out on this circuit. We say that, it really will, because there's only 13 minutes remaining of this session. Currently, according to my calculations, there are 4 cars out on track. That is Simon Riker in the number 54, Joel Sturm in the number 22, Robin Rogowski in the Seyfarth Motor Racing Audi that we've just been talking about. Also, the 63 of Albert Costabauer and Arthur Rougier. So that's now up to 5 cars out on circuit. Nobody yet to put in a quick time.
Of course, a bit of news that has come out in the paddock already this weekend pertaining to 2023. We don't even have a calendar yet, but we've already got teams signing up. Retronic Racing have confirmed their participation in next year's ADAC GT Masters with a slight change of clothing, if you will. Porsche, of course, debuting the new 992 generation GT3R. You'll have already seen it run in the NLS series on the Nürburgring with Team Falcon. And they are going to inherit 992 Porsches for 2023. So Retronic Racing with a change of manufacturer. They've been with Audi since the beginning of their participation here in ADAC GT Masters, but moving on to pastures new, and that will make 2023 very compelling, not just in terms of how they perform, but whom they have behind the wheel.
We're looking there at champion-elect Raffaele Marciello. The view on board, a little map of the track. It's not that he doesn't know his way around. He's done more laps around here than any of us have done, that is for sure. But a lot of information there with gear changing, sectors, and all the rest of it. Now, the yellow Mamba bursts into life. It's time for Lello to come out on the track. The driver who leads the championship by 42 points from Christian Engelhardt and Ian Chenguven, Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller, 53 points adrift, and Albert Costabauer and Jack Aitken, 54 points adrift. Those are the only drivers that are mathematically in the championship. Really, it's the 3 on the left-hand side that are realistically still in it. And the one at the very top really does have one, if it's possible, 1.5 hands on the trophy. He just needs a solid day, but of course it can all go wrong. We have seen it, drivers ending up in the gravel trap, and I have to say yesterday, yes, the conditions were quite slippery at times, but across all categories, we had so many red flags in free practice yesterday with drivers being caught out. This is a circuit, it's a legendary circuit, but it is quite tricky, and we have seen many drivers ending up in the wall or in the gravel trap. I'll have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen Marciello in that position, but it is all still a possibility. And you know what they say, pride comes before a fall, and he needs to keep it going, keep it pointing in the right direction, and pick up those points, because it ain't decided until the fat lady sings. She may be warming up in the wings at the moment, but it isn't all over quite yet. The yellow and blue Porsche that you are looking at there, Ian Chen, Guven and Christian Engelhardt are the pilots of that car, and it's Engelhardt who is in the first stint. He will qualify the car today, and he will do the first half of the race this afternoon, and then Ian Chen Guven will qualify tomorrow, and he will do the first stint in the race tomorrow. They cannot afford to throw it away. They have to finish on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely right. The points as they are, they cannot afford to drop. Particularly many to Raffaele Marciello. It is a complex situation in regard to the points, but the long and short of it is, of course, with a 42-point margin, they have to score at least 42 points this weekend. So 20 points for second place. Do that twice and get one decent qualifying, and you can get yourself more than 42 points. But that even then would be by the skin of the teeth, and implying that Raffaele Marciello frankly decides to go home between now and race number one. So it is a long shot for Engelhardt and Guven, but as you say, anything can happen in a championship fight. We see it a lot in motorcycle racing in particular, people crashing their way to a championship. The championship's on their mind, and then the gravel is in their trousers quite a lot of the time. Asked Danny Kent in Moto3 several years ago. The 77 car of Rogalski, one of the first ones to start setting not representative times, but at least starting to show willing, kicking up sparks there on the curbs coming out of the final corner. That time was a 1:45.1. The best of the session so far belongs to this man, Arthur Rougier, a 1:44.241. We know they can get a lot quicker than that. Expect them to dip below the 1:40s.
It's good to see the sun coming out here at the Hockenheimring, and this is new territory in terms of this week, because it has been wet and miserable since the teams arrived here. Thursday and Friday running were done almost entirely in either wet or damp conditions, so this might be a bit of a curveball for some of these drivers and teams. Of course, it is a circuit that some of these drivers have done many times, but the conditions are changing. We're looking at the screen. Tim Zimmerman has gone purple in each sector at the moment, sector 1, sector 2 and sector 3. A purple box means he's the quickest of anybody, of course, in this early stage of qualifying. I say early stage, there's only 7.5 minutes left, but in this early stage, comparatively, of qualifying, you were expecting lots of purple sectors. Now, let's see what Tim Zimmerman can do, because this is going to be a representative time as he crosses the line. And I'm just looking because someone else has gone purple as well, and that is Marvin Dienst. So he's already taken time out of that, a 1:40.576. That is still a little way off the times that we would be expecting here for a front row start.
Yep, but we're getting closer, as we so often do. We joke often that we should really just run a 5-minute quali to make sure they don't do this whole long prelude thing. Rogalski across the line now, and he goes top by all of 200ths of a second with a 1:40.556. So he's clearly meaning business this morning, the Polish driver. And just following in the wheel tracks there of the 15 car, that's Luca Engstler in the Rutronic Racing Audi. Of course, he can no longer claim to be the reigning champion in ADAC TCR Germany. Vermeulen could claim to be a drifting superstar, though, with that line. Just about held it together.
A big slide from Thierry Vermeulen. He's currently in 16th place in the standings, make that 17th. It is Rogalski who's at the top, but we're expecting to see the times come tumbling now as we head into the final 6 minutes. This is where the big hitters are going to start turning the heat up. Raffaele Marciello has still yet to put in a time that is competitive. We've had a number of cancellations of laps due to track limits at turn 1. Car 91, that would be Christian Engelhardt, that's a significant one. Car number 20, Nicky Katzberg. We haven't mentioned him much. Good to have him back with us this weekend. And car 22, Joel Sturm, have all had lap times cancelled due to exceeding track limits on turn 1. And it's that kind of thing that can catch a driver out, leaving it right to the end. And it could be you can lose a lap through track limits, or it could be that there's a red flag, and that really would mess you about. Another look at the drifting moment there for Thierry Vermeulen as he keeps it pointing in the right direction, but that will not be a lap that will be of any use to him whatsoever as he continues. It's now Marciello who's jumped to the top of the timing screen. So 138.535. So that is still a second slower than last year's pole time. But Raffaele Marciello doing what he needs to do. And if he picks up 3 points in this qualifying session, that will make the mountain for this man here, Christian Engelhardt, even steeper, along with his teammate Ian Schenk-Guven. Because, to remind you, the leader in qualifying, the pole position will get 3, second gets 2, and third gets 1 point. Christian Engelhardt up into that P2. So our 2 championship contenders currently first and second in the timings.
The minimum results that Engelhardt and Guven can afford is a second, a third, and 2 pole positions. They're not quite at the point of a pole position just yet. Niklas Kruten in the Schubert BMW goes top on a 138.470. We spoke to Ben Green yesterday. He was very optimistic about the M4 GT3 around this circuit. Heard much the same out of the Katzberg and Jesse Kronkamp as well. And the Lamborghini is historically quite strong here as well. Albert Costa Balboa could be on a hot lap here.
So Albert Costa Balboa briefly going purple because it's Yusufa Vega who has stolen the purple in Sector 1 away from him. But clearly this is a hot lap for Albert Costa Balboa, one that's going to count. We are into the closing stages of qualifying. Just 3 3/4 minutes remaining. Once the clock strikes 0, if the driver has crossed the start-finish line, he will be able to count that lap still, but he needs to get it to the end. Of course, a red flag in this point in qualifying could really mess a driver's strategy up. It's Marciello back to the top at 137, the first into the 37s, 137.944. Kruten down to P2, but the times are tumbling. Marciello, purple again in Sector 1. He means business. He wants to get this sewn up as soon as possible. Marciello, top of the timing screens, and going quicker still. Konsta Lapalainen jumping up into P3. So 2 Emil Frey racing cars towards the top, and that's gone down to P4 now. So second and fourth, Costa Balboa and Lapalainen, and this would be significant in the team championship standings.
One of the most fascinating corners on the circuit, just being approached by Raffaele Marciello here at turn 12. That apex is unsighted, much like a street circuit, because you've got barriers either side of the circuit. You saw him back out of it there after a bit of a wild moment coming out of turn 11. So this lap has been abandoned for Marciello. He should still get 2 more cracks at a flying lap with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the session. Of course, once the clock hits 0, they are allowed to keep going. We're seeing improvements from the likes of Costa Balboa and Schiller, but no one else has been able to get into the 137s yet. 137.944, Marciello's benchmark for the rest of the field.
So Fabian Schiller in that P3 as we see how wide Marciello goes across the rumble strips. Schiller, of course, along with Jules Gounon, ridiculously outside chance of the championship, but still in there in third place at the moment, the 138.143. But Marciello stealing the headlines. I wonder if he's taken as much out of those tyres as he can, because he has gone red in Sector 1. That means it is neither a personal best or indeed the quickest of anybody. So Marciello still trucking on, but not really improving at the moment. Christian Engelhardt, a personal best in Sector 1, but a red sector in Sector 2, using an awful lot of the track, trying to extract as much as possible, being careful not to exceed track limits. As we ride on board with Christian Engelhardt, you can see him being buffeted around as he hustles the Team U Sport Wagen Technique Porsche down towards the corner. That is Fabian Schiller. Great angle there. You can see the concentration in his eyes. Fabian Schiller pushing forwards, trying to improve on third place at the moment. 2 personal bests, Sector 1 and Sector 2. We're going to see how he does as he completes this final sector.
Of course, at the moment we're seeing no purple sectors on our screen at all. Schiller, though, with 2 personal bests, as you rightly say. Let's see what his time is as he crosses the line. Looks like it could be very strong indeed. Well, 138.062 remains in 3rd place, albeit slightly quicker than his time previously. But of course, what we do have to remember as well is that we were on different tyres this year compared to what we had last year, so there might be something of an unknown as to how the cars react in these temperatures at this time of year on these tyres. And maybe Marciello has extracted the best because no one is going purple right now.
No, it does feel as though we've peaked already, doesn't it? There's a second covering the top 17 cars. A purple for Christian Engelhardt, though, so he has taken one last shot at it as the clock strikes 0 in 5 seconds. So Christian Engelhardt, a last attempt at that pole position. Let's keep an eye on that. His first sector wasn't great. He goes very wide onto that slippery drag strip out of turns 16 and 17 across the line. I don't think he's going to improve, and no, he doesn't. Christian Engelhardt in 5th place. The clock strikes 0. It's going to be Raffaele Marciello. Just looking, Max Paul has gone purple in Sector 1 in the Paul Racing Lamborghini. He's currently in P6, so we'll keep an eye on Max Paul, but certainly Marciello is going to be on the front row, if not pole position. That is the car that has set a purple sector. Now let's see what he can do. Also very wide out of the corner, so Max Paul coming out onto the rumble strips and across the line, and Max Paul stays in 6th place, or up to 6th place, and it is going to be Raffaele Marciello who starts this weekend exactly as he needs to do. It will be a pole position for the yellow Mamba. Fabian Schiller, it'll be in 3rd, Albert Costa Balboa 2nd, so that's the 1, 2, 3, and suddenly Marciello's championship is looking even closer.
Luca Engstler, I think, will be the last competitive time across the line here. He's not going to break the top 2 rows, I don't think, but he could get himself up 2 or 3 spots from 9th place. Never mind that. He's tried to go quattroing, and that will make his time significantly worse. Engstler remains in 9th place. You can see that they're all pushing at the end there, but Raffaele Marciello hooked together what turned out to be the best lap of anyone.
So the champion-elect Raffaele Marciello doing exactly what he came here to do, and looking chilled, looking reasonably happy. Raffaele Marciello out of the car. He scores another 3 points. It'll be 2 points to Albert Costa Balboa, 1 point to Fabian Schiller. Christian Engelhardt is down in 5th place, so no points for him in this qualifying session. That makes that gap between 1st and 2nd even greater. Constant Lapalainen in P4, good job from him. Also good job from Max Paul in P6. Niklas Kruten, early leader in 7th ahead of Arthur Rouget. Luca Engstler and Thierry Vermeulen rounding out the top 10. It's all starting to look a little bit ominous for those chasing in the championship, isn't it?
Well, it's now just one car chasing in the championship. With that qualifying result for Raffaele Marciello, the only team that can challenge for the driver's title is Christian Engelhardt and Ayan Guven. However, there are only 53 points left to score. Raffaele Marciello would have to score less, or 8 points or less now, in the remainder of the weekend to lose this championship. Not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying the shot keeps getting longer. They're putting me behind the opposite goalpost and they're expecting me to score.
No points for the team championship in qualifying, so that is still level and all to play for. But the Drivers' Championship, the writing is very much on the wall as we look to see the identity of the 2022 ADAC GT Masters German GT champion. Raffaele Marciello will start on pole position with Albert Costa Balboa alongside Fabian Schiller, Constant Lapalainen on row 2, Christian Engelhardt, Max Paul, Niklas Kruten and Arthur Rouget. That'll be Luca Engstler, Thierry Vermeulen, Tim Zimmermann and Joel Sturm on the next row, ahead of Florian Spengler, Frankie Bird in the other of the Yellow Mambas, Yusuf Vega and Kim Louis Schramm Sam will line up 15th and 16th. Then Marvin Dienst, Nicky Katzberg, pretty quiet session from him. Robin Rogowski, good job. Good to see them back on the grid. And Simon Riker bringing up the rear for East Talent Racing. It is set to be potentially, well, it could be a championship deciding day today. And the race will take place at 1 o'clock local time. Let's have a look there at the third place for Drago Racing Team ZVO, Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Great shots of the concentration in the face of Fabian. In P2, Albert Costa Balboa once again doing his stuff. The young Spanish driver always entertains, and he will be entertaining from the front row. Be looking to score points for Emil Frey Racing. But the man continues to steal the headlines, doing exactly what he needs to do to tie this thing up today. Raffaele Marciello for Manfilter Team Langra starts from pole position. So some great shots on board of Raffaele Marciello, and the smiles as he sees himself inching ever closer to the championship title. It will be decided this weekend. It could potentially be decided today. The race, which will be race 13 of a 14 race season, takes place at 1 o'clock local time here at the Hockenheimring. And it could be today that we see Raffaele Marciello crowned as the champion in the ADAC GT Masters, the 16th season as the drivers fight for the title of International German GT Champion. Could be good.
I think it definitely will be. Raffaele Marciello already breaking the form book. Mercedes have only ever had one win here at Hockenheimring in ADAC GT Masters history, and he's only gone and parked it on pole position. Clearly, when the pressure is on, we start cooking.
Well, he's had a very good year, hasn't he, Raffaele Marciello? He's been winning titles already in GT World Challenge Europe, and he wants to add the ADAC GT Masters title to his roster. As we look again at him celebrating, come and join us 1 o'clock local time for the penultimate race of the season. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Loses control. Da sind sie nebeneinander zu zweit. Zum Glück.
It's the final race weekend of the season for the Porsche Carrera Cup. It was back at the beginning of May at Spa-Francorchamps when everything kicked off, and here we are 14 races later, and now we are getting ready for the final 2 races of the season, this 16 race season. First off this weekend, it is qualifying. Hello everybody, welcome to the Hockenheimring. We're in the Rhine Valley near Hockenheim in Baden-Württemberg at this legendary circuit, and weather conditions are looking great. The air temperature 13.6 degrees centigrade, track temperature 11.9. It has been raining loads over the last couple of days in free practice and in testing, but we're very pleased to say that this morning, pull the curtains back, the sun is shining, the clouds are breaking, the rain has gone away, and we're hoping it's going to stay exactly like that for the rest of this weekend. We already know the identity of the champion for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Lauren Heinrich sealed the title at Sachsenring last time out, and very convincing it was too. But there is still plenty more to play for. We have the Pro-Am Championship. Jan-Erik Sloten and Carlos Rivas are going head-to-head. It's Sloten at the top of the point standings, 18 points ahead of Carlos Rivas. And in the Rookie Championship, Hockenheimring leads Huub van Eindhoven by just 6 points. The Team Championship goes the way of SSR Huber Racing. They have sealed that one as well. That was done at Sachsenring. So our focus very much on Pro-Am and Rookie Championships, but it is all still very much to play for. The car at the front of the queue there, the number 4 of Loic Hartog. He was quickest yesterday in free practice. He was buzzing about that, and he sees himself very much as a contender as he looks to get his first win in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Of course, with the main championship title now decided, a lot of drivers is gloves off racing to get that win as we ride aboard with Dylan Pereira and the duck on the dashboard leading the way for Iron Force Racing by Phoenix. We are at the Hockenheimring, as already mentioned. It is a circuit that is 4.574 kilometers around, which equates to 2.842 miles, 17 turns, 9 to the right and 8 to the left. This qualifying session is 35 minutes in length. The driver's fastest time is clearly very important because that will decide the grid for race 1 of the weekend. The driver's second fastest time is also of great importance because that will determine the grid for race 2, which will be tomorrow afternoon, the final race of the season. Riding on board with Huub van Eindhoven for GP Elite. Of course, he made the move from Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux into Carrera Cup Germany this year and has been very impressive. He has those 255 points in the Rookie Championship. That is not Raffaele Marciello, as the screen may have said. He's just put the car on pole position with GT Masters. That's another story. Huub van Eindhoven is the car that we're riding on board with. Some great angles off the side of the car. And Huub van Eindhoven will be the driver who is trying to chase down Hockenheimring, the British driver who leads the rookie standings. That is the driver who's chasing in the Pro-Am category, the defending Pro-Am champion, Carlos Rivas, in the Black Falcon Porsche. Now, he has been closing in on Jan-Erik Sloten. He had a great time at Sachsenring, which would make up for Lausitzring. We try not to mention that to him because he had a torrid time at Lausitzring. It allowed Jan-Erik Sloten to really extend his lead in the Pro-Am Championship standings. But Carlos Rivas clawed an awful lot of it back at the Sachsenring, which was back at the end of September, about a month ago. And now we ride on board with Jan-Erik Sloten, the championship leader in the Pro-Am category. Carlos Rivas has owned the Pro-Am title for the last few years. He is the most successful Pro-Am driver in the history of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He is the defending champion, but Sloten is the man who's looking to rain on his parade and win the championship. Just 18 points between them. Of course, the drivers scoring within their category. So you have the overall race, you have the Pro-Am race within that, and the rookie race within that too. So potentially 25 points available for a win in the Pro-Am category. And that's exactly what Schloten will be looking to do. This qualifying session will be critical. These cars, the Porsche 911 cars, are all identical, and they will be very, very hard to overtake each other, so getting a good grip position for both races is critical. We're riding on board with Luke Hartog, using an awful lot of the track, flashing the lights as he comes along the pit straight. He's gone purples in sector 1 and 3. You'd expect that because he's one of the first cars to put in a competitive lap. We will see the times come tumbling. Currently at 1:44.125, and that's Ahmed Al-Shihab. He's had a bit of a moment. So Al-Shihab has spun, and it looks as though he doesn't look like he has collected anything out onto that very soggy grass. Needs to keep it moving. He does that. So Ahmed Al-Shihab rejoins the circuit. Looks like no damage done, and he continues on his way. Clearly that lap will not be of any use. Let's have a look at a replay here. And just the back end stepping out, a little lack of traction there. The track has been washed thoroughly clean overnight. Lots of rain and not a lot of rubber down, and a grip clearly at a premium. As we continue to look at Luke Hartog at the top of the standings, the man who is brimming with confidence at the moment, looking to take his first win. But Lorcan Hannafin, purple in sector 1 as he turns the heat up on the number 9 FAC Autotech Porsche. Now, one of the issues, it's an ongoing story, always is every season, track limits. Already we've had a number of times cancelled due to exceeding track limits in turn 1. Car 8, 28, 22 and 98. So that would be Alex Fack, that would be Lucas Grunewald. Car 33, also with a time disallowed. That is one of our guest drivers. We'll tell you about that in a bit. But we're riding on board with Lorcan Hannafin. That's what we're focusing on at the moment. A purple in sector 1, a purple in sector 2. So Hannafin looking very quick indeed as he looks to move up the timesheets. Of course, he scored his first podium last time out at Sachsenring. And out onto the pit straight comes Lorcan Hannafin, using an awful lot of the runoff area on the exit of the final turn. He crosses the line, breaks the beam at 1:40.882. So a great lap from Lorcan Hannafin. Bastian Boost pops up into second, but Lorcan Hannafin, the first into the 140s, a driver who is just getting better and better every time we see him. The overall podium in the overall race last time out for third place at the Sachsenring really has lifted his spirits, and he is looking good for a start towards the front of the grid as Dan Van Kuijk locks up going into the corner and then loses it. And what do we say? The grip very much at a premium. Again, he avoids hitting anything, but he's able to rejoin. But Dan Van Kuijk having a bit of a moment. Looking at Lucas Oertel just weaving to get heat into the tyres. He had a big off in free practice yesterday, and a lot of work had to be done on that car. There is our new champion, Lauren Heinrich, complete with the gold livery in celebration of becoming Carrera Cup Germany champion 2022. He's got it sealed with 2 races still to run this season, and Lauren Heinrich going out wide and out onto the pit straight. And I have to tell you, out of turn 16 and 17, that is a very, very slippery runoff area because it is a part of the circuit that is used as a drag strip for some of the year, and there is zero traction there. It is like an ice rink. And if the drivers get out wide out of turn 16 and 17, quite often they end up becoming a passenger and heading to the scene of the accident at high speed. On board with Lorcan Hannafin, currently the fastest driver. There are just 3 at the moment into the 140s. It's Lorcan Hannafin who leads the way at 140.761, so he continues to improve. Dylan Pereira Yes, that is how you pronounce it. 140.784 in second, and Bastian Buus at 140.821 in third. Hockenheimring, our champion, currently down in sixth at 141.145. Looking down at the hairpin, one of the FAC Autotech cars going very wide around the corner there. And now Bastian Buus, one of the absolute up-and-coming superstars in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He's been turning the heads, and he certainly has been doing so not just in Carrera Cup Germany, but in Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, where he's taken a couple of wins as well. He took his first win in Carrera Cup Germany at Imola this year, and he is an absolute superstar who backs off for nobody for Allied Racing. Bastian Buus, purple in Sector 1, which means he's the quickest of anybody. Green in Sector 2, which means that is a personal best. Let's see how he does as he continues in the final sector, and can he improve? A 140.761 is the benchmark at the moment. So out of the final corner he comes to cross the line, and Bastian Buus goes quickest. So Bastian Buus at 140.716, and that bumps Lorcan Hannafin down 2 places, because Larry Tenforder also jumping up there, the outgoing champion, as we look again at Dan Van Kuyk, getting it wrong, under braking, locking up and spinning around. Larry Tenforder, outgoing champion, up into P2, and it was Lorcan Hannafin who was running wide at the hairpin. We saw that from up above. The FAC Autotech car into that tricky corner, and it is the trickiest corner, and he's into the pits now to change the flat-spotted tyres and to give it another go. We have 25 minutes remaining of this session, and it is Bastian Buus who is currently leading the way at 140.716. There's nobody who's putting in purple times at the moment, but that is all likely to change as we look at Carlos Rivas, currently the fastest in the Pro-Am category and 24th overall. And talking to him earlier, he just says, I need to just bring the thing home, not get involved in any dramas, and score maximum points. Jan-Erik Sloten is currently second in the Pro-Am category, 25th on the track, and Zoran Sprang is third in the Pro-Am category, currently 26th out on the track. We look at Carlos Rivas, in my opinion, the best livery you've ever seen on a racing car. If you ever get the chance to see that one close up, it's worth a look. And there is a close-up look of the driver, Carlos Rivas, focused, keeping out of trouble, moving it up the pack, and looking as that is Ghislain Cordial. Now, I said we we're going to mention them, and we haven't done yet. So Ghislain Cordial, the number 22 car, and he has spun around. He's got out onto the grass. There is no traction to be had out there. Guesting here at Hockenheim this weekend, Ghislain Cordial was second in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He was last in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany back in 2018 for MRS Racing. He's here for ID Racing, of course, a team that has come out of MRS. And I beg your pardon, Ghislain Cordial is for Team GP Elite. He was third in Porsche Benelux, because I'm getting mixed up with Glenn van Parijs. He's the driver who's second in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and he is also racing here for ID Racing this weekend. So 2 drivers from Benelux joining us. That car there, the number 22, Ghislain Cordial for Team GP Elite. He was third in Carrera Cup Benelux, and second, Glenn van Parijs in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He returns to Carrera Cup Germany for the first time since 2018 in the number 45 car there. We got there in the end, didn't we? So great to welcome both of those drivers here for this weekend as guest drivers. Also, Kai Pfister rejoins us as well. He is a regular visitor for HRT Performance in the number 65 car, and he is running in the Pro-Am category. This looks like Hockenheimring coming into the pits. There's the aforementioned Raffaele Marciello parked up in the opposite direction. Excuse me, into the pit lane. Still 22.5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. So, Heinrich into the pits, and tyre changes, getting ready for the big push. Many of the drivers having got a banker lap out onto the board, and now there is that gap before they will all come back out on the track. There are still quite a few that are still circulating at the moment. It's Bastian Boos who leads the way at 140.716. There is confirmation of the driver classification. There are just 50 points available this weekend, which is why we can say that Hockenheimring is the champion already. The outgoing champion, Larry Tenforder, with 52 points. He cannot catch that leader, as can Dylan Pereira, who is 57 points adrift. Bastian Boos, our current pole sitter, is fourth in the points standing. That is the view of the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix team, working away from the perspective of Jan-Erik Sloten, the driver who's looking to take his first ever Pro-Am title in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. And there is Bastian Boos, the young driver who has turned so many heads in his second season in Carrera Cup Germany. Absolute superstar in the making. The yellow duck has gone checkered for this year on the number 19 Allied Racing Porsche. But he currently is the fastest driver. To remind you, it is the fastest time and the driver's second fastest time that count. Fastest time determining the grid for this afternoon's race. Second fastest time determining the grid for tomorrow's afternoon's race. So looking from the perspective of Iron Force Racing by Phoenix, I do believe that's Jan-Erik Sloten. It's hard to tell from this angle. But into the pits at the moment, that gap at the moment, while we wait for the clock to tick along. And then in the last closing moments, the track is going to get quicker and quicker as the air temperature rises and more rubber lays down on the track. It's time to duck and roll. Indeed it is for Bastian Boos, currently the fastest man and a definite champion in waiting. He is, of course, very much the man on a mission in Carrera Cup Germany, looking to push forwards. He can't win a championship this year. I wouldn't count him out of being a contender for next year, though. So we ride on board with Larry Tenforder, the driver who has been so successful, one of the most successful drivers in Carrera Cup history, certainly the most successful in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany history, Larry Tenforder. He has 2 titles. Unfortunately for him, 2022 is not going to be adding to that. He is the outgoing champion for Team GP Elite, and he continues to attempt to improve on his 140.753. So he is just 0.037 behind Bastian Boos. Larry Tenforder looking to improve, but we're expecting the track to get faster and faster as this session progresses, as the air temperature rises, as more and more rubber gets laid down, and we would expect to see the times potentially tumbling down. Larry Tenforder with a fair bit of space out on the track at the moment. He did have a lap cancelled a little while ago for exceeding track limits, and it's turn 1 is the spot where the drivers are being mostly caught out. Of course, turn 1 is a very fast corner and it's so easy to run wide. Track limits could well determine grid positions or indeed finishing positions this weekend. The drivers need to stay within those track limits, especially turn 1. Also turn 11 is another area of the circuit where track limits can be an issue. We're right with Larry Tenforder at the moment, red in sector 1. That means that it is not quicker than anybody else, but it's not too far off. A 22, just looking to see what is the best. 21.889 is the quickest in sector 1. Luke Hartog, driver who is looking to improve, and that 21.889, that is where it's come from. So Luke Hartog turning the heat up. He is a driver who has newfound confidence in the Black Falcon Porsche. Sector 1, purple, means he's quicker than anybody else. How is he going to do in sector 2? At the moment, the quickest in sector 2 has been Larry Tenforder, 46.411. Let's see what Luke can do. Well, not quite as quick, but he's not a million miles off, is he? So Luke Hartog, very much dialed in, very much looking to move up the order. Currently, Hartog's down in 11th. He needs to be very careful of those track limits. There is Luke Hartog, the driver from the Netherlands, who has been taking the Carrera Cup Germany by storm. He is the rookie champion last year, goes wide out of the final turn, crosses the line, and jumps up to P2. So good job from Luke Hartog. Has moved ahead, and as has Larry Tenforder. So Tenforder now the quickest. So Larry Tenforder jumps up to the top of the timing sheets, and that slide out of turn 17 for Luke Hartog, potentially losing him some time as he heads out onto the pit straight. The number 4 Black Falcon car, though, coming back in second place, and it really was pushing the absolute limits. Luke Hartog still looking for that elusive first win in this series. Huub van Eindhoven is another of the drivers in the talent pool, the drivers that are being coached and nurtured by Wolf Hensler. Out across the line, 2 personal bests. That takes him up to P6. So Huub van Eindhoven currently P6, his main rival in the Rookie Championship, Lorcan Hannafin, currently in 4th. So Hannafin, the fastest of the rookies, and currently the leading driver in the point standings in the Rookie Championship as well. To remind you, there is just 6 points between Lorcan and Huub. So Huub looking to close in, Lorcan looking to tie this up as quickly as possible. The driver who is 3rd fastest in the rookie standings is Alex Tauscher, currently 7th overall. Carlos Rivas still leading the way in the Pro-Am category in 24th place. That is a great shot of Lorcan Hannafin. Good to have some cameras pointing at Lorcan for this event. A driver who has come into Carrera Cup Germany this year and has been so impressive. Also, Mobile 1 Super Cup as well. But Lorcan Hannafin took his first podium at the Sachsenring and looking to improve on that here and looking to tie up that rookie championship. It is between Lorcan Hannafin and Huub van Eindhoven. Alex Tauscher is 58 points behind in the rookie standing, so he is out of the running. And there are just 2 drivers in the Pro-Am category as well. Georgi Donchev, currently 3rd in the Pro-Am standings, 85 points adrift, so he cannot catch either. So, less than 15 minutes remaining. I would expect with 10 minutes on the clock for the track to suddenly get very busy. We just have half a dozen or so cars out on circuit at the moment, including that car there, Huub van Eindhoven, who is looking to improve. Currently in 6th place. And his sector times, well, in the last lap, hadn't improved, but now pushing again. Let's see where he can go, 22.1. So it's not a long way off, but it's certainly not his best in this session. So Huub van Eindhoven continuing to nibble away as the 29 car heads into turn 6, the hairpin, and that is the scene where many a controversy has happened in the past and many a controversy will no doubt happen in the future. A really tricky part of the circuit. Huub van Eindhoven giving it all he's got, looking to close in on the Lorcan Hannafin car. Currently Hannafin in that 4th place in the timing sheets. Huub van Eindhoven still pushing, 46.874 in sector 2, so quite a long way off where he really needs to be at the moment. So the number 29 car, run by GP Elite, the legendary team in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. And then back into the pits. Huub van Eindhoven abandoning that lap and back into the pits. A little over 12.5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. The fastest time determining the grid for this afternoon's race. The 2nd fastest time determining the grid for tomorrow's afternoon's race is Larry Tenforder, who's currently the quickest of all, a 140.376. It's Luke Hartog, who is 2nd with a 140.487. So that's just a little over a 10th difference between 1st and 2nd. Bastian Boos is in 3rd, a 140.716, about 3/10 off the fastest time ahead of Lorcan Hannafin. Dylan Pereira And a fairly quiet session by his standards at the moment in 5th. And then Hub van Eindhoven in 6th place at 140.813, about 4.5 tenths off the fastest time. Carlos Rivas continuing to improve, 23rd overall and the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers. His main rival, Jan-Erik Sloten, 25th overall and 2nd in the Pro-Am standings. So Jan-Erik Sloten has the luxury of being able to just pick up consistent points this weekend. And if he can finish behind Carlos Rivas in both races, he can tie up the championship. But Carlos Rivas will be looking to do all that he can to successfully defend his title in the Pro-Am category. Back into the pits comes Carlos Rivas. Currently 5 cars out on the circuit, and a bit of a gap at the moment. In a minute or two, I think the circuit is going to get very busy because all the drivers have a banker lap on the board. They're all going to be back out and looking to push to get that fast time. Right, here we go. It's starting to get busy. Drivers finding space out on the track, that is going to be a challenge because with much of the field coming out, in fact, Harold Prochik just coming in, but as many of the cars are now coming out, the drivers need to find a little bit of a gap where they're not going to trip over another car to put in that hot lap. And out they come out of the pits. A whole queue of cars currently streaming out onto the circuit. Harold Prochik coming in for a tyre change. Been great to welcome Harold Prochik to the grid of Carrera Cup Germany. Last time we saw him here at Hockenheimring, he was racing in the ADAC TCR Germany series and a multiple winner in that series, now appearing in Carrera Cup Germany. And it has been great to welcome him here to the grid here this year in 2022. I hope we're going to see him again next year. The clown on the car, very distinctive indeed. Right, here comes Lorcan Hannafin, currently 4th overall, currently the fastest of the rookies. Looking as cool as anything. Lorcan Hannafin, the British driver for FAC Autotech, out onto the circuit. He's going to have a lap to get heat into the tyres. Of course, tyre warmers not allowed in Carrera Cup Germany. Get everything up to temperature, and then it's going to be the big push with less than 10 minutes remaining. The drivers need 2 quick laps. 1 for the grid today, 1 for the grid tomorrow. And then this session will be over. The last qualifying session of 2022 for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. And it is the final 9 minutes of qualifying this year. Of course, when the clock strikes 0, any drivers that are on the lap are able to continue and complete that lap, and it will count. But it is now the critical part of the session. So Prochik, a very quick tyre change for him and back out on circuit. Look how crowded it is. Out of the pit exit they come, and that is Prochik who comes out to join the circuit just out of turn 1. And then a fairly tricky part around turn 3 and 4, and then it's absolutely flat out around a section of the track called the Parabolica, which is turn 5. It's called turn 5, but I don't see him lifting for it. And then it's up to turn 6, heavy braking towards the hairpin, where the cars do a complete 180. And you can see there, that is the hairpin, and it really is a tight corner. And then back down, flat out towards turn 7. So riding with Harold Prochik in the number 20 car for HP International, currently 22nd overall. Ahead of him, Ahmad Al-Shihab, a driver who has a massive following in Q8 and is a very popular addition to the grid here in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. So banker lap, getting the heat into the tyres, getting everything up to temperature. We're going to have one eye on the race control screen as well, because there have been a number of laps that have been discounted. I would say probably about 12 laps that have been discounted by various drivers for exceeding track limits. The latest to be added to that is car number 5. So Zoran Spreng has just had his lap discounted for track limits at turn 1. But finding that space, the next 7 minutes, critical. The final qualifying session of 2022 for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Qualifying for races 15 and 16 of this 16 race season. And it's Larry Tenford, 140.376 that they're all trying to catch. Luke Hartog out on circuit with a 140.487, looking to improve on that. Our quickest in the Pro-Am category is now Zoran Spreng. So car number 5 has jumped up the timing screens ahead of Carlos Rivas, but he has been flagged up with a cancellation of the time because of track limits. And I don't know if that was the lap that he's just done. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if he drops back down again. But at the moment, Zoran Spreng is quicker than Carlos Rivas in the Pro-Am category. Dylan Pereira also for Iron Force Racing by Phoenix. And Pereira currently in 5th place. He is 4/10 off the fastest time. So on board with Dylan Pereira, a driver who was very much in contention for the championship all season long, but maybe lost a little bit of his mojo as the season progressed, picked up a few penalties and fell by the wayside, but looking to finish this season off on a high. And of course, he is the new Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion. And that is a title that he has been looking for, and he sealed this year as we look at a great slow-mo of Larry Tenford for Team GP Elite, using every part of the track that he can. Currently the fastest car on the track, Larry Tenford, still fastest overall, a 140.376. Nobody improving massively at the moment. I can't see any purple sectors coming in. So it's still Tenford from Luke Hartog as we head into the final 5 minutes of this qualifying session. Finding that space, there's Maurice Schuring we just seen bumping out of turn 17. I haven't seen much of him today. He's been fairly quiet down in 11th place in the number 14 car. Also Rudy Van Buren, another driver who has entertained us all season long. The number 57 car, currently 10th. He's just jumped up ahead of Maurice Schuring, but a 140.934, so he's got a fair bit that he needs to find. Green means that he set a personal best in Sector 1, as has Bastian Boost, but not fastest overall. So they continue to improve, of course, hooking up good sectors in 1, 2 and 3, critical for getting to the front of the pack. And we're riding now with Bastian Boost, currently 3rd, a 140.543. So what can he do to improve on that? He is going quicker, not quickest out of everybody overall, but getting 3 personal bests might move him up the grid. We're going to find out in a few moments. Bastian Boost in the final stages of this lap, as he heads out towards turn 16 and 17, out onto the pit straight. Let's see whether Bastian Boost can improve on his 3rd place. Rudy Van Buren hasn't. Bastian Boost has. Bastian Boost to the top of the timing screens once again, getting the car up onto 2 wheels. He bumps across the curb, so it just goes to show you don't need to do purple sectors to get to the top. You just need to do lots of personal bests and hook them together in 1 lap. So Bastian Boost, a 140.263. Larry Tenford needs to find a 10th from somewhere. Red in Sector 2 is not really what he's looking for. So Larry Tenford going to be looking for a miraculous Sector 3. Rudy Van Buren hasn't improved either. But now Larry Tenford on board with him into the final section. Out of the last corner, across the line comes Larry Tenford. And he goes quicker still. So despite a couple of reds, i.e. not the personal best or overall best, Larry Tenford has hooked it up. He goes back to the top. So there is absolutely nothing between them. Larry Tenford, a 140.236. Bastian Boost, a 140.263. So Tenforder and Boost. Suddenly Pereira has turned up the heat as well, a 21.985. That's very quick in Sector 1. It is a personal best for him. So Dylan Pereira now looking to challenge at the top of the timing screens. Meanwhile, the fastest Pro-Am is Carlos Rivas once again. So he's jumped up. Georgi Donchev is second in the Pro-Ams. But our eyes are on Dylan Pereira as he hustles that car. And he goes purple in Sector 2. Quickest of anybody. So Dylan Pereira in the closing stages. Just 2 minutes of this session remaining. Pereira, who's currently 9th in the timing, now looking to improve. Surely this is going to be a massive improvement. It could even be quickest overall. He crosses the line. And Dylan Pereira is 4th, so he hasn't managed to hang it together in the closing stages. But Dylan Pereira moving up the pack. Hoop van Eijhoven, quickest of anybody in Sector 2. So Van Eijhoven isn't done yet. He is now the quickest rookie. So Lorcan Hannafin, while watching the cars at the top of the timing screens, Hannafin has dropped down. He is 9th overall and 3rd in the rookie standings, but he's not done yet. So Lorcan Hannafin trying to come back, but Hoop van Eijhoven, great job from him. He's currently 6th, looking to improve on that. He continues, still weaving, trying to get heat into the tyres. Behind them, Lucas Ertel, but Hoop van Eijhoven, great lap from him. Looking at a replay, and that is why that lap wasn't an improvement. He went really wide out of turn 16 onto the slippery stuff. And there is Luke Hartog, the driver who has been bothering the top of the timing screens all session long. Currently putting in sectors that are not quickest of anybody at the moment. But Hartog currently in 3rd place overall. There's Larry Tenforder, who's quickest. Bastian Boos, I don't think Hartog's going to improve here with this one. He crosses the line, and Luke Hartog remains in P3. Bastian Boos in P2. And Larry Tenforder, currently the quickest. And Hartog locking up a wheel into the corner, going deep, and that will not have done his tyres any favour. He's not going to get back to the line for the clock striking 0, so Hartog is not going to improve on that time. So Luke Hartog, 3rd, is the best that he's going to manage overall. And there is Larry Tenforder. Well, he's looking cheerful, and maybe he can see that this one is signed and sealed. Larry Tenforder at the top, and you can see how delighted he is. He is quickest overall. He finishes the season in his customary style at the top of the timing screens. Bastian Boos, who has been so competitive all season long, he took the fight to Larry Tenforder in this qualifying session, but P2 is the best that he can manage. Carlos Rivas is the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers. And there's a bit of smoke there where somebody has locked up just in front of Carlos Rivas. But he is the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers. Georgi Donchev 2nd, Zoran Spreng 3rd. Jan-Erik Sloten down 28th, 4th in category. So Jan-Erik Sloten has not done what he needed to do to get this thing put to bed. And Carlos Rivas has a bit of breathing room between himself and his championship rival. That makes for a very exciting weekend as we look at the Pro-Am category. Our fastest rookie is Hoop van Eijhoven. So Lorcan Hannafin, having led the rookies for so long on the timing screens, is now 3rd overall in the rookie standings within this qualifying session. So it hasn't ended well. Lorcan Hannafin, the number 9 car, 9th overall on the timing screens. Great job from Glenn Van Parijs. Whilst we've been chatting away, he has nipped up into 8th place. Alex Tauscher, the 2nd fastest of the rookies, in 7th. And it's Hoop van Eijhoven, who is the quickest of the rookies. So both the drivers that are 2nd in the championships that are still open are ahead of the championship leaders. That is Carlos Rivas, who is ahead of Jan-Erik Sloten. in the Pro-Am category, and Huub van Eindhoven, who is ahead of Hockenheimring in the rookie category. This is going to go all the way to the end. The driver who steals the headlines overall quickest, the legendary Larry Tenforder, the driver who is the most successful in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany history, looking to finish this season off on a high as the fastest car. 140.236. Bastian Boos, well, he took it all the way, didn't he? Just 0.027 off Larry Tenforder. Ahead of Luke Hartog, still a good P3 from him. Dylan Pereira, Hockenheimring, the brand new champion, down in 5th. A fairly quiet session by his standards. Huub van Eindhoven in 6th, ahead of Alex Tauscher. The visiting Glenn Van Parijs, and then Hockenheimring. He's got a bit of work to do from there. Maurice Schering, another driver, a little bit quiet here this weekend, ahead of Jukka Honkavari. Rudy Van Buren, he's also a long way back, ahead of Jesse Van Kijk. Ariel Levy, Lucas Ertel, and Alex Fack also in the rookie championship, but no longer in contention for the title, is down in 16th. Gisela Codil in 17th place, Team GP Elite, ahead of Lucas Grunewald, Richard Wagner, Dan Van Kijk, Carlos Rivas, fastest Pro-Am, ahead of Jan Seifert, Harold Prochik in 23rd, good job from him, ahead of Sebastian Framer. Georgi Donchev and Zoran Spreng in 25th and 26th, ahead of Jonas Greif. Jan-Erik Sloten, whoa, he's got some work to do. Christoph Langer, Ahmed Al-Shahad and Kai Pfister, ahead of Holger Harmsen, who brings up the rear, but it's great to have Holger back on the grid, having been away with injury, and good to have him here at Hockenheim. Right, second best times, Larry Tenforder once again, Bastian Boos once again. Hockenheimring will start race 2 tomorrow. 3rd, Luke Hartog will be 4th, ahead of Hockenheimring, who will be 5th, so he will be the fastest in the rookie in race 2. Dylan Pereira will be 6th, Huub van Eindhoven 7th, and Glenn Van Parijs 8th. Alex Tauscher will start 9th tomorrow. Maurice Schering, Jukka Honkavari, Luke Zertel, Alex Fack, Rudy Van Buren, Ariel Levi, and Jesse Van Kijk in 16th place. And around you, this is for tomorrow's grid. Richard Wagner, Lucas Grunewald, Jan Seifert, Dan Van Kijk, and Gisela Codil, 21st. Carlos Rivas will start 22nd, ahead of Harold Prochik, Sebastian Framer, and Georgi Donchev, Jan-Erik Sloten again tomorrow. He will have work to do from 26. Zoran Spreng, Jonas Greif, Ahmed Al-Shahab, Christoph Langer. You saw the rest of them coming through. So races 1 and 2, the championships very much alive. 3rd overall though, Luke Hartog for Black Falcon with a 140.487. 2nd overall, Bastian Boos. He will start 2nd in both races for Allied Racing. The number 19 follow their checkered duck. Bastian Boos starting in P2. But the man who has stolen the headlines, he will be in pole position for both today's race and tomorrow's race. The outgoing champion, Larry Tenforder for Team GP Elite. So, a entertaining session for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and Larry Tenforder stamping his authority on this qualifying session. Join us this afternoon for the penultimate race of the season. We'll see you then.
Okay, viel Spaß!
durch die Sachskurve sparen. Also irgendwas haben wir da gehört in der Onboard. Klackerte da am Auto. Und ansonsten könnte das durchaus auch wieder so sein. ist da die Renndauer. Ich bin mal gespannt, was da bei oben kommt. Ich kann den Grund versprechen. Die für Germany ist definitiv sehenswert. Da ist immer für richtig Unterhaltung gesorgt. Unterhaltung für sich hier auf den Rücken. Wir haben ja schon einige Bilder gesehen. Wir haben den Pitwalk schon gesehen. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Schön, dass wir gemeinsam dieses Finale des ADAC GT Masters mit dem Porsche Carrera Cup und natürlich die GT3, die GT4 Volumen hier entsprechend bei noch ziemlich guten Bedingungen erleben dürfen, erleben werden. Wir sind gespannt, was der Renntag noch so bringt, welche Entscheidungen
Formation ist für diese Rennserie, die seit 2016 unterwegs ist. Wir haben zugegebenermaßen auch schon deutlich bessere Starterfelder, was die Anzahl der Fahrzeuge angeht. Aber die Qualität unserer Piloten, die ist wirklich Spitzenklasse. Es war spannend in diesem Jahr. Jetzt das 3-Minuten-Schild, wirklich nochmal der Aufruf auch an die Helfer und die Zuseher. Wenn nicht schon passiert, dann bitte jetzt den Glück endgültig räumen. 2016 und 2017 war es in Division Josh Files, der mit Target Competition Meister wurde. Übrigens in dem Jahr 2017 fuhr auch ein ganz junger Mann aus Afrika, nämlich Sheldon van der Linde. Und der wurde vor 3 Wochen Meister der DTM für Schubert Motors in Hockenheim. Also diesbezüglich nochmal einen ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch in diese Richtung. Achim Potschik unterwegs mit dem Deitas Clown auf einem Auto im Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. Max Hesse 2019 als Meister. Antti Buri 2020 und der amtierende Meister Luca Engstler fährt mittlerweile auch ADAC GT Masters. Das gibt dann gleich auch in den Livestream hinaus und dafür unseren Opener auf unseren Großbegleiter.
Hello and welcome to Hockenheimring for the season finale weekend of the ADAC TCR Germany Race 1 of 2 coming our way in just a few minutes. And if you were watching last time out at Sachsenring, you'll know that the ADAC TCR Germany Champion of 2022 has already been crowned in the form of Martin Andersson. There is still 2 races to win, and there is still a junior trophy classification to consider. We'll talk about that a little bit more on the formation lap, but let's talk about the race. For now, it's Jonas Karklis on pole position once again here at the Hockenheimring. This is a circuit he really enjoys. He's had 2 poles this year, but he has failed to capitalise and turn it into a victory in this 2022 season. I know he is massively keen on finally getting that big trophy, and he's got a great opportunity to do so in today's race. He's joined on the front row by Liqui Honda Team Engstler's number 21 car. That is Simon Ladniak. He is currently the leader of the junior classification by some 20 points after the qualifying points are locked in. As of now, there are 23 points left to score within the junior classification, and the closest rival, Rene Kirscher, is some way down the order. So it's going to be potentially a championship winning day once more for Liqui Team Engstler if Ladniak can put in a good showing here and avoid succumbing to the severe pressure that I'm sure he is currently facing. By no coincidence, we're going to look into his eyes as we go into the formation lap. Third on the grid, Vincent Rademacher as well. So interestingly, we've got a main class driver, a junior driver, and a trophy driver for the elder racers, all in the top 3 positions. 3 drivers who are very experienced and very quick, all of whom could be race victor contenders. Of course, our main championship duelers, Martin Andersson and Jessica Backman, both some way further down the order. We're going to get a look at the starting grid in just a few moments. A starting grid that sadly does not feature Albert Legutko. The racer was looking to rejoin for the first time since Ottersleben, but his car failed in qualifying yesterday. Jonas Karklis then on pole position alongside Simon Ladniak. A great front row. Let's see if Jonas Karklis can get a good launch off the front row of the grid for this one. Vincent Rademacher and Robin Jar in the second row of the grid. And Robin will be looking to capitalise on one of his strongest starting positions of the year. Martin Andersson, our champion, starting from row 3 of the grid alongside Tim Rolliker, who returns after his debut last time at Sachsenring. Rene Kirscher and Patrick Singh on row 4 of the grid. On row 5, the new trophy champion. Once again, trophy champion, in fact, Roland Hurtner alongside Max Grun. And row 6 of the grid occupied by Michael Maurer and Jessica Backman, who unfortunately had a big shunt in free practice yesterday. They got the car back out there for qualifying, albeit 15 minutes late, They got the car out there with 5 minutes to spare. They were going to try and get one flying lap in. Unfortunately, the car came to a halt on her out lap, so the issues weren't quite resolved. I understand ComTU Racing are confident that the Audi is back up to scratch now. Of course, she made the debut in the Audi last time out, shifting over from a ADAC Motorsports Hyundai Veloster. There you see the championship standings. Martin Andersson already crowned as the ADAC TCR Germany champion of 2022, continuing the fabulous streak of success for Liqui Team Engstler here in ADAC TCR Germany. Of course, they switched hardware from Hyundai to Honda in the off-season ahead of this year, but it hasn't affected their form and their dominance over this category. However, it's certainly not all Honda at the sharp end of this one. We've got 3 manufacturers in the top 3 and 3 different teams, of course, with it. So it could go any number of ways in this race. In fact, 4 teams even in the top 4 as well. Of course, we've got a pair of Hyundais in the top 4 in the form of Jonas Karklees and Robin Jaar, but they come from different stables. It will be a 30-minute race for the ADAC TCR Germany. And Vincent Rademacher from the second row of the grid, he'll be looking for a good result here. He's yet to get a podium. It's his best opportunity of the season to achieve that. Of course, we saw the first ever podium for Maura Motorsport last time out, but that was in his absence, and he'll be looking to prove that he can do it too in this race. It'll be Jonas Karklees that leads us away. Keep an eye on Simon Ladniak. All he really needs to do is finish this race effectively to secure the championship within the junior classification. So for Ladniak, it's going to be survival while staying somewhat towards the front of the order. I'm sure he is on the front row of the grid, that while he is thinking of the championship, he'll also be thinking of that race win, because he is in a great position to challenge for it. The lights are about to go out then. The 5th red lights are up and they're off. It's Jonas Karklees who leads them away. Has he got a good start? I'm not sure he has. No, he's bogged down the Hyundai. He's being swallowed up by the pack, and Simon Ladniak has got 5 car lengths before they even get to turn 1. As expected, they fan out wide at Nord Curve for the first time. And it's side by side for second place, Robin Jaar and Jonas Karklees. Jonas Karklees to the outside line, and I think he's just about retained second place, but Simon Ladniak, with a fabulous launch, gets away from the chasing pack. Further back in the order, you see there Jessica Backman and Max Grund side by side. Backman trying to make her way through the order after a poor qualifying where she didn't set a flying lap yesterday. But look at the lead already for Liqui Team Engstler's young Polish racer Simon Ladniak. Oh, a bit of a lock-up there for Robin Jaar. He's just about got it stopped, but Vincent Rademacher is on his inside. It's side by side for second place, side by side for 5th as well behind Jonas Karklees. That's Tim Rulliker and Martin Andersson, and Rademacher to the inside. Oh, and sideways there for the driver of the Holden Astra. He just about held on to it. He's got over 25 years of experience driving quick front-wheel drive touring cars, so he knows that the protocol when you're sideways is boot it, and that's exactly what he did. Everyone straying out wide as they go out of Mobile 1 and towards the main arena section of the circuit. It's been a dramatic first lap, and Vincent Rademacher has fallen down the order. Bouncing across the gravel is Robin Jaar, and that's allowed Jonas Karklees back up into second place. He was down to 4th a few corners ago, but now he's up to 2nd, and I think Simon Ladniak is going to have something like 3 or 4 seconds worth of lead after just 1 lap of racing. It's all kicked off behind him. He's been watching in the rearview mirrors saying, do you really want to make it this easy? Martin Andersson has moved up to 3rd place up against Robin Jaar there, who's had a scrappy first lap but is still up there at the sharp end. The gap between Ladniak and Karklees in second place is 3.3 seconds. So what a lap for Simon Ladniak. A great start from second on the grid has granted him a golden opportunity at a race win here. It wouldn't be his first win of the season. He has had 1 other race victory overall this season. Vincent Rademacher still under pressure from Robin Jarre, who doesn't mind getting his elbows out, but Vincent Rademacher is an old school touring car driver. He was in the BTCC in the late 90s in Super Touring when they had the budget to replace parts all the live long day. You best believe the elbows go out on Vincent Rademacher. He will give a receipt in due course. They go through the hairpin for the second time, and what a photo that is for the team wall over at ADAC Motorsport. Robin, the team boss, leading his two understudies, Rene Kirscher and Tim Rolliker, as they try and find a way around Vincent Rademacher on lap 2 of the race. There's Ladniak. I think we're already recognised that he's got a comfortable lead. Jonas Karklees in second place then. Car number 27 is under investigation. That's just come up on the timing screen as we see cars peeling off away from the circuit. And 13 has stopped. Max Gruen has stopped there. I believe that's just after the hairpin. Max Gruen has had a problem with the car and pulled into the escape road there. He's actually done that quite nicely. He's kept himself out of the firing line. We shouldn't need any local yellow flag or indeed safety car coverage for that one. But car 27 under investigation. 27 is Jonas Karklees, and that's for incorrect overtaking. Potentially meaning he overtook someone off the circuit or something of that nature. So Karklees under investigation. We'll keep our eyes on that. Karklees has gained 0.8 of a second over Simon Ladniak on that first lap. We get another look then at the start of the race. There was some argy-bargy among the Hyundais and the Holdens further back in the pack. Robin Jarre, they're trying to find a way through. Now, Jonas Karklees, he went off the circuit in a big way there. Robin Jarre was very forceful on that first lap of the race. And you just see peeling off wide there was Jonas Karklees. He took a very wide line at turn 2. Missed his braking point, and we've just got a bulletin through that's going to prove extremely costly for Jonas Karklees. The incorrect overtaking investigation has resulted in the following penalty. He has to fall behind Robin Jarre in the 22, and that drops him down to 5th place. So Jonas Karklees, who was closing in on the leader in P2, has already served the penalty. He's dropped down to 5th place, and that is a huge shame for the driver who started on pole position. We all had high hopes for him to finally take his first win of the season. I know that Jonas felt it was a good opportunity. He looked like he had the pace over Simon Ladniak, and he loves this Hockenheimring circuit, but he's now got a lot more work to do as he's down to 5th place. Vincent Rademacher then in 3rd position. He's got himself back to where he started after a fraught first couple of laps of racing. And we're getting a replay here of Jonas Karklees and Martin Andersson. And this is just a replay of Karklees serving his penalty. Oh, when he did so at a bit of an inopportune moment there. I think evasive action had to be taken there by Vincent Rademacher behind. Of course, all of this has promoted Martin Andersson up to 2nd place. So it's now a 1-2 for Liqui Honda Team Engstler. Jonas Karklees is going to have to fight his way back up into the podium contender. Or contention, I should say. Karklees, who of course wearing the colours of Nordpass. He's one of the founders or co-founders of the wider Nord company. So not just a sponsorship deal, he very much lives and breathes the Nord operation off and on the circuit. He needed a competitive hobby on the side, and he's gone for motor racing over golf, which I applaud him for. Jonas Karklees with some good pace in qualifying yesterday. He was very eager to take on this Hockenheimring circuit. He loves Hockenheim. But unfortunately, his pursuit of this man, Simon Ladniak, has been rather curtailed, as he had to allow Robin Jarre back past him, and that meant dropping as far back as 5th place. Simon Ladniak then firmly in control of the race at this stage. Not only is he currently on to win the Junior Championship, he's also possibly going to take his 2nd race win of the season if he can hold on. He's still got a long way to go, though. I'm sure that Martin Anderson would be happy to play rear gunner. Certainly he won't go on the offensive up against Ladniak. He will be aware that the team will want to wrap another championship in this race. All other championships, the main drivers' championship, the team's championship, and the trophy class have all already gone to the Engstler outfit. Franz Engstler was present at the Sachsenring, and he was delighted with the winnings. Bit of a lock-up there from Robin Jarre, who is ever exuberant at the wheel of his Hyundai Veloster. Of course, it was contact with Jessica Bachmann at Lausitz between Robin and Jessica that led Jessica to move out of the team and into the ComTU Racing Audi. Jessica Bachmann currently in 8th place, so she's slowly moving up the order, and the Audi seems to be at least competitive now. Whereas during qualifying, the car didn't seem to quite be repaired post free practice shunt. You see them all taking that hugely wide line out of the Mercedes section of the circuit. There is Jessica Bachmann through shot. She's currently hunting down Tim Rulliker, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Simon Ladniak then on to lap 6 of this race with a 3-second lead over Martin Anderson. That lead is slowly ebbing back out in favour of Ladniak. It was at 2.8. And Anderson just driving a controlled race here. He's already won his championship. He's already done his duty for the season. So now it's a matter of supporting Simon Ladniak, which he's doing very ably from 2nd place. There is Jessica Bachmann in the ComTU Racing Audi. Great to see ComTU Racing in ADAC TCR Germany. Hope to see them again in 2023. Jessica Bachmann flashing the headlights and going to the inside of Tim Rulliker, but I don't think she's going for a move, slightly too far back. But Rulliker massively outbraking himself, but now he's going to get a good run out of the hairpin. So Jessica Bachmann gets ahead, but they're now side by side as they kink to the right. We've seen in recent times that it can be dangerous going side by side through here. Everyone just about holding it together on this occasion, though. Jessica Bachmann gets the car in a good position there, holds the inside line, prevents Tim Rulliker from taking the racing line into the corner. Textbook stuff. Jessica Bachmann up into 7th place for now, but Tim Rulliker will no doubt try and fire back. Rulliker, who joined us for the first time this season at the Sachsenring events. Driver with plenty of experience. A welcome addition to the fold, filling in the seat, ironically, of Jessica Bachmann. I'm sure Jessica will be aiming for at least a top 5 out of this race. She will no doubt still be considering the fact that Simon Ladniak is just about within range of her for 2nd in the championship as well. She needs to get a decent finishing result on the board to secure 2nd in the championship this weekend, or in this race, I should say. With Ladniak in the lead, the gap will shrink between them in 2nd and 3rd in the overall championship hunt. Gap between them as it stands is 38 points. If things were to finish as they are, go down to Just getting a replay. I'll interrupt myself there. This is Rolliker out-braking himself. Jessica Bachmann taking the opportunity. Rolliker not quite able to capitalise on the superior run out of the corner thanks to the unintentional wide line. So it's 22 points potentially to be the gap at the end of this race. If things were to finish exactly as they are between Jessica Bachmann and Simon Ladniak, it'd be 22 points between them, which means that technically Ladniak could still claim second in the overall championship standings. But that's if things finish as they are. If Jessica Bachmann makes up a few more places, I believe 2 more places, she could just about become within touching distance of securing that title. Of course, there are 10 points on offer in qualifying as well. So I don't think she can secure second today in this race. She might do so in qualifying later on this evening ahead of tomorrow's Sunday race. But for now, her main focus will be moving up the order and getting as many points as possible to steady her grasp on the championship, or rather the second place in the championship. Of course, Martin Andersson victorious in the championship at the Sachsenring last time out. It was a big celebration for the Liqui Team Engstler team. Andersson was runner-up to Luca Engstler in the 2021 season. Engstler, of course, now in GT Masters racing for Rutronic Racing, announced that Porsche will be their car of choice in GT Masters in 2023. We'll have to see if there's any shake-up of manufacturer for any of the established teams in the off-season of this ADAC TCR Germany Championship. Patrick Singh has been racing this car, the Hyundai i30N TCR, for a good number of years. Great to see Patrick Singh there in 10th place at the moment. He's a little bit off the pace we normally expect from Patrick, actually. I don't know if he's had a couple of errors. So then Simon Ladniak has started to lose a bit of time to Martin Andersson here. Just a little bit of vibration on the onboard camera there. Simon Ladniak, 2.4 seconds clear of Andersson. Again, every indication or every little bit of logic would suggest that Andersson is not going to attack Simon Ladniak. You see there, Mikael Maurer of Maurer Motorsports, the Astra, the gentleman driver who has been diligently competing all season long. At certain circuits, he has looked a little bit closer. I think he is struggling for pace here a little bit at the Hockenheimring, however. Of course, Vincent Rademacher in the sister car, still there in 3rd place as well. And yes, they are Holden Astras rather than Opels. Good to see the Holden badge living on in motorsport, even though the manufacturer was, of course, withdrawn by General Motors a couple of years ago from the Australian market. It is no longer producing new cars. There's Simon Ladniak then, our race leader. And Robin Jarre, I think, is just rejoining the track. Has he had a bit of a moment there? Mikael Maurer there was just getting out of the way. I don't know if he was involved in that at all, but Robin Jarre has definitely lost some time. He's lost some positions as well. He's fallen behind Jessica Bachmann and a couple of others. Oh, he went rally crossing in a big way, did Robin Jarre, and then he was on the grass, which is incredibly slippery from some rain earlier in the week, and he almost crashed into Jessica Bachmann again. Oh dear, those two have hit each other a couple of times already this season, sometimes while as part of the same team. So thankfully we didn't get another round of drama between the two of them, but Robin Jarre went rally crossing there. There was a lot of rain on Friday here at the circuit, and the grass is still very slippy. A lot of the grass was frankly torn apart at the end of Friday's running in free practice. I walked the circuit on Friday evening, and a lot of it had frankly become more of a mud bath than a racetrack, or more of a mud bath than grass anyway. So Jessica Bachmann has been promoted to 6th place. Jonas Karklees is up to 4th. Rene Kirscher is up to 5th. But Jessica Bachmann is looking to demote Rene Kirscher. Kirscher, who's currently 2nd in the junior class. He's also 2nd place in the championship standings there. He will get 7 points for 2nd in the junior classification. 10 points for Ladniak for being the fastest or first of the juniors home, which I believe would make the championship unobtainable as it stands for Rene Kirscher. I think Ladniak, as it stands, will do enough to claim the championship in the junior classification with this race. But Jessica Bachmann, not thinking about the junior classification, she's thinking purely about positions and securing 2nd in the overall standings for the 2022 ADAC TCR Germany season. Jessica Bachmann looked like a favourite for so much of the season in ADAC TCR Germany. The Hyundai Veloster from ADAC Motorsports, along with Jessica, seemed like a formidable package at the start of the year. She claimed 4 wins in the first 6 races. Unfortunately, she hasn't claimed the top step of the podium since then. A lot of difficult weekends in August and September for Jessica. Now Jessica challenging Rene Kirscher, who again locks up. The wheel under rotating, under braking. I'm going to be careful not to flat spot those tyres. Of course, these cars are all front-wheel drive as well, so the last thing you want is a driven wheel with a big flat spot. Jessica Bachmann continues to study Rene Kirscher's lines throughout the lap. She gets half an opportunity, nay, quarter of an opportunity to get past. I'm sure she'll take the chance. That said, the car already potentially walking slightly wounded after what was a big shunt in free practice. I understand all 4 corners of the car were bent in some way. So perhaps she hasn't got the optimal performance from the car, given the fact that it had to be hastily repaired by ComTU Racing, who, to be fair, if you wanted any team behind you in the event of a crash in an Audi RS3 TCR car, you would want ComTU Racing, who operate Audis in so many different championships. Their spare parts selection must be formidable, as is the experience of their crew. Tim Rulliker and Robin Jarre running line astern then, and Robin running it very, very wide, going through the Bernie Eccleston curve. Jessica Bachmann then not close enough, I don't think, to Rene Kirscher, but we've seen these Hyundais drift out wide and again locking the rear wheel, in fact. So it's the rear wheel that's taking the beating rather than the front, which I suppose is something of a blessing. But nonetheless, Rene Kirscher under huge pressure now from Bachmann as they head towards the Mercedes grandstand. Not quite able to do it at turn 8. Jessica Bachmann, she's certainly closer than she was last time by, but not quite able to find the gap just yet. Time very much ticking away. Already well within the final 10 minutes of this race. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Strikes me that Jonas Karklees has not really made a gap up on these two scrapping for 5th place. So Karklees in 4th. May not be out of the woods yet, particularly if Jessica Bachmann is released by Rene Kirscher. Rademacher in turn in third place is quite a long way clear of Jonas Karklees. So I think, unfortunately, pole position won't even be converted into a podium for Jonas Karklees today. Huge shame for him. He's had a couple of opportunities on the pole position. His pace is great, but things have just gone against him every now and then, and certainly that penalty for incorrect overtaking scuppered his chances in this one. Gap between Ladniak and Anderson has shrunk considerably. It's down to 1.2 seconds, as we saw there on that graphic. Meanwhile, Rene Kirscher has lost out to Jessica Bachmann, and it's side by side between the other Roja Hyundais. Robin Jarre tried it up the inside of Tim Rolliker, but was far too ambitious on the brakes. Tim Rolliker retains 7th place for now, but Jessica Bachmann is up into 5th position. So she's made her way past Rene Kirscher now. Just getting a replay here of Robin Jarre on full opposite lock, I have no doubt, at least one point in that braking zone. Just about got the car stopped, albeit with a hefty use of the runoff area. Certainly Robin never lacks ambition on that brake pedal. Back into sight, and we see Jessica Bachmann now has Jonas Karklees as her next target. She's still got 6 minutes of the race left to work with here. Can Jessica Bachmann catch and challenge Jonas Karklees? Into the first corner they go, the Nord curve. Karklees, the Lithuanian racer, he's looking to stay in TCR in some capacity next season. He's not quite sure of which championship just yet, but he's certainly looking to continue on. Looks as though Jessica Bachmann has a good run here. The Audi RS3 tends to be good in a straight line. It gets a slightly lower drag shape than many of the other TCR cars. And she was certainly pulling on Jonas Karklees there, but didn't quite get past. But Jessica Bachmann firmly troubling Jonas Karklees now. Well, Bachmann looked to the inside as they head to turn 8 in the Mercedes Arena. Not quite. But drawing ever closer, and Rene Kirscher still a factor in this as well. Oh, what a big moment for Jessica Bachmann. The suspension has failed. The suspension has failed and the wheel has come off the car. Oh dear, that looked like a peculiar place for the car to break away from the driver. And well, it's the wheel that's broken away from the car. That might not be the suspension. That could be the wheel bearing perhaps, or something like that. But it looked like a fairly clean break from the car for the tyre. Is the tyre going to be obedient and go down the escape road? No, not quite. Well, well, well. Just when you think that Jessica Bachmann's fortunes are turning, she is again struck by misfortune. I feel so horrible for Jessica Bachmann, who has had a really poor second half of this season. Just hopped over the curb there. And the left rear cried enough. Again, I remind you that she had quite a lot of damage and wheels pointing the wrong way after a free practice incident. And I just wonder if this is a legacy of the earlier damage. Safety car is out with 3.5 minutes to go. Ah, what an unfortunate incident for Jessica Bachmann. I'm sure ComTU Audi will get the car ready again on Sunday, but that is a huge blow. Of course, the qualifying session for Sunday's race is actually at the end of the Saturday program here at the ADAC GT Masters finale weekend. So they'll have to get the car back out for qualifying this evening, which shouldn't be a problem. It's hardly major damage, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of precautionary checks given the car has been through a couple of incidents this weekend already. Get a good look at the tyre wear after about 25 minutes of racing there on the Hankook rubber. Question is, how quickly can they remove the car? How quickly will the safety car be lifted? Unfortunately, 3 wheels on a wagon is often not conducive to a quick recovery, so I'm worried that this race may well end under this safety car period. Realistically, the safety car either needs to come in this lap or it won't be in at all, and I fear the latter is probably the accurate statement. Certainly, I think Simon Ladniak would rather the race didn't return to green flag conditions. He would like his second win of the season, thank you very much. Moreover, he would be delighted to secure the junior classification with an overall win. In the van goes the spare wheel then. Ironically, van number 26, as you see there on the windscreen, has been dispatched to pick up the wheel of car number 26. So unfortunate for Jessica Backman. It's a cameraman waving hello. Certainly a braver man than I to be up there on the crane. I believe that gentleman is situated down at the hairpin. Well, the car's being towed back, but it's, I think, too little too late here. In theory, it would be clear by the time they come around in a lap, but safety car has not been called in yet, so I think we're potentially going to be seeing the checkered flag this time by. With 15 seconds left on the clock, the cars are just heading through the final sequence of corners now. Simon Ladniak heads around the final corner. Clock will hit 0, but I believe we should see +1 lap, and yes, we have +1 lap, but unfortunately it's going to be +1 lap under the safety car. I was thinking they might just put the checkered flag out, but no, we will see out the race, unfortunately under safety car conditions. So Simon Ladniak now just has to cruise home, but we saw Vincent Rademacher slowing, and I don't think he's come around. No, Vincent Rademacher has stopped on the start-finish straight. I can see it out of my commentary position. The car has simply ground to a halt, and Jonas Karklees then has inherited a podium at the last gasp. And of course, this moment for Jessica Backman, with Simon Ladniak taking the win, could leave the door open to Simon Ladniak not just being the junior trophy champion, but potentially being the runner-up in the overall standings as well. It's going to be a close run, but certainly the second place battle in the championship will continue on into race number 2, certainly into qualifying number 2 later today. Up and over the fence, unfortunately, for Vincent Rademacher. Very experienced driver, and a driver who was waiting on that first podium in ADAC TCR Germany, and it looked like it was coming. And you can tell that he is exasperated and bitterly disappointed. So unfortunately for Vincent Rademacher, the first podium is yet to come. He's got one more opportunity to try and get it tomorrow in the final race of the year. But for now, it's Simon Ladniak who will cross the line behind the safety car and claim the win. And by my reckoning, also the Junior Trophy Championship. He's across the line. Simon Ladniak wins the race. A second victory of the season for Simon Ladniak. Martin Anderson. Listen in. There you go. An emotional Simon Ladniak. Overall glory tastes so good. And there you go, the team celebrating once again. I believe that's Franz. Yes, it is. Franz Engstler is here in the paddock and congratulating the team on a hard-fought result. Certainly Ladniak, with that start at the beginning of the race, netted himself an advantage that was unassailable. Martin Anderson followed him home for second. A consolation podium for pole sitter Jonas Karklees after a difficult couple of laps. A big shame that he wasn't able to claim that first win of the season. Let's see what he can do tomorrow. Rene Kirscher second in the trophy class, and I believe that means that Simon Ladniak has taken that championship. Fifth place, Tim Rolliker in P5. Robin Jarre in sixth place. Roland Hertner taking seventh. And the trophy class win ahead of Patrick Singh. Michael Maurer in ninth place. Vincent Rademacher will officially be classified 10th. Of course, Jessica Backman, who we see here, unfortunately failing to finish and taking 11th on our timing screens. I believe both Rademacher and Backman will retroactively not make the cut in the point scoring side of things, but again, a difficult time for Jessica Backman, whose run of form has been very challenging and certainly often no fault of her own. And the grin says it all, eh? Franz Engstler. A man who knows what success tastes like in touring car competition. And great to hear that Simon Ladniak is so satisfied with that result. Be two Liqui Team Engstler Hondas on the podium, then a 1-2 finish for this team that have been so spectacular in ADAC TCR Germany. The most successful team in the history of ADAC TCR Germany. Of course, the switch over to Honda was always going to present some challenges, but they very much landed on their feet and landed running as well. Martin Anderson well embedded with the team already, after running alongside the squad in previous years with Hyundai, or at least in 2021 with Hyundai. He has already claimed the overall championship, and by my reckoning, we've just seen the clean sweep. With Simon Ladniak scoring their 4th championship out of 4 in ADAC TCR Germany. He climbs to the top of the roof and he laps in the glory. He could yet take the runner-up spot in the main championship. And great to see Anderson and Ladniak basking in their results. Of course, there is one more race in the season, and that will take place tomorrow at 11:35 in the morning, so much the same time as today's race. I'm sure that Martin Anderson with all due respect to Simon Ladniak, will be keen on getting a race win in race 2 and might be a bit more forcible about going to catch up if Ladniak ends up ahead. He doesn't need words, does he? That said a lot. Clearly a lot of effort went into that one for Simon Ladniak. And you heard, well done there from France. And we've done it. So clearly their maths tells me, or tells them what it's telling me as well, which is that he has scored the junior trophy classification. Which I'm glad that my commentator maths is at least somewhat accurate on this occasion. I only got a C at GCSE after all. Jonas Karklees, I think, subdued after what could have been a race win today. It seems that often when he's on the front row, the start isn't quite there, but... And the car does look like it's a little bit slower on the straights as well, compared to those Hondas. The launches do appear to be difficult. You may remember that he bogged down at Hockenheimring as well, starting second on the grid. We know that Jonas Karklees has the pace to take a race win. He's only got one more opportunity to do it. I'm sure that him and his small team will work hard to try and secure that in the following race. And look at the championship. Obviously, Martin Andersson is well clear, but Jessica Backman and Simon Ladniak split by just 11 points. So Ladniak is very much in the hunt for second in the championship now. Jessica Backman is going to need to get a decent points result on the board tomorrow in order to secure second in the championship. That will be her primary objective for Sunday. So it's still not quite settled in ADAC TCR Germany. Jonas Karklees has unfortunately had to settle for third place today. He'll be back. He'll bounce back tomorrow and in our qualifying session later on today. I have no doubt about that. Martin Andersson, second. Another good result for Martin, who is yet to really have a bad result this year. He's yet to finish off the podium in 2022. Simon Ladniak, for the second time in the season, is our race winner in the overall classification, and he's now our junior champion. Congratulations, Simon Ladniak. Complete sweep achieved then by Liqui Team Engstler in the 2022 ADAC TCR Germany Championship. What's next for Team Engstler? We know that they were openly searching for pop the roof back up. Yeah, well done, nicely played. Clever stuff, Simon. But we know they posted about it publicly on social media channels that they were looking for GT3 mechanics for next season. So keep your eyes peeled on Team Engstler's movements for 2023. There is a Honda GT3 car out there, of course, in the form of the NSX. So let's wait and see what may or may not be to come for Liqui Team Engstler. Jonas Karklees on the third step of the podium, and you can tell that he's thinking what could have been rather than what is. But Jonas Karklees with another great podium result. That is his, I believe, 6th podium of the year. Simon Ladniak then to the top step of the podium. A dominant display after a great launch. Was over 3 seconds clear after 1 lap of racing as everyone else fought behind. Here's the national anthem. So there you go. The national anthem plays for Simon Ladniak, who with this win has secured the Junior Championship and the Liqui Team Engstler clean sweep of 2022 titles. Manfred Sandbichler of Hankook handing over the trophy to an elated Simon Ladniak. Jürgen Fabry of ADAC giving the second place trophy to our champion of the main points classification in 2022. That, of course, being none other than Martin Andersson. Jonas Karklees receiving his third place trophy for good measure. Plenty of cause for celebration once again at Liqui Team Engstler. Franz Engstler overseeing yet more touring car success, yet more ADAC TCR Germany domination. And a change of manufacturer didn't slow up their pace. They didn't miss a step. We've still got one more race to come. Can they claim yet another victory in the 2022 season? Simon Ladniak gets a luxurious champagne bath then as they head off the podium after what was a compelling race. Lots of drama in the early going and a lot of lockups into the hairpin for good measure. And Jessica Backman is now going to have to fight to secure second place in the championship after the car failed on her. Simon Ladniak may yet claim the runners-up spot. Tune in tomorrow to see who will be second to Martin Andersson in the championship.
ganzen Menschen da irgendwie runter müssen, ihre Plätze auf der Tribüne suchen und dann warten wir knapp eine Viertelstunde noch, bis es losgeht in der Liga der Supersportwagen.
Und vor allem nicht nur runter von der Strecke, sondern auch raus aus der Boxengasse für den Start. Entsprechend, ja, wird das aber sicherlich wie die ganzen Jahre zuvor auch hier noch mal gewonnen bleiben, in vielen Disziplinen und richtig gut funktioniert. Bei Maximilian Paul hast du gerade angelangt, Patrick, in Meile Lamborghini. Da habt ihr ja kurz auf die Luft angehalten, weil ja auch in einer richtig schnellen Runde am Ende des Qualifyings unterwegs war. Im Endeffekt war es dann die 6. Position. Und einer, der am Anfang jetzt erstmal ein bisschen zugucken muss, der steht bei Cody Schieber, nämlich der Partner im Großsportwagen mit Porsche von Christian Engelhardt, Ayachan Güven. Bitteschön.
Ganz genau, der steht nämlich neben mir. So, Ayachan, it's quite a competition today to keep the race open for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, after the match, I don't get involved. It's already difficult, but now it's more difficult. So, yeah, but now it's also the vice championships are on risk. From Mercedes and Lamborghini, they qualifying, so yeah, we should start with some point.
Da sagt er, will natürlich maximale Punkte mit seinem Partner Christian Engelhardt rausholen, um auf jeden Fall die Vizemeisterschaft zu sichern, denn die Meisterschaft ist natürlich jetzt umso schwieriger einzuholen. 45 Punkte Rückstand auf Raffaele Marcello, vor allem, weil er das Auto eben auf die Pole Position gesetzt hat. Das wird ein hartes Stück Arbeit. So, yeah, but this is quite a good year, I guess, for you. It's your first year in the GT3, in the GT Masters, so you must be quite happy with what you achieved this year.
Yeah, to be honest, when you look in the past, the names, big names can struggle in this series. In my first year as a rookie, with the GT3 for the championship, so yeah, quite happy. But yeah, we should finish the job first, and we should finish the race.
Okay, er sagt also Platz 2 wird er schon kriegen, aber er ist natürlich glücklich, als Rookie hier ins ADAC GT Masters gekommen zu sein und dann um die Meisterschaft mitzukämpfen. Das ist einfach.
It all comes down to this. One weekend, 2 races remaining of the ADAC GT Masters season 2022. It is possible that we may see the new champion crowned today because Raffaele Marciello, who came into this weekend with a 42-point lead over Christian Engelhardt and Ian Changuven, has extended that lead by another 3 points, courtesy of putting the Yellow Mamba on pole position. His championship rivals, the only 2 drivers that could defeat him in his quest to take the championship this year. Christian Engelhardt and Ian Changuven have qualified down in 5th place. The bottom line is that Raffaele Marciello needs to finish in 8th place or better. If he does that, the championship is his, whatever. Christian Engelhardt and Ian Changuven need to finish in the top 2. It is a tall stretch, isn't it, Adam Weller?
It's a tall stretch indeed. Engelhardt and Guven, as you said, need to finish in the top 2 to get the championship into even tomorrow's qualifying. If they win the race today, then yes, Raffaele Marciello will have to finish 8th or better. If they don't win the race, if they come 2nd, I think it goes down to 13th, provisional, commentator maths. But in general, Raffaele Marciello is in the championship hot seat right now. And I could tell, I saw him in the paddock earlier on, congratulated him on a good time in quali, and you could tell that he was feeling a confident man. He's been very hasty in press conferences to shoot down the fact that the championship was all but finished. It's like, yeah, but if I score 0, what's going to happen? But I'm getting the feeling that he's starting to believe.
And believe he has been doing all year long because, of course, Raffaele Marciello won the GT World Challenge Europe Championship earlier on this year. There's a friend of his there, Jules Gounon, but competitor for this event, along with Fabian Schiller, they are starting 3rd on the grid. The conditions are perfect. We are at the Hockenheimring. It's a great circuit, a legendary circuit in the Rhine Valley near Hockenheim in Baden-Württemberg. We've got the abacus out on the table. table for all the points connotations, because it isn't just the Drivers' Championship. There is a Team Championship, and that is most certainly far from over, because that man there might have something to do with the Team Championship, as indeed might Albert Costa Balboa, who we saw just now. Emil Frey Racing and Manfilter Team Landgraf are absolutely level at the top of the point standings, 181 points each. Only one car from each team, the highest finishing car, can score points, so this one will go down to the wire. We also have a Junior Championship. Ben Green has one hand on that one. Mathematically, still in contention is Konsta Labalainen, who we just saw, and Mick Viesover and Jan Marszalkowski. But they are going to need Ben Green to have the most awful weekend if they're going to get their hands on the Junior Championship title. Weirdly, the drivers that are 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the Junior Championship are out of the running. The drivers that are 6th, 7th and 8th are still in it. You might wonder how on earth that is possible, and it is because due to the driver categories, the drivers in 6th, 7th and 8th are allowed to multiply their score by 1.5. Complicated much as if I needed any more confusion, but the Junior Championship, we're going to have one eye on that. We're going to have one eye on the Team Championship, and of course the big one, the Drivers' Championship. It has always in the past gone down to the last corner of the last race, certainly in the last few years, but it could be that Raffaele Marciello will go in tomorrow as the new champion.
Correct. You did just imply that you have 3 eyes, though, so that's very interesting. I'm curious about that.
Go there.
But, Nicholas Cruton, of course, he can't win the Junior Championship despite being 2nd, as he is Ben Green's teammate. He had a great season, though, in the ELMS, which is his dueling campaign with GT Masters. So I think regardless of the fact he can't challenge for this title, he's going to be a happy man at the end of this 2022 season, and has made good progress throughout the year relative to Ben Green, who has looked incredibly strong in the new for 2022 M4 GT3 all year long. Arthur Rougier, the 3rd of 3 Emil Frey Lamborghinis, all 3 cars in the top 10, validating what many people said in the paddock, and that is that this is a quintessential Lamborghini circuit. Less so, though, an Audi circuit. The first of them, Luca Engstler, in 9th place. They have more wins at this venue than anywhere else. Frankly, that's often from strength in numbers in the early 2010s. But nonetheless, the Audi's not quite at the sharp end.
And it was Lamborghinis that took both wins at this event last year in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti and Marco Mappelli in race 1, and Rolf van Eycken and Frank Pereira in race 2. Well, 2 of those drivers are here in this race. Of course, it was GRT Grasser, then Emil Frey Racing and Paul Motorsport fielding the Lamborghinis for this event. There is the outgoing champion, well, the car of the outgoing champion. It's Tim Zimmerman who kicks off behind the wheel of that, but Christopher Mies, the 2021 champion, long with the number 29 of Ricardo Feller, and both of those are the outgoing champions. We will have a new name on the trophy for this year, although Christian Engelhardt, if he were to do it, he did win in 2020, so he could become a 2-times winner, but we will see what happens there. Joe Sturm, who has entertained us all season long. Now, in the other parish notices, we would like to welcome to the grid for 2022 for the guesting for the final event of the season, Team Safe Art Motorsport. That's a name from the history of GT Masters. They were here right at the start in 2007. They were in a Porsche in those days. Safe Art Motorsport then moved on to a Mercedes in 2012. Now they're in an Audi, and they are back. They are looking to do a full campaign next year, so a bit of a toe in the water. We have Frederick Vervisch, who is a multiple winner in GT3 racing, and of course a winner in the Nürburgring 24-hour race this year, alongside Robin Rogowski. And those who watch the ADAC GT4 category will remember him from that series. And they are in the number 77 Safe Art Motorsport Audi, and they are a welcome addition to the grid.
Very much so, yeah. They've been active in GT racing for the entire time they've been away from GT Masters, elsewhere in German competition, elsewhere within the ADAC family of championships in the GTC series, running GT3 and GT4 cars. They want to make that step back up for 2023. So it's an exploratory weekend, and we'll see where they pan out. They're currently, though, going to be starting on the back row of the grid, but they've got a very strong driver pairing. Let's see what they can do.
Marvin Dienst will be starting a long way back on the grid, along with his teammate Jan Marszałkowski. Jan Marszałkowski in that pink Mercedes in the background there is the latest GT Masters race winner, and that car is carrying a 20-kilogram success penalty. I'll teach him to win races, won't it? The car on pole position is carrying a 10-kilogram success penalty on account of finishing second at Sachsenring last time out. And Max Paul and Marco Mappelli carrying 5 kilos extra. The success penalty for the 1, 2, 3. Whoever wins the race today will have 20 kilos tomorrow. I think Marciello wouldn't care one bit if he can step off pole position and bring this thing home on the top step of the podium. He'll say, put whatever penalty you want on me, because he'll be the champion by then. We are getting ready to go very shortly. That's the car that brings up the rear of the grid, the East Talent Racing Team Audi, with Simon Riker at the wheel. They're a team that have been here all season long, have been solid and consistent. But very, very shortly, the engines will burst into life and we will be ready to start the formation lap. We are at the Hockenheimring. It is a circuit that is 4.5 kilometers around. This is the grid. Raffaele Marciello and Albert Costa Balboa on the front row. Fabian Schiller and Konsta Lappalainen on row 2. Row 3 of the grid, and it's Christian Engelhardt and Max Paul. Lamborghini and Porsche alongside each other. Then Niklas Kruten in the BMW with another Lamborghini, Arthur Rougier alongside. Row 5 of the grid, Luca Engstler and Thierry Vermeulen making it an all-Audi row. And then row 6, Tim Zimmermann and Joel Sturm. It's Audi alongside Porsche. Row 7, Florian Spengler and another of the Yellow Mambas. It's Frankie Bird, and they line up alongside each other. Then it's row 8, Yusufa Vega and Kim Louis Schramm. On row 9 of the grid, Marvin Dienst and Nicky Katzberg. Long way back for Nicky after a difficult qualifying session. And then the guesting Robin Rogowski and Simon Riker. We are missing one car, the number 28 Monteplast by Land Motorsport Audi. Christopher Haase and Salman Vega were due to be taking the wheel of that, but in practice on Thursday, I think it was, Salman Vega had a bit of a moment. They've bent the chassis on that car and it will not be starting this race. Such a shame.
Yeah, huge shame. Before we even really started putting official timing up on our screens on Thursday in private testing, the car unfortunately having some minor chassis damage, but you can't take a risk, especially on the front of the car with a chassis damage. So they decided to withdraw for the weekend. A disappointing end to the championship for Ovega and Haase, but I'm sure they'll be back better and stronger in 2023. I'm not sure it can even officially be called ADAC GT Master if Christopher Haase isn't on the grid at this point. He's very much part of the furniture.
He really is the original winner, the original champion, and Christopher Haase, a real character, and it's a real shame that he is not going to be lining up for this. Kai Abel, who gives the instruction for the drivers to start their engines. We are 1 minute away from this, which will be race 13 of this 14 race season. Conditions are absolutely perfect after a very wet Thursday and Friday here at the Hockenheimring. Today it is bright and sunny. No rain is anticipated. 18.1 degrees centigrade. The track temperature is 24.8. So conditions absolutely perfect at this legendary circuit, a circuit that is 4.574 kilometers around. There we go, that's the full amount. 2.842 miles. It has 17 turns, 9 to the right and 8 to the left. Keep an eye out for turn 6, the hairpin. It is a very heavy braking area into the hairpin. It is a spot that courts controversy. We have seen many an incident there over the years. It's a great overtaking spot going into the corner, but we've seen many drivers coming unstuck at that particular point. The cars are rolling and we are starting the formation lap.
So many what-ifs coming into this race. What if this is the day that Raffaele Marciello secures the championship? What if Engelhardt and Guven perform a masterstroke and just about keep it going into Sunday? There are a few certainties as well. Turn 1, they'll all fan out onto the runoff area. We'll cross the 10,000 lap marker across the season and pass over the 40,000 euro threshold in the race lap for Wales and Africa early in the race as well. So that fundraising program will continue on. And as you said, turn 6, always sure to be a lively one. Hold on tight on lap number 1.
Keep an eye on track limits as well. Turn 1 has caught many drivers out already this weekend. The stewards are keeping an eye on track limits into turn 1 and turn 11 as well. That's another corner where we've seen drivers exceeding track limits. Now you've got a good view here coming off the Parabolica, which is, well, turn 5. It's called turn 5. I'm not aware of anybody lifting off for it. And then look how tight this is. This is the hairpin of turn 6 as we ride on board with Christian Engelhardt, just working to get some heat into the tyres. Of course, tyre warmers not allowed in ADAC GT Masters, but that corner there, that is going to be an exciting corner all race long. Drivers now working hard to get heat into the tyres, into the brakes. There is a massive crowd of people here to witness this race this weekend. Took me ages to walk through the paddock this morning, and they are going to be entertained as we get ready for racing in just a few moments.
Very, very busy crowd. Lots of spectators, lots of motor racing dignitaries in the paddock as well to witness the final weekend of ADAC GT Masters, be it Bernd Schneider, be it Maurer Engel, many more in the paddock, keeping a watchful eye. And now is certainly when all eyes will be peeled on turn 1. We're moments away from going racing.
So the cars gridding up side by side. In a moment they will come around turn 16 and 17. That is another difficult corner. There is a drag strip that runs along that corner when we're not racing on the circuit, and it is unbelievably slippery. It's a corner that catches drivers out. That is the one that we're talking about there. You can see the drag strip on the right-hand side. But now we are getting ready to go racing. The cars side by side. This is Hockenheim, round 7, the last round of the season, and we are racing ADAC GT Masters, and it's Marciello steps off pole position. Fabian Schiller slotting into second place, but now coming back at him is Albert Costa Balboa. The cars have all made it around that difficult turn 1, now into turns 2 and 3, and this is going to be very tricky, and it is Schiller who goes very wide, but Marciello stamping his authority on this race already, on board with Christian Engelhardt moving through. He knows what he's got to do, looking to the inside of the rest of the cars, fighting, bouncing off each other, looking for position. Now up towards that hairpin. Look at the lead that Raffaele Marciello has already. Into second place, Christian Engelhardt. He goes deep into the corner. He leds through a whole gaggle of cars. It looks like everybody's made it round the hairpin, but Marciello is already disappearing into the distance. Second place is Fabian Schiller.
I think Luca Engstler might have had some slight contact further back in the hairpin. He's side by side with one of the car collection Audis, and Engelhardt being tagged by Arthur Rougier there. So it goes from bad to worse for Christian Engelhardt as he continues to fight off. He's trying desperately to retain 5th position, but Rougier has got through into P5. Frankie Bird has had a magnificent start. He's trying for 8th place.
So both the Yellow Mambas having a great start, but the one at the front is the one that matters. Raffaele Marciello, he's only won one race this season, and he still has that massive lead in the points championship. The driver in second place, Fabian Schiller, has won 3 races this season. It just goes to show consistency. Picking up points is what wins championships. Be careful of that black slippery strip on the outside. It is like ice down onto the pit straight to complete lap 1. It's Raffaele Marciello from Fabian Schiller, Albert Costa Balboa, constant lap of line and doing well in P4. Then Arthur Rougier, another of the Lamborghinis, ahead of Christian Engelhardt. He's too far back at the moment in 6th place. He's going to have to move forwards from there. And then Max Paul and Niklas Kruten. But look at all this fighting for position further back.
So much going on there. We've still got the Verstappen-backed Car Collection Motorsport 33 car of Thierry Vermeulen and Luca Engstler line astern in the pack. They were side by side heading into the Mercedes arena for the first time by. And we know what happens when GT3 cars go by at the Mercedes arena based on recent events. Vermeulen going defensive there. It's a lot of Audis down at the back end of the order. 5 Audis in a row from about 13th place back. And Marvin Dienst as well. He hasn't gone through the field like I was expecting. 2, almost 3 wide though, as they flick right towards the Mercedes arena. And the ever diligent Yusufa Vega trying to take it to Luca Engstler. He's done it, holding around the outside. But Engstler, does he get to the inside at the following corner? No, the run wasn't quite good enough. And now it's Retronic Warfare, and they make contact.
So cars going wide off the track. Engstler coming back as well. And Kim Louis Schramm running side by side. And Kim Louis Schramm coming out on top of that one. Lucas Engstler dropping back. But the fight of the Audis at the back. Now the 69 car, Florian Spengler getting involved as well. He looks to the inside of Luca Engstler. But Kim Louis Schramm coming out on top of that particular battle. Marvin Dienst in the background, as indeed is Simon Riker. Robin Rogowski's dropped back. But all the fighting going on up and down the pack. It is Mercedes, from Lamborghini, and Lamborghini. The highest Porsche in 6th place in the hands of Christian Engelhardt.
Unfortunately, Robin Rogowski has done more than drop back. He's in the pit lane, in the garage. So unfortunately, it seems like Safe Art Motorsports' return was short-lived. In fact, he didn't even do a lap. I don't think he took the start. So unfortunately, Rogowski and co may have to wait and keep their powder dry for tomorrow.
So cars settling down a bit now. This is a 1-hour race, a timed race, so 60 minutes plus 1 lap. There is a mandatory pit stop that is required from all drivers as we look again at the start, and we can see that jump that Raffaele Marciello got. He really anticipated it well, and just looking cool, calm and collected. Christian Engelhardt, well, he knows how to win a championship. He's done it before, but back in the pack, and he just sees his main championship rival disappearing off into the distance. So this race has the mandatory stop. 25 minutes into the race, a window will open, a pit window that will open for 10 minutes. And during that 10 minutes, every car will need to visit the pit lane for a mandatory stop and driver change. We look again at that turn 1 moment for Christian Engelhardt going deep into, not turn 1, lap 1, into turn 6, going deep into that hairpin corner, and just a whole stream of cars coming through. And that was Luca Engstler going really deep into the corner. We were lucky we didn't have any contact there.
Oh, there was a little bit of contact there, I'm afraid, with the Allied Racing Porsche. Just a bit, just a kiss. Moi. Zimmerman and me's also having a moment there. Lots going on in the mid-pack as always, but realistically, what gave Marciello the lead that he's now got isn't so much his lightning start, but it was Fabian Schiller going deep, stifling everyone else's turn into turn 2, and that's why Marciello, by the hairpin, already had a good 4, 5, 6 car lengths, and now has a 1.3 second lead over Fabian Schiller. There is Schiller going deep into turn 2. As I mentioned, that stopped Costa Balboa from getting a good turn in, stopped everyone else in their tracks, and that was the cause of much applause down at Mansfield to Team Landgraf, shockingly.
Yes. There is Jules Gounon looking on as well at his co-driver Fabian Schiller. Jules Gounon, a real character. He'll be itching to get back behind the wheel. And Emil Frey, well, that just says it all, doesn't it? Shaking your head with the head in the hands. The incident between Luca Engstler and the 22 car of Joe Sturm is under investigation. Joe Sturm, who has been in the wars in the last couple of races, he's probably fed up with talking to the stewards at the moment. But that is under investigation. Car 27 has been given a black and white flag for pushing another car, so that is Kim Louis Schramm. And a penalty lap for Luca Engstler. The penalty lap means that he will have to visit the penalty box, and that means that he will have to pass through a box that is off the racing line just at a turn 6 at no more than 50 kilometers an hour. And with the cars this close together, that will drop him back a number of positions. So penalty lap for Luca Engstler.
Yes, he's currently quite a way down anyway, isn't he, in the 15 car in 16th place. So I think realistically, he's going to end up at the very back of the field. So Engstler's start to this first race of 2 at the GT Masters season finale, suboptimal, but still a long way to go.
It's Raffaele Marciello who leads the way. It was 1.3 seconds the last time they crossed the start-finish line, but he is pulling further and further apart at Albert Costa Balboa with Consta Lapalainen, his stablemate, behind him, and he is challenging as well. Now Christian Engelhardt coming under pressure from Max Paul. Max Paul makes it stick, so Engelhardt heading in the wrong direction down the pack because Paul has got through.
No, that's Rougier and Engelhardt side by side. So that was Lapalainen allowed Rougier through. So Lapalainen has now been overtaken by Engelhardt.
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. They're very similar blue Lamborghinis. I do it all the time. Engelhardt is up to 5th place. So what happened there? It was strange, actually. Lapalainen lifted out of the throttle before the hairpin, allowed Rougier by, but in the process, Engelhardt said, well, I mean, if you're offering, and went past, moved up into 5th.
Should have gone to Specsavers. So Engelhardt is the man on a mission. Look at all these Lamborghinis, and they all look the same, don't they? So Rougier, a man on a mission as well. It's Christian Engelhardt doing what he can to get up towards the front, but Marciello, all he needs to do is stay exactly where he is. I say all he needs to do, that's a fair old task, and of course he will be sharing the driving duties with Daniel Juncadella, who will take over after the pit window. But at the moment, Rougier, Engelhardt moving forwards, Lapalainen backwards, Max Paul still is at the back of that queue. Frankie Bird looking very sharp indeed, and he is behind Niklas Kruten, the highest of the BMWs, in 8th place. Joel Sturm, Nicky Katzberg in the 11th, and Tim Zimmerman in 12th. But look at that, almost all of the Audis, bar one car, stacked up at the back of the field.
Well, Luca Engstler was the highest placed Audi in 9th on the grid, is now all the way down in 19th and carrying damage. Safety car is out. We're yet to see a reason why, but the safety car hath been declared on the timing screen, and there is confirmation visually of the Audi R8 out onto the circuit. Another Audi R8, at least they have one at the front of the queue. Yeah. But safety car is out.
I'm wondering if it's debris out on the track, because all the cars look to be moving. So that big gap that was 1.459 seconds that Raffaele Marciello had built up is going to be reduced to nothing. Fabian Schiller will be on his back bumper, but we'll look for confirmation as to why the safety car is out. It is out at the moment, so the cars will be brought to single file, reduced speed, and whatever it is that is causing the problem will be sorted. But certainly can't see any cars that are static out on track, so I think it might just be debris that's out on the circuit. So with 49 minutes of this race remaining, plus 1 lap. The large crowd are being thoroughly entertained as they see Raffaele Marciello inching closer and closer to that championship. Now, just looking here, was there some debris there that we could see on the circuit? Hard to tell from the angle we're looking at it, but safety car out, and that will change the dynamic of this race. I can't imagine it'll fluster Raffaele Marciello too much. To summarise, while we have a gap, it is Marciello ahead of Fabian Schiller. Albert Costa Balboa still holding on to that 3rd place ahead of Arthur Rougier. Christian Engelhardt and Consta Lapalainen down in 6th place. Then it's Max Paul, Niklas Kruten, Frankie Bird and Joel Sturm rounding out the top 10. Nicky Katzberg in 11th, ahead of Tim Zimmerman, Thierry Vermeulen, Youssef Vega, Kim Louis Schramm, Florian Spengler, Marvin Dienst a long way down in 17th place, ahead of Simon Riker and Luca Engstler, who served that penalty lap and is now at the back of the queue.
Of course, the most important parish announcement for Team Lello, his loyal supporters back home watching. Any podium position will net him the championship today, regardless of what happens for Christian Engelhardt. There is the debris, and that is, I believe, where we were looking at. Oh no, actually that's on the approach to the hairpin, and we did see a lot going on at the hairpin, so not necessarily the biggest surprise. It was offline, but it's good to take precautions. And here we go.
So safety car is going to be in on this lap. Always important to keep the debris off the circuit because the car can cut a tyre so easily, and those walls, they're very, very solid. So safety first. Safety car is in, and very shortly we'll peel off into the pit lane, and it'll be down to Raffaele Marciello to dictate the pace. Fabian Schiller will want to anticipate it, but it looks to me like Marciello's on the gas nice and early. He wants to get on with it. So out of turn 17 to receive the green flag. We're back racing again, and it's Marciello who has got the jump. Okay, Fabian Schiller not really staying too close to him. Albert Costa Balboa crossing the line in third place, giving everybody further back a chance to close up and challenge for those positions. So into the first few corners we go, and Joel Sturm going wheel to wheel as well. So still positions up and down the field. The number 20 car, Nicky Kasberg, he's made good progress after a very poor qualifying position. That BMW looking very strong as he steams past Joel Sturm. Sturm doesn't really have a lot for him. So the mighty BMW up into 10th place as we head towards the hairpin under braking. We're looking at the view from Tim Zimmerman. On the outside of him is Yusuf Vega. Monteplas by land, Tim Zimmerman, and the number 29 car, Monteplas by land. Team, what team? Running side by side, and it is Zimmerman who just holds on. Thierry Vermeulen there as well, looking to try and pick up a place. The 29 car of Yusuf Vega holding on to that position, taking a nice tight line into the corner. This is the view from Tim Zimmerman as he stares at the back of Vega. Still, the scrapping goes on. Thierry Vermeulen in there as well. Kim Louis Schramm. Behind them, it's Florian Spengler.
Yeah, Vermeulen not giving an inch of respite to Zimmerman as they make a little bit of contact down at turn 12 of the lap, turn 13 of the lap, I should say, and it's closer than close. There's a little bit of nibbling going on there. So
the view from Tim Zimmerman and Thierry Vermeulen, I have to say, since Zandvoort, which was his home race, he seems to have really come alive, and he has taken to GT Masters like the proverbial duck to water. He has been looking very racy, increasingly racy as this season has progressed. We are looking though at the back part of the grid at the moment. The Audis are struggling. Just in the middle of them is the Mercedes of Marvin Dietz. Here is another replay of Vermeulen challenging Tim Zimmerman. Zimmerman giving him the squeeze on the exit of the corner. You see a little puff of blue smoke. The cars getting together, bouncing off each other, and yeah, Vermeulen bumping across the curb, and well, rubbing is racing. That's what they say, isn't it? Zimmerman and Vermeulen absolutely going at it, hammer and tongs. How much closer can you get? Well, not much closer, really. Vermeulen, he has really got his elbows out.
Valiant stuff from the driver of Valerie. Yes, they really do name their cars down at Land Motorsports, but it wasn't to be for Zimmerman on that occasion. Katzberg is flying, though. He is. Challenging now for 9th place on Frankie Bird, who's also ascended through the order mightily from a poor starting position. So it's Mercedes versus BMW, our two front-engined cars on the grid. Line astern at the moment in the scrap for 9th place, and they skittle out of Mobile 1, don't they? It is quite a sight to see them, let's say, making their own track limits.
When you look at Nicky Katzberg, he started 18th on the grid and he's now challenging for 9th place. We look again at Joel Sturm going wide and bouncing off Yusuf Vega. Sturm, who has come under a little bit of scrutiny from the race stewards, and after a very lively race at Lausitzring, there was certain clarification on what line drivers are and are not allowed to take whilst overtaking or being overtaken going into a corner. Now you can see there instant between car 91, which is Christian Engelhardt, and Arthur Rouget under investigation, and there is the 69 of Florian Spengler clearly in trouble. So Spengler looks like he is going to be pulling it up onto the infield, or certainly back into the pits. That investigation also had Max Paul involved in it as well. So the race stewards have got plenty to be looking at. The contact that was between Tim Zimmerman and Thierry Vermeulen also under investigation by the race stewards. But we're currently looking at Florian Spengler. The 69 car looks like they're going to be able to get that one to safety. without a safety car. 43 minutes of this race remaining. We're about 8 minutes away from the pit window. You can see confirmation of all the incidents that are under investigation. Race stewards are always quite busy here at Hockenheimring.
Always, yes, forever and always. So then, Frankie Bird, I must say, is one of few drivers actually adhering to the black and white lines of the circuit through turn 11. He's trying to get some cookies, some brownie points for later on, perhaps. But sometimes that is the more efficient line. It may also prevent the car from getting unsettled on the curbs. There's the championship prediction.
So there are 53 points available after this race. You can see there that if things finish as they are now, Marciello will be uncatchable. The drivers will get 3 points for pole position tomorrow and 25 for a win. Marciello slowly taking hold of that trophy and drawing it to himself, but he still has another 42.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining before he can start getting too confident about that. He is in such a strong position. Fabian Schiller, well, last time across the line was 1.6 seconds behind. So Marciello once again stretching his legs at the front. He is looking mighty. Black and white flag has been awarded to Tim Zimmerman for pushing another car off the track. The black and white flag is a warning, but any more behavior like that, and he is likely to pick up a penalty. This is the fight for second place that we are witnessing. Fabian Schiller, Albert Costa Balboa, another of the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghinis behind him, and then the only other car that is still in this championship, Christian Engelhardt, getting more and more frustrated at the back of the queue.
Yes, he is. And a reminder of the championship situation today. Engelhardt and Guven need to outscore Raffaele Marciello by 17 points. And that's the kind of thing they want to see more of, frankly. At the moment, Raffaele Marciello is set to outscore them by 14 points, thus netting the championship in mighty fashion. But if he keeps doing things like that, perhaps it doesn't feel quite so secure for the Manfilter Team Landgraf garage.
We've seen drivers do things like that before and break the suspension. They build them strong at Mercedes, but they're not made for rallycross. So Marciello, he's still doing all right at the moment. He's keeping it all going, pointing in the right direction, stretching his legs at 1.887 seconds. But anybody thinks that he's backing off and having a little Saturday afternoon drive, think again, because he is pushing. Let's have another look at that, getting 2 wheels right out onto the gravel. I'm not sure that was the quickest way around that corner, and it certainly wasn't the safest way round. Marciello, though, he just takes it all in his stride, doesn't he? Looking back from his car at the... Well, he just chucked a bit of dust in the face of Fabian Schiller. He says, I throw dust in your direction.
I knew he was a wacky racist kid growing up. Or maybe Mario Kart, that might be more of his generation. And mine, for that matter. Fabian Schiller,
and
though.
mine.
Okay. Fabian Schiller, as you alluded to earlier on, is the head of a mighty long queue with Albert Costa Balboa in car number 2 at the moment. And that 63 machine, the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini, Aitken and Balboa have had a mixed year, I'd say. Overall, they've had some high points. They've always been there or thereabouts and been competitive, but they've had their fair share of misfortunes and just rough weekends as well. Certainly, I think Jack is not ruling out the opportunity to return next year, and we'd love to see that driver combination back in 2023.
We really would, wouldn't we? Yeah, that'd be absolutely brilliant, wouldn't it? So Marciello is still leading the way. Of course, one of the things that the things stay as they are, this also swings the weight in favour of Manfilter Team Landgraf in terms of the team championship, because of course they will be in front of Emil Frey. It is just the highest finishing car of that particular team that score the points, and at the moment Albert Costa Balboa in 3rd place is not going to get the maximum points, obviously, because Marciello is leading the way. The obvious has now been stated. We are just under 4 minutes away from the pit stop window opening, and Marciello continues to lead the way.
Incident between cars number 8 and car number 69. Marvin Dienst and Florian Spengler under investigation. Now, if that incident is why Florian Spengler's car suddenly had a puncture, that could be slam dunk. We'll have to see. We haven't seen anything actually on screen, but hold your breath if you're in the Drago ZVO camp, especially if you're wearing pink as opposed to green and white. They were at the highest of highs coming into this weekend after the win for Dienst and Marshalkowski in race 2 at Sachsenring. It's been a rough one so far, and of course they're carrying 20 kilos of ballast in the race owing to the victory last time out, and a penalty lap or a harsher penalty still would only compound what's proving to be a difficult afternoon at Hockenheim.
So things settling down at the moment. Marciello continuing to lead the way as he has done from the absolute start of this race from pole position. Fabian Schiller still holding on to that second place. So it is a Mercedes 1-2, then Albert Costa Balboa and Arthur Rouget, both in Lamborghinis, and then the highest Porsche, Christian Engelhardt, ahead of 2 more Lamborghinis in the hands of Konsta Lapalainen and Max Paul. So very much as you were, but we are 2.5 minutes away from the pit window opening, and that is when things might change. There will be an element of strategy, and it might be that if a driver is running in traffic, the team will decide to bring the car in early and attempt to get them back out on some open track, thereby doing the undercut. As we ride on board with Niklas Kruten, the BMW's looking rapid. Katzberg still in that 10th place. Frankie Bird just ahead of him. And the sister car of Schubert Motorsport in 8th place with Niklas Kruten at the wheel. So Frankie Bird very much in a BMW sandwich.
Yeah, the M4 GT3 in its first season anywhere, but also in the first season in the hands of Schubert Motorsports here in ADAC GT Masters. Of course, they had that fabulous weekend at Red Bull Ring with a double win for Kruten and Green. At one time, this car was a championship contender in the early stages of the season. Of course, the form has dropped off slightly since then, getting to grips with the car in its first competitive season. I'm sure that Schubert will be back for more in 2023. An ever-strengthening BMW teams lineup in GT3 competition, of course. WRT has made the switch over, not just for GT3, but also for hypercar competition at the Le Mans 24 Hours. So the future is bright for the Bavarian Brutes.
And wouldn't we love to see WRT back on the GT Masters grid? Right, you can see the graphic there, the race laps for Wales and Africa. Well, Adam predicted this earlier. 40 grand has now been reached for every lap completed in the GT Masters. BWT and the ADAC are jointly donating €4 per car per lap, so it racks up very, very quickly. It's for the Be Water mission, which is providing clean drinking water in mainly rural areas of Gambia and Tanzania. A really, really worthy cause. Last year, the ADAC doubled the prize fund. No pressure, chaps, but, you know, we could be staring down the barrel of 80 grand if you want to do that again. Anyway, moving on, 40 grand is what has been raised so far, and now Max Paul looks to the inside of Konsta Lapalainen. Lamborghini versus Lamborghini, but still they carry on in the same order at the moment. But Max Paul looking very, very racy as he puts the pressure on. This is further back. We said that Nicky Kasberg was closing in on Frankie Bird, the other of the yellow Mambas, and Nicky Kasberg, who has come from 18th on the grid, currently in 10th place, now challenging for 9th. The pit window is open. We have 10 minutes now in which every driver, every car must visit the pit lane for the mandatory stop and driver change.
I must say, Max Paul has had an absolutely fabulous stint here. He's, of course, going to hand over to Marco Mappelli, who is one of the strongest drivers anywhere in the world in a Lamborghini GT3 car.
And a winner last year.
Yes, exactly right. Speaking of Lamborghinis, one of them into the pits. That was Lapalainen in the 14 car. Also in Thierry Vermeulen, also in Tim Zimmerman. So not too many takers, but the first of the 65-second pit stops are now being made.
So 65 seconds is the minimum pit stop time from pit entry to pit exit. The drivers do not want to go below that. because if they do, they will receive a penalty. Also, heavily regulated pit stops, only 2 team members allowed to work on the car, so the drivers very much helping each other in and out of the car. And we see that Tim Zimmerman jumps out. That's Marvin Dienst, who's handing over to Jan Marszałkowski. And Tim Zimmerman will be handing over to Christopher Mies, the outgoing champion, of course, the 2016 champion as well. And this is Konsta Lappalainen handing over to Mick Viesover. He slams the door and walks away. Lappalainen, who has done a great job here in that car. Of course, they took a win at Zandvoort earlier on in the season. But Lappalainen, Viesover, great combination. Drivers ready. That was Daniel Juncadella, you saw, staring, waiting for the race leader, Raffaele Marciello, to come into the pits. I can't imagine Marciello's in any hurry at all to hand this over. He wants to stay in the seat for as long as possible. He's got an open track in front of him, and he is having a fantastic Saturday afternoon drive.
As of now, yes, absolutely has been charging at the front of the order, maintaining that gap to Fabian Schiller. It's been kind of knocking around the 1.2 to 1.6 second region for much of this stint. Not many takers for the pit lane, at least at the front of the order on this lap. Not any at the front of the order, it must be said. But see if anyone further back maybe comes in. Nonetheless, quite a few drivers comfortable in their seats and at least wanting to split the race halfway down the middle. Joel Sturm is the only driver to come in on this lap.
So you can see from your graphic on the screen, the dark green P means that they have pitted. The light grey P means that they are yet to pit. The countdown clock, well, that is the 65 seconds we talked about. Really good that we've got the championship leader and second of the championship highlighted in blue, so you can see where they are relative to each other. To remind you, at the risk of repeating ourselves, if things remain as they are, Marciello will clinch the championship with one race remaining, and tomorrow it really will be gloves off because they'll just be running for the team championship. There is the challenger, Christian Engelhardt, all the way down in 5th place. He is frustrated. Arthur Rouget in front of him, and he can't find a route past. I would expect the Team U-Sport Wagen Technique crew to maybe bring him in and try and get him out on some open track. I don't know. What do I know? Clearly not a lot. There's Nicky Kasberg taking a very wide line as he continues to monster Frankie Bird. Sven Muller has rejoined, now taken over from Joel Sturm, so that's the number 22 Team Allied Porsche. But there is Frankie Bird, 8th place on account of cars pitting in front. But of course, he will have to make a stop to hand over to Elias Seppänen.
Of course, the risk if they were to pit Engelhardt, as we see the 29 car in of Yusufo Vega, the risk if they did pit Engelhardt right now would be that he'd rejoin right around Mick Viesover. They were fairly close before the stop, and if you end up dueling with the Lamborghini on cold tyres, you're likely losing more time than he'd ever gain in the clear traffic. Peggy Sue then in, another of the named cars from Land Motorsport.
My colleague, ladies and gentlemen, who knows the names of the cars. Oh, very good. Yeah, I told you I should have got a Specsavers, didn't I? So, the 29 car, it is all a change. Yusuf Vega, and it is Ricardo Feller who jumps into the seat. Great to have Ricardo Feller back on track. Of course, he has missed a couple of rounds, and we had Dries Vanthoor in last time around. Ricardo Feller, another of the outgoing champions, of course, in a different team to Christopher Mies this year. But neither of them will be the champion. It's going to be either Raffaele Marciello or Christian Engelhardt or Ian Chen Guven. But at the moment, advantaged Marciello by some considerable distance. And if he brings it home exactly where it is now, that will be that. Marciello from Schiller, Costa Balboa, Rouget, Engelhardt. That's the top 5. Still, though, the top 12 cars, the top 11, yet to pit. So on board with Christian Engelhardt, and you can see, looking back at him there, you see the concentration in his eyes, but frustration as well. He still can't find a route past the Lamborghini in front. He stays out for yet another lap. And the window open for another 4¼ minutes. And now Nicky Kasberg ducks into the pit lane. He'll be handing over to Jesse Krohn. The Schubert Motorsport BMW has been very rapid. Of course, the last time we saw Nicky Katzberg, he was not a happy bunny, having missed the pit stop window completely and picked up a penalty that was so severe that Schubert Motorsport decided to park the car up and go home. Looking to make amends for that, and he's well within the window this time. The radio works this time.
I can imagine the conversation heading into this race being, right, should we run you towards the end of the window, Nicky? No.
Radio
Just
check, radio check.
Middle of the stint is fine, thank you very much.
It was great because after the last race that he was in at the Lausitz Ring, he said, I can't believe it. They can talk to a man on the moon, but they can't talk to me on the other side of the circuit. He was frustrated, and I think the door seal on that BMW was tested to the max because he didn't arse slam it. Anyway, the past is in the past. Nicky Katzberg has got that monkey off his back. The car is stationary. Now it bursts back into life, and it is Jesse Krohn, the Finnish driver, who takes control of the Schubert Motorsport BMW, keeping to the speed limit and out of the pit lane. And time that perfection, almost 0.3 of a second over. I'd say we'd allow them that. And he rejoins the race just in front of Riccardo Feller, the number 29 Audi.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of pace Jesse Krohn has. Certainly Nicky Katzberg was up for charging through the order in that first stint of the race. I'm sure it would be a point of interest for Jesse Krohn and Nicky Katzberg to top the Cruton and Green car a couple of times this year. Cruton and Green both on the BMW Junior roster. Jesse Krohn and Nicky Katzberg, of course, well-regarded factory drivers on the main roster, as it were. Last thing they want to do is get beaten by developmental.
Yeah, well, I have to say, Nicholas Cruton and Ben Green have been consistently quicker most of the season. Right, that's the... I thought it was the leader. I did a little jump there. I thought it was the leader. That's the 84 car. So Frankie Bird is in. Here comes Elias Seppänen, another real up-and-coming talent. Both these drivers are real up-and-coming talents in GT3 racing. It's been great to welcome Frankie Bird to the series this year. Elias Seppänen, who we last saw in ADAC racing in Formula 4. He's graduated with much gusto, has taken to this exceptionally well, and he now jumps in behind the wheel of that car, the 27 car. That's Kim Louis Schramm handing over to Dennis Marshall. So Dennis Marshall taking over control of the Rutronic Racing Audi. Have we mentioned about Rutronic yet? I can't remember if you said it or not. Of course, no, Rutronic, big news on that. I'll let my colleague talk about that.
Yes, they announced it yesterday via the means of all news and information that is Instagram, that they will be moving into Porsche for 2023. Makes sense. They already have a pre-existing relationship with Porsche, and it's only growing for 2023. They'll run the new for 2023 992 generation Porsche for 2023 in ADAC GT Masters, and everyone running into the pits now because it's the last opportunity to make the stop within the window.
Yes, we all had memories of Nicky Katzberg. Then I thought, Marciello, he's not going to go past the pits, is he? Because that really would put a cat amongst the pigeons. But no, he's made the pit window, stays out to the last possible minute. You can see he's already unplugging things, getting ready to stop. He will jump out, and it's Daniel Juncadella who will be ready to jump into the seat. The Spanish driver who is teammate to Raffaele Marciello at the moment. Of course, Marciello was sharing with Jonathan Aberdeen earlier on in the season, and then Lorenzo Ferrari and Mauro Engel very briefly. But he and Daniel Juncadella, great friends, great teammates, have worked so well together. In comes second in the championship, Christian Engelhardt, who hands over to Ian Chen Guven, who was in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year and has taken to the ADAC GT Masters so well this year. Now jumps behind the wheel of that Porsche and he rejoins, but the depressing sight of his main championship rival, at least one car between him and the Juncadella car, and probably more once they rejoin the circuit.
Guven has, I think, inherited a position or two there, potentially. I think he's got ahead of one of the Emil Frey Lamborghinis that was behind previously, so that's very exciting for them. Everyone trying to find their way through. All of the Lamborghinis in the paddock are in one back.
We've got a new rule for next year. Can we not paint them all blue, please? It just confuses the commentators. So, all the blue Lamborghinis running together on the circuit. Marco Mapelli, who's taken over from Max Paul, is behind behind the wheel of the number 71 car. The rest of them are all Emil Frey, and they're all coming together into the hairpin, looking to the outside. And Marco Mappelli taking a much deeper line. He's not going to hold on to that position, surely. He goes wide out of the corner, looking back for Guven. Mappelli does take that position nicely. So Marco Mappelli holding on with the 3 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghinis behind. There's a bit of pride going on here. So it is Marco Mappelli ahead of Frank Pereira in the number 19 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini. This is the view from Jack Aitken further back in that queue. He's taken over from Albert Costa Balboa.
And here's a look at the release for
that's
Aitken.
why.
Yes.
Yes.
So there was a bit too much congestion on the M25. I mean the Hockenheim pit lane, and Aitken unfortunately losing places as a result of that. There's there's Danny Juncadella, I should say, and Jules Gounon behind him. So that's our top 2 heading into the closing stanza of the race. 3rd place for Christian Engelhardt. Now that's a good move up the order for them, but it's still not enough for the championship. I remind you, they need to outscore the 48 by 17 points, and currently that's nowhere near happening.
We saw in the pits how it is that Engelhardt managed to jump up the risk of an unsafe release for Jack Aitken. Now, interesting, because Jules Gounon is certainly staying with Daniel Juncadella. They are good friends. In fact, they are teammates in some classes, but at the moment, they are racing against each other. Jules Gounon will know that Daniel Juncadella cannot afford to put the car in the gravel. He will know that maybe Daniel Juncadella is not going to put up such a fight. So Jules Gounon will have that in the back of his mind. He will have a sniff of his 4th race win this year as we look at the points ramifications if the race finished now. To remind you, there are 28 points available after this race. Marciello would be champion if the race finished now. But I'm interested to see whether Jules Gounon is going to put the pressure on Daniel Juncadella, knowing that Juncadella cannot afford to have a non-finish.
In so many words, in the Friday press conference, Jules Gounon said, we're here to, try and get into the top 3 or stay in the top 3 of the championship. We're here to get good results and fight for the junior championship with Fabian Schiller, and should it be needed, we're here to help Mercedes take the ADAC GT Masters Drivers title. So I believe Jules Gounon is more than willing to play backstop for Juncadella and, of course, Raffaele Marciello, if that is what's called for.
Interesting. It doesn't look very backstop to me at the moment.
That's what he said.
Right, well,
what
the
he's doing
is closing in. So you tell me that if Jules Gounon has a sniff of a race win, he's not going to take it. Jules Gounon is a winner. He's still a little bit sore over a poor decision that went against him at Indianapolis just a couple of weeks ago. Now he has a sniff of a race win. Daniel Juncadella up ahead, and now they head towards the corner. Is this looking into the hairpin? Under braking, and Gounon is going to put the pressure on Daniel Juncadella. Rear gunner, my foot.
I don't think Jules Gounon was lying. He said that if it was needed, he would be a backstop. But right now, both of them are more than able to fight each other and still have Raffaele Marciello claim the championship. Of course, that is if they keep it clean, which I'm sure is the emphasis being put on in both garages right now. Juncadella and Gounon on a scrap on a Saturday afternoon. Grandstand viewing, literally, for some of us.
I should think Marciello's out the back with his head in his hands wondering about this. They are all 3 of them very good friends and indeed teammates in other categories. But at the moment, there is no love lost because Gounon wants to be a 4-time winner this season. Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller are the only drivers, apart from Niklas Cruton and Ben Green, who have won more than 1 race this season. And he wants to make it 4. Now, along the pit straight, out towards turn 1. Is he going to duck to the inside? What is Juncadella going to do? They really can't afford to get together. But that is Jesse Krohn. After all that hard work from Nicky Katzberg, the Schubert Motorsport BMW is pointing in the wrong direction. He's got damage.
He's got a puncture by the looks of it. That car spinning out down at turn 13, and it looked like the right rear tyre was in less than optimal condition. Meanwhile, in the slipstream, Jules Gounon is going to challenge Daniel Juncadella.
And behind them, Iron Chenguven is going, go on, give it a punt, go on into the hairpin. You know you want to, because he is willing them to get together. A race win for Iron Chenguven and a non-finish for Daniel Juncadella would be Christmas, and it would take the championship to the next race. I don't think these two drivers are going to get together because they are so experienced, they are so wise, but this is a proper race that is going on. Race 13 of a 14 race season. It is Daniel Juncadella who took over from Raffaele Marciello in the yellow Mamba. That car has led the entire race, but Jules Gounon, who's taken over from Fabian Schiller, is putting the pressure on. Mercedes versus Mercedes, second in the championship. Iron Chenguven, who's taken over from Christian Egerhardt, is behind. He is watching. We're looking at a replay, and that is Muller. We'd say Mullering the number 27 car, the Dennis Marshall Audi. The two cars bouncing off each other, and Sven Muller squeezing in front, and that was for 13th place. You can see how close the racing is. Doesn't look like there's been any damage, but Sven Muller has that position.
They were still side by side going through the Mercedes arena, and now Marshall is ahead. Meanwhile, on the bulletin board, car 71, Marco Mappelli must fall behind the 19 of Franck Pereira immediately. That's already taken place. Reason being that when we saw Mappelli get through into 4th place earlier on, he did so on the runoff area, on the outside of the hairpin. I kind of saw that one coming. I didn't want to jinx it, but happily, I suppose, for my own well-being, the stewards saw it too, so that's helpful.
Your well-being is very important to all of us.
Sure.
Interesting, the message said immediately. Not in a couple of laps, but straight away, and they mean business. We don't want any protests, just get on and do it. So, Mappelli has all that work to do again. Jules Gounon still tracking Daniel Juncadella. We're pleased there's been nothing too reckless going on. Gouven running a little bit on his own. Then this queue of Lamborghinis from Pereira, Marco Mappelli, Jack Aitken, Mick Viesover, all the Lamborghinis running together on the circuit. They're all blue and they're all running with each other. I'll get over it one day. And in 8th place, Ben Green in the BMW. He is still looking to secure that junior classification championship.
It's all blue in front of the Bavarian car then. 4 blue Lambos ahead of Ben Green, who has felt confident about the combination of he and the M4 GT3 this weekend. It's a circuit that has been proving to suit BMWs in all GT3 categories so far this year. Bit wide there from Danny Juncadella. Just glanced the gravel trap, and Jules Gounon may sense opportunity.
Jules Gounon, ever the opportunist, and that is the view back from Daniel Juncadella. They're clearly having fun. Raffaele Marciello is the only driver who can win the championship out of those two cars, because Daniel Juncadella only joined him as a co-driver in that particular car midway through the season. So Marciello is watching his fate being played out by 2 other drivers who are not in the championship hunt. Behind Iron Chenguven, continues to watch. He has the best view in the house. He'd probably rather not. That is the view of Jules Gounon, who had that back injury earlier on in the year. He says he's almost recovered. He's got 4 weeks off after this weekend. He's going to put his feet up, and he reckons he'll be fully recovered after that. He's lost none of his racecraft as he continues to pick up the slipstream from Daniel Juncadella. Surely no overtaking opportunities into that corner, but maybe in a bit when they come back onto the pit straight, he might have another go into turn 1.
Quite possibly. I mean, turn 1 isn't the most obvious overtaking opportunity at this circuit. In fact, the very thought of it's making me clench a little bit. But it does seem as though Jules Gounon has good runs consistently out of the final corner. I'd say the primary overtaking zones here, turn 2, turn 6, that of course is the hairpin, and turn 8, the Mercedes arena. Jules Gounon, though, he's trying it at turn 16 and he's done it, but there's contact. Whoa! They're both off the circuit. Onto the slippery drag strip goes Danny Juncadella. He's still in 2nd place, but hearts in the collective mouths of every supporter and team member at Manfilter Team Landgraf.
This is exactly what Raffaele Marciello didn't want, and the fact that Juncadella kept the car pointing in the right direction because of the slippery surface. But now look, Iron Chenguven here as well. Iron Chenguven has a sniff of this. It is Here's Yunkadea, who's back in front. Gunon down to third. Has he given that place up? But now Iron Guven challenging at the front.
Yeah, it was. Jules Gunon indicated. I think he was self-policing there. He knew he did wrong, but he's allowed Iron Guven through, and I'd suggest that's even more wrong as they go down to the hairpin. Oh no, Jules Gunon has a problem. He has damage.
He has, so he's coming to a stop, but look at this for the lead. Iron Guven second in the championship alongside Daniel Yunkadea. Out of the hairpin they come. We've lost Jules Gunon. He's got damage, but now, who saw that coming? Iron Guven taking the lead of this race. Christian Engelhardt in the pits is applauding. So now Daniel Yunkadea, having taken over from Raffaele Marciello, has all the work to do.
Iron Guven there with a full hand of opposite lock coming out of turn 11. It's critical to remind... Oh, that is Gunon again. Sorry, goodness me. Just to say, though, it's important we note at this point, Iron Guven, he's leading the race. That does not mean that Raffaele Marciello cannot win the championship. I remind you, Iron Guven and Christian Engelhardt need to outscore the 48 car by 17 points in this race. And as of now, that's not even close to happening. They'll outscore them by 5 points. Raffaele Marciello will still be champion, but Jules Gunon, I thought he was self-policing. I don't know whether he was or wasn't when he pulled over, but this thud right here was a puncture for Jules Gunon, and thankfully for Raffaele Marciello's sake, and possibly some of the walls around the garage, the 48 car appears to be in relatively good condition.
Well, I said they were good mates. I'm not sure whether the Christmas card list might take a bit of editing. That slippery surface on the right-hand side of your screen, I tried running on it last night, and it is like ice. There is no grip at all. And I'd say Yunkadea did well to keep the car pointing in the right direction. It was a heck of a thump from Jules Gunon, and you can see in the eyes of Jules Gunon, he probably knows that he has probably not done his friends any favour at all. It was a big old thump. He is going to be out of the race. He has pulled up 17th place on the timing screens. Yunkadea has lost the lead. The Manfilter team can barely look at the screens, and that is a replay of that puncture. The left rear of the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes coming to a stop, and this was the ever opportunistic Iron Guven. Now he has come into GT Masters this year. What great driving from the Porsche driver.
Yeah, Iron Guven always looked like a superstar in Porsche Super Cup and the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and that's translated brilliantly to GT3 competition. It's unlikely, it's the ultimate outside shot right now that Guven and Engelhardt can even bring the title race into tomorrow, but they have had a fabulous season together with used Sportwagen technique, and I'm very surprised to see that they've sent the car back out there for Jules Gunon, but I think I know the justification. That, of course, is the team's championship. The two cars, the number 4 and the number 8, are registered as separate teams within the ADAC GT Masters here. A Crow getting a closer look. So maybe just hoping to get some points for the team's championship. He did, however, completely shortcut most of the circuit on the way back to pit lane by taking the drag strip. So I don't know if that's any kind of issue.
Well, we will find out, I have no doubt. We've only got 10 minutes of this race remaining. We've had no messages on timing screens. It's Iron Guven who leads the way from Daniel Yunkadea. What a turn of events. And that queue of blue Lamborghinis is still lined up behind. Now, what is Yunkadea going to do? Because he cannot afford to chuck this thing in the gravel trap. He needs to stay where he is. If he's going to challenge to the lead, he needs to make it stick. Iron Guven leading the way. Driver of the day in my book, because he has come through and he has just seized the opportunity. Daniel Yunkadea in second from Carrera in the last of the podium positions, but behind him is Marco Mappelli, and that number 71 car has been reborn since it became Paul Motorsport halfway through the season. Of course, it took over from T3 Motorsport. We're looking at the Audi of Riccardo Fella sliding around the corner. 8th place at the moment. He is now looking at the back of the Ben Green car. Of course, Ben Green has the junior classification in his mind, so he doesn't want to be taking any unnecessary risks. I'm sure that Riccardo Fella has that well and truly in his mind.
Yeah, look at this. Chris Meese in the Audi. I'm sure Chris, so often the flag bearer for Audi GT3 competition, would love to get the car a little bit further up the grid, up the order before the end of this race. Running out of time to go join the Lamborghini squad, though. He's got to get around the big beamer of Ben Green. And, sorry, Ricardo Feller, of course. I'm getting my Audis mixed up. As you said, it was Ricardo Feller. I just had a bit of a moment there. But Feller in the 29 car is hounding, as is Chris Meese. And down in 10th place, of course, is Elias Seppänen in the second of the Man Filter Mambas. The Mercedes have really fallen off in this one, haven't they? We've got two of them right down the bottom.
We have, and there is a Porsche leading the way, and I would not have been down the betting shop on that one. There's a replay of, well, that really was a thump. Well, yeah. They said, was that, they said a little kiss as he came in the corner. It was a full-on snog, that was. That's the view from the side of the Yellow Mamba. The camera survived. I'm surprised the car did. And you could see him sliding very wide. Juncker didn't give it a load of acceleration because that would have turned him around. Hell of a job for Jules Gounon. I hope his back's all right after that. Less than 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Arjen Ten Guven leading the way after this incident. Good friends, Daniel Juncker and Jules Gounon getting together, both in the Mercedes. It resulted in Gounon getting a puncture, and it resulted in Juncker losing the lead. Arjen Ten Guven taking over, and still the Porsche leads the way. We keep looking at these replays. Every angle we look at it, the impact looks even harder. Here we go, once again, whoomph, there we go. And a big thump off into the runoff area and onto the drag strip. He rejoins, but Jules Gounon then has that puncture that drops him back. He is running in the 17th place at the moment, all very much on his own. Not a lot that he can do from there. He's just going to keep trucking on until the end of the race.
Only in ADAC GT Masters can we feel even slightly complacent with the fact that the top 6 are covered by less than 3 seconds currently in this race. It's always so close and so hard fought in this category, and Arjen Ten Guven must feel like he's riding a rocket right now. He is at the head of an order of aggressive, fast, world-class GT3 drivers, all of whom would love to claim a race win, some of whom have championship in mind. Of course, I remind you that as it stands, Marchiello will claim this championship if things were to finish as they are. Arjen Ten Guven and Christian Engelhardt not quite doing enough for now. Well, in fact, they're doing everything they can do. It's just that Marchiello and Juncker are still in prime position. There is the championship prediction as it stands. 40 points clear Raffaele Marchiello. There are 28 points to score tomorrow on the Sunday between the qualifying and the race. Costa Balbo and Aitken, of course, will move up to third in the championship, courtesy of the Gounon and Schiller dramas, or more specifically the Gounon-Juncker dramas in the last few minutes of this race. So championship implications up and down the order. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. And why do I get the feeling that we're still on the crest of a wave?
I really do. We've got a little over 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. This is not over. As Arjen Ten Guven is leading Daniel Juncker, who's broken clear a little bit at the moment. The fight of the Lamborghinis goes on behind from Carrera, Marco Mappelli, Jack Aitken, Mick Wiesover, all running together. I have to say, Raffaele Marchiello not looking so impressed. Christian Engelhardt looking quite chilled about it. They are just throwing caution to the wind. They've got nothing to lose. Marchiello, well, it was looking like a top step. It could be the second step, but there is still time for it all to change because we still have a bit of time left in this race. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all running together. The top 6 cars here on this race 13 of a 14 race season. We've lost Jesse Krohn, Florian Spengler and Robin Rogowski. Jules Gounon currently running in 17th place, having been at the front of this pack earlier on. But there is Daniel Juncker, and it looks to me like he is falling back. Now, I wonder if he's got a problem because suddenly from Carrera is putting the heat on. Now, whether he's taking too much out of the tyres or, heaven forbid, where there is some damage that came from that impact with Jules Gounon.
I would heavily weigh towards the latter, but maybe that's just me being sympathetic. Let's hope that it's nothing more severe than that. It would be quite unfair for Raffaele if he wasn't even in the car when the dramas took place, but that's the way of racing sometimes. Meanwhile, Dennis Marshall, you saw him on screen side by side with Mattia Drudi at the hairpin earlier in this lap. Drudi has gotten, Marshall has gotten past Mattia Drudi. Drudi now under pressure from Sven Muller. That is down in 11th, 12th and 13th place.
This is team racing at its best. You can only win by being part of a team, but you can certainly lose by doing something on your own. And the 71-63, Jack Aitken, Marco Mapelli. Aitken has now got his eyes on that 4th place Lamborghini, challenging Lamborghini. These cars so equal. But Marco Mapelli still holding on there. And of course, to remind you, Mapelli has the 5 kilo success penalty. It's not a great deal, but it will be enough just to slow him slightly. He's still holding off Jack Aitken. Aitken looks to the outside, but in so doing, Mick Wiesover sees an opportunity.
Goodness me, it's very close for comfort. It was too close for comfort there. A little nibble of contact and some blue paint exchange across the Paul Motorsport and Emil Frey dividing line there. It was a bold move from Jack Aitken, I'll say that much. But they both live on to fight another day, and fighting I'm sure they are still doing as we look back at these replays. As you said, Mick Wiesover having a look as well to the inside. So easy to outbrake yourself when you're focusing on the car beside you rather than the braking boards, the braking markers. And now we have Mapelli still fighting off Aitken. But goodness me, this last few minutes has been pathetic. Positions 3 through 6 should really just be called the Lamborghini Super Carrera Germany for this race because they've been fighting as if their lives depend on it.
I'm not sure my ticker can take this. Now the 48 car, Daniel Juncadella. Can he hold on? Well, at the moment, Raffaele Marciello is less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap away from his first title in the ADAC GT Masters. 41,000 euros, 340, 50, 60. Well, keep it coming. That is the total going up in our race wells for Africa. We want to see that much, much higher. Let's hope we should run these races for 2 hours. That would really sort it out, wouldn't it? Now, from Carrera putting the heat on Daniel Juncadella. Juncadella cannot afford to take any more risks. I wonder if the Yellow Mamba is struggling. Pereira looks to sail past with relative ease, but now under braking. Juncadella into the tight hairpin, and it is Pereira who switches back to the inside and gets past the number 48 car of Daniel Juncadella. So Juncadella down another position. It doesn't matter in terms of the championship. I should think Juncadella is feeling that one though.
Yes, indeed. That does sting, I'm sure. A podium, regardless of what happens for Guven, would secure the championship for Marciello still. But of course, as it stands, that car only needs to finish 8th place in order to be champion, or at least for Marciello to be champion. But Juncadella under such pressure.
Oh, and here we go again. So another challenge for Daniel Juncadella. They want to take this championship till tomorrow. He can still do it from here. But the Emil Frey Racing crew, they have got the team championship very much in mind, because this will take them to the top of the team championship. So now, quickly doing your calculations, we're still in it, aren't we? Daniel Juncadella, Raffaele Marciello, can he still win the championship from where he's at?
Yes, he can. Yes, it's 5th place for now. He's got to finish 8th or higher to claim this championship today as things stand.
So the Yellow Mamba clearly is ailing. He just needs to hold on for 50 seconds plus 1 lap. And Raffaele Marciello, who is in the garage, no doubt, he can barely look at it, I should think. He's watching the car, clearly struggling in the hands of Daniel Juncadella. Juncadella now under pressure from Jack Aitken. If things finish as they are now, there will still be 31 points in it. To remind you, there are 28 points available tomorrow. But once again, it is Daniel Juncadella coming under pressure from Jack. No, it's not Jack Aitken, is it? It's the other, Mick Wiesover, of course. Jack Aitken's in front. Blue Lamborghinis. So Daniel Juncadella, he is fed up with the sight of these Lamborghinis. But if he can hold on The championship will still go to Raffaele Marciello. The clock is 5 seconds away from 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. It will be +1 lap when they cross the line. And if things stay as they are, it will be Raffaele Marciello who becomes the champion for 2022 in the ADAC GT Masters. In fact, he can't afford to let Mick Viesover through. He cannot afford to end up in the gravel trap or having a non-finish.
However, counterpoint, they will want to see that car as high up the order as possible regards Teams Championship, although the Lamborghinis, the Emil Frey Lamborghinis ahead of or between the first of the cars, so the second and third Emil Frey Lamborghinis, if they were to finish ahead of the Landgraf car, wouldn't be counted in the Teams Championship. So really, to your point, actually no, there is no reason at all to keep Viesover behind, and I'm sure Danny Juncadella is saying there's no reason at all to put me through all of this, Danny.
Yes, Daniel Juncadella, who started the season off as a teammate to Jan Marshalkowski in the number 8 Mercedes and moved across alongside Raffaele Marciello. They have been a match made in heaven. Mick Viesover, I had the pleasure of racing against him once in a go-kart. He knows what he's doing. He knows that Juncadella needs to bring that thing home. So he will be putting the heat on into the hairpin. Juncadella will block to a degree, but he cannot afford a non-finish. There's been a debris flying in front of them.
Mapelli and Aitken there were rubbing shoulders coming out of the hairpin. Mapelli desperate to hold on to this third place, and for now he's doing so, and it's getting physical in the process. All eyes on the Manfilter Mamba car, which as it stands is just a few corners from championship glory, but there's fights up and down the order.
So Daniel Juncadella at the wheel of the yellow Mamba, holding off under immense pressure from Mick Viesover. He took the car over from Raffaele Marciello, who put the car on pole position this morning with an excellent qualifying lap. Now in the closing stages of the final lap, Raffaele Marciello's fate is in the hands of Daniel Juncadella, the yellow Mamba in front of the number 14 Lamborghini. It's Guven who takes the win, but is it going to be Marciello who takes the championship? It is! Raffaele Marciello is the 2022 champion of the ADAC GT Masters. Chen Guven, Christian Engelhardt, they took it all the way to the line. They did everything that they could, but it was too much for the yellow Mamba. Manfilter Team Landgraf celebrate. Marciello is champion.
There's nothing harder than fighting from underneath, and that's exactly what Guven and Engelhardt attempted to do today. They literally did everything they possibly could short of pole position this morning in terms of scoring points. However, Raffaele Marciello, with the big assist at the tail end of the season from Daniel Juncadella, has been exemplary in recent times for Manfilter Team Landgraf. Mercedes claiming a championship win yet again, and Manfilter Team Landgraf champions along with Marciello. At points this year, I didn't think that would be something we'd say.
I really didn't either. Raffaele Marciello had a very difficult start to the season. He had a few podiums, but then it all went downhill midway through the season. He got through teammates quicker than I get through socks, I have to tell you. But Daniel Juncadella was the marriage made in heaven. The end of this, though, Manfilter Team Landgraf will drop from the top of the team championship. It will be Emil Frey who will be leading the way in the team championship, so that will all be still to settle tomorrow. I haven't done the maths yet on the junior classification, but Ben Green came home in 7th place, and surely that must be enough. We have to do a little bit of multiplication to confirm that one, but the junior championship getting ever closer to Ben Green. The drivers, what an incredible drive from Chen Guven, and he has a great mentor in Christian Engelhardt. Guven and Engelhardt were your prediction at the start of the season as possible title contenders.
Yeah, I thought they'd be a bold dark horse pick, and they turned out not to be so bold at various points this year. Solid driving all season long from Guven and Engelhardt as in... actually, he's in English. Let's listen.
Thank you very much.
We just missed the interview there. I forgot briefly that Raffaele Marciello was an English speaker, not a German speaker. Apologies. We should have listened in on that.
Our colleague Toby Shimon doing the interview in there.
Yes.
And, we should have known he'd have done it in English just for us, and we weren't even listening. The very tall Raffaele Marciello, he has had a great year, hasn't he? Adding yet another big trophy to the cabinet. the 2022 champion. He is the international German GT champion for this year, and a great job. Arjen Guven and Christian Engelhardt, they could not have done more. We think back to Zandvoort when the gearbox let go on the final corner of the race. We think back to all of the issues they had throughout the season. They came so close, but the might of Lello and the Yellow Mamba was just too much. But look at that. Arjen Guven, they are delighted with that race win. So deserved, cementing their position in second place in the championship.
It's going to be anything but a mellow Lello this evening, I reckon. He's going to go out on the town and have some fun after a fabulous season. He likes to kick back with the girlfriend and the dog. He told us about that in the Friday press conference. He's a man of leisure on the off time. He had a rare weekend off ahead of this weekend, but clearly the time away from track and car did him a world of good, if anything. Certainly didn't do him any detriment, and a well-deserved champion he is. A well-deserved win as well for Guven and Engelhardt, win number 2 of their 2022 campaign, and we'll see what everyone can do. Of course, all the gloves will be off among the main championship contenders in tomorrow's race.
They certainly will be, because it's just go for it. You're looking there at the third place, Marco Mappelli and Frank Pereira. We haven't really given them much of a mention, but they have in the second place, should I say, not third, because third place was Marco Mappelli and Max Paul. Yes, the championship certainly swinging in the way of Emil Frey in terms of the team. Raffaele Marciello, I'd like to hear what he said to Daniel Juncadella at the moment. Something along the lines of, "You gave me a heart attack." Unfortunately, they won't be standing on the podium on this occasion together. They will get the... Well, certainly Raffaele Marciello will get the customary jacket, and there is the ADAC blazer, the GT Masters blazer, that will be coming his way as part of his reward. A driver who has been bubbling under for so long. The name Raffaele Marciello has been coming up through the ranks for the last few years. His height has probably stopped him from having the career that he might have wanted in single-seater racing, but he's certainly made up for it in GT3. He loves ADAC GT Masters, and he is the new champion. He cannot be caught. 28 points available tomorrow, 31 points behind for Engelhardt and Guven, and they have cemented their place in second place in fine style.
Dodgy commentator Matheson coming. My understanding regards juniors was that Ben Green needed to score 7 points today in the junior championship to secure it, and he will have done with the result today. So I am 97% sure that he is now the junior champion as well.
Right. Oh, no, it's not in English.
They both speak Italian.
Yes, indeed. So, of course,
and Max Paul can do hand gestures.
Raffaele Marciello, who is now registered as Swiss, in fact, but of Italian origin, and he will be greatly relieved, easy for me to say. Mid-season, you would not have had much money on him winning the championship, it has to be said. As already mentioned, he started off with Jonathan Aberdeen as his co-pilot. Then it was Lorenzo Ferrari who had one outing with him at Zandvoort, but Raffaele Marciello, he wanted a teammate that he could click with. He teamed up with Mauro Engel at Nürburgring. That was a controversial race. We won't go there. Mauro Engel then disappeared off into the distance, and it was Daniel Juncadella who moved across from Drago Racing Team ZVO to sit alongside Raffaele Marciello, and that proved to be the winning formula.
So intriguing that 10 years ago to the weekend, those two were championship rivals. And today, it's been Daniel Juncadella giving the big boost to Raffaele Marciello to get him up to the metaphorical treehouse that is the ADAC GT Masters Championship, the International German GT Championship. And it's been a long time coming. And it's good to see that Engelhardt and Guven relished this win in spite of the fact that the championship has slipped away from them. I think they knew coming into it that it was beyond a long shot, and they've had a great positive attitude in the garage all weekend, thinking, right, let's just make a good closer to this season.
Yeah, coming into this race, there were still 7 drivers in the championship hunt. Qualifying this morning narrowed that down to 3. But as you say, Christian Engelhardt and Ayhancan Guven, they knew that in reality the championship was done and dusted. Now the pressure really is off. We've still got the team championship to be decided tomorrow. But Raffaele Marciello, it's the first solo driver champion in ADAC GT Masters we've had for a while, because it's normally a duo. In fact, the last person to be a single driver to win the championship was Jules Gounon back in 2017. So quite poignant that he should be involved in the outcome of this race. But yes, so just one driver to be crowned champion this year. That man there, Raffaele Marciello. So let's take a little look at the classification after race 13 of a 14-race season. That was a bit brief, wasn't it? It was Ayhancan Guven and Christian Engelhardt, who won from Franck Pereira and Arthur Rouget. Marco Mapelli in the number 71 alongside Max Paul taking 3rd place. There you go, you can read the rest yourself. Few non-finishes though, and the number 33, number 20, number 69 cars, and we don't think that the number 77 Safer Motorsport car even took the green flag, which is a real shame. I hope we're going to see them tomorrow as they guest in the ADAC GT Masters. Right, getting mic'd up. I don't know what celebrations we're going to get today. We often see a new champion getting crowned and getting all the pomp and all the rest of it. And it looks like they're getting him ready to wheel him up onto potentially the podium. It would be good to see him up there. Let's not take away from Ayhancan Guven and Christian Engelhardt, though, who drove a brilliant race. They got that jump through a great strategic pit stop, and they then went wheel to wheel to take the lead in fine style. And Franck Pereira and Arthur Rouget, a good, solid 2nd place for them. And Marco Mapelli and Max Paul, yet another podium. They really are shaping up to be quite a combination. I'm excited to see what they get up to next year.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many both new and experienced driver duos that have emerged this year and have scintillated with their performances. You got to want to keep them all come back next year and all stay together. But so many new combinations that have proven stellar. I think none more so than Guven and Engelhardt, 2 drivers who came up through Porsche Cup competition and are now going into GT3 competition and doing a darn good job of it.
You think? Onto the podium they come then. Marco Mapelli and Max Paul, 3rd place. Yet another podium for this great combination. The very experienced Franck Pereira and Arthur Rouget taking the 2nd step of the podium. Another potent combination. Lamborghinis everywhere, certainly in 2nd and 3rd, but it's a Porsche that goes to the top step. The Team U-Sportwagen Technik Porsche, to be precise, in the hands of Ayhancan Guven and Christian Engelhardt. And we'll get a representative from U-Sportwagen Technik onto the podium, and now it's the national anthem. So the heat is off temporarily because we're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow. Can we cope with this kind of pressure? It's race 13 of the 14-race season. Great trophies being presented. Gert Enser from the ADAC presenting the winners' trophies to Ayhancan Guven and Christian Engelhardt. Kai Abel, who we saw given the instruction to start the engines, presenting 2nd place to Franck Pereira and Arthur Rouget, Emil Frey Racing, and the 3rd place trophies. Here we go. Hans Werner, who will be presenting the 3rd place trophies. And then one for the team U-Sportwagen Technik. So the celebrations will start shortly. I'm not sure yet whether we're going to see Raffaele Marciello on the podium in this instant. We saw him being mic'd up, but that might just be for the press conference. At the moment, the photos are being taken for the 1, 2, 3. And those celebrations will commence. So, all smile under the sunshine here at the Hockenheimring of what was a thoroughly entertaining race, race 13 of the season. The celebration starts, but we get to do it all again tomorrow. There will be one more race left, and the gloves will surely be off because the championship is decided tomorrow. 1 o'clock local time. It will be qualifying in the morning. The final race of the season. Will Marciello, as the new champion, take the win? Or will it be Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller who'll come back? Or maybe it'll be Arjen Guven and Christian Engelhardt again. Join us tomorrow to find out. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
ist es schon fahrkonstant in die Loses Control. Da sind sie nebeneinander zu zweit, zum dritten.
The Drivers' Championship and the Team Championship may be decided, but it is far from all over. The Rookie Championship and the Pro-Am Championship is still wide open, and qualifying this morning has thrown a whole new complexion on that. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Hockenheimring for this, the final round of the 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup Germany season. Race 15 today, race 16 tomorrow, the final two races of what has been a phenomenal season. The 33rd season for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany has been spectacular, one of the most competitive in the history. And a big crowd are in to witness here this weekend. Lauren Heinrich, the new champion, who will be starting this race. But the outgoing champion, Larry Tenforder, wants to finish on a high, and he's going all the right ways about it. He's put the car on pole position for this, the final weekend of the season. The outgoing rookie champion, Luke Hartog, also wants to finish the season on a high, and he has qualified third. And this man, Bastian Buus, the newest winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, has qualified as second on the grid, and he has been incredibly competitive all season long. In qualifying this morning, he and Larry Tenforder were trading fastest time, and eventually came down in favour of Larry Tenforder. But Bastian Buus backs off for nobody, as indeed is the case with Lurk Hartog for Black Falcon Racing. He was the quickest in free practice yesterday, and he's been there or thereabouts at the top of the timesheets ever since he arrived here on Thursday. Dylan Pereira lines up fourth on the grid. He wants to finish this season off on a high, and he has his eyes still on second place in the championship. He is just 5 points behind his great rival, Larry Tenforder, the man who is the new champion with the gold and black livery in celebration. The Porsche Junior, Lauren Heinrich, he clinched it with 1 round remaining at the Sachsenring last time out. It was a double win for Lauren Heinrich, and that was enough to seal the title of champion for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany 2022. It is the end of a long, hard season, but it has been enthralling. Conditions are perfect. The air temperature 19.2 degrees centigrade. The track 24.3 degrees centigrade. Now, we mentioned the Rookie Championship. Huub van Eindhoven. He is second in the rookie standings, just 6 points behind Lorcan Hannafin. But Huub van Eindhoven has out-qualified his rival. Eindhoven starts 6th on the grid, and Lorcan Hannafin starts 9th. So Hannafin has it all to do if he wants to take this Rookie Championship. The points that he leads by, those 6 points, will disappear in an instant if he makes a mistake. And he needs to get on top of Huub van Eindhoven early on in this race and get in front of him. Looking there at the number 45 car, Glenn van Parijs, guesting from the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux Series, is where he has finished second this year. He was in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany back in 2018 for MRS Racing, and he's guesting for ID Racing, a team that is very much related to MRS, and he has been brilliant in qualifying. He has done really well, qualifying towards the front of the grid up on the 4th row. We also welcome Gisela Cordil for Team GP Elite, another guesting driver from Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and he finished 3rd in their series, and he joins us on the grid for this race. The Pro-Am Championship, another one that is going to go to the wire. Defending champion Carlos Rivas trails championship leader Jan-Erik Sloten by 18 points. But once again, we have backward qualifying because Sloten lines up 28th on the grid. Rivas is 21st, so he has an opportunity to retain his Pro-Am Pro-Am title, the most successful Pro-Am driver in the history of Carrera Cup Germany. There is Hockenheimring. Give us a wave. Hello, Lorcan, all the way from the United Kingdom, a driver that is turning heads and making the headlines, and he would love to make the headlines here at the Hockenheimring by taking the Rookie Championship. His father wants him to clinch the championship today because he's not here tomorrow. He's here, he's away on other business, and he wants to be part of the celebrations. But as already mentioned, it's far from all over, particularly with Huub van Eindhoven starting much further forward on the grid. You're looking there at Maurice Schering, one of the talent pool drivers, another one of the many chargers and revelations in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Still looking for his first win. He's had a couple of second places, he's had a pole, but still Maurice Schering looking for that first win. There is Jukka Honkavuori in the ID racing car. Jukka Honkavuori, another regular person on the grid of Carrera Cup Germany. It is a packed grid of 32 cars. It is one of the most spectacular sights in motor racing, in my humble opinion. If you've never witnessed a Carrera Cup event live, I would really recommend you do it. There is Carlos Rivas, defending Pro-Am champion. Thumbs up from Carlos. Talking to him earlier, he said, I just need to stay out of trouble and bring the points home. If he can stay in front of Jan-Erik Schloten, this will go down to the final race of the season, which takes place tomorrow afternoon. The engines are running. There is our pole sitter, Larry Tenforder, Bastian Boos alongside him, who will, no doubt, give Larry Tenforder all the attention that he can over the next 30 minutes plus one lap. We will have a formation lap that will start in a few moments. Then it's a clutch start for these cars. The roar is absolutely deafening as 32 Porsche Carrera Cup cars burst into life and roll off the grid on their formation lap here at the Hockenheimring. 4.57 kilometers around, 17 turns, 9 to the right and 8 to the left. Beware of turn 6, the hairpin quartz controversy. There's a very high-speed parabolica that leads up to it, then heavy braking. It's one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. It also absolutely quartz controversy. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Larry Tenforder on pole position. The young charger, Bastian Boos alongside. Row 2, Look Hartog and Dylan Pereira for Iron Force Racing by Phoenix. Lauren Heinrich, the new champion. Huub van Eindhoven, the leading rookie on row 3. Row 4, Alex Tauscher, good qualifying from him. And the guesting, Glenn van Parijs in the number 45 car. Lorcan Hannafin down on row 5 with Maurice Schering alongside him. Then Jukka Honkavuori. Rudy Van Buren a long way back by his standards. Ariel Levy and Lucas Ertel occupy row 7. And row 8 of the grid, Alex Fack and Gisela Cordeel. Welcome, Gisela. Great to have you on the grid for this event. Lucas Grunewald, Jesse Van Kuyk line up on row 9. And row 10, Richard Wagner and Dan Van Kuyk in the other of the GP Elite racing cars. Carlos Rivas, leading Pro-Am driver, and Jan Seifert on row 11. Row 12, Harold Prochik, Sebastian Fremont for HRT Performance. Row 13, Georgi Donchev and Zoran Spreng for Black Falcon Racing. And on row 14, Jonas Greif and Jan-Erik Schloten, the Pro-Am Championship leader at the moment. Christoph Langer, Ahmad Al-Shihab line up on row 15. And on row 16, the back row of the grid, it's Kai Pfister. Holger Haraldsson, we welcome back Holger after injury earlier on in the season. He came back at Sachsenring, and it's great to see him finishing the season in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. So, formation lap is underway. Well, it's almost complete. Larry Tenforder bringing the cars back to the grid. And in a moment, it will fall very, very quiet. And then the noise will arrive and the excitement will start. It is 30 minutes of racing plus one lap ahead of us. Larry Tenforder, the outgoing champion, looking to finish his season on a high. Jan-Erik Schloten with all the work to do. He leads the point standing in the Pro-Am category by 18 points from Carlos Rivas, but he is starting a long way back and has to fight his way through the field. The rest of the cars are now just making their way on there. Carlos Rivas, you can almost see the nerves. He is the most successful Pro-Am driver in the history of Carrera Cup Germany, but he still gets nervous, and he desperately wants to retain the title for 2022. So cars are all in position. We wait for clearance from the back that all is good, and then in a few moments those lights will come on. When they go off, we will be racing. It is race 15 of a 16 race season. Larry Tenforder steps off pole position. Bastian Boost sliding into second. Loic Hartog in third. So the cars making it around what is a troublesome turn one, a corner that also causes controversy in terms of track limits. Now keep an eye on Alex Tauscher having a look on the inside of Hockenheimring. So Tauscher moving his way through, but it's Larry Tenforder who leads the way from Bastian Boost and Loic Hartog. The rest of the cars scrapping over the positions. Huub van Eindhoven getting a little bit mugged by the pack. It looks like Hockenheimring is already up with him. Hockenheimring making great progress up through the pack, doing exactly what he needs to do. Into the hairpin we come. As Larry Tenforder leading the way. Now three abreast in there. And Huub van Eindhoven just smoking the brakes slightly. Hockenheimring on the inside. So Hockenheimring with his rival alongside him. It is a drag up towards turn 7 under braking. Dylan Pereira challenging for the 4th place. We're trying to keep an eye up and down the pack. Larry Tenforder though leading the way. Alex Tauscher, great start from him, mugging Lauren Heinrich, and not often you see Lauren Heinrich that far back in the pack. The rest of them coming through. One of the GP Elite cars going wide, that is Van Kuyk. But we all settle down as Larry Tenforder leading the way. Morris Schuring looking to the outside. There's Rudy Van Buren also looking to come through the pack. And it looks like they've all made it round the first few corners. So out of turn 17 and on to the pit straight we come. It is Larry Tenforder who will lead the way. And I spoke too soon, didn't I? Because that's Zoran Sprang who's come to a stop out on the track. He's got it going again. And it looks like he's had a bit of a moment. Now, looks like the car is able to get back running. So a spin for Zoran Sprang. Looked like he was going round again there, didn't it? It is Larry Tenforder from Bastian Boost, Loic Hartog, Dylan Pereira, Alex Tauscher. Great stuff from him. Lauren Heinrich down to 6th place. Glenn Van Prijs doing very well in 7th place, ahead of Hockenheimring, who has jumped his championship rival, Huub van Eindhoven. So looking at the Pro-Am category as well, that is Jan-Erik Schloten. He's down in 28th position, and he has got a lot of work to do there because Carlos Rivas is up in 21st. Around the hairpin we go once again. There's a tag, and that is a car that looked like Sebastian Framer to me, pointing in the wrong direction. Yes, it is. So Sebastian Framer with a bit of contact. He spins it around. It doesn't look as though there has been any damage. Just looking at the timing screen, and Ahmad Al-Shihab has picked up a 5-second penalty for an inaccurate starting position at the start of this race. So the 84 car has a 5-second penalty. Lucas Oertel with all sorts of cars lining up behind him in 15th place. Lucas Oertel currently with a lot of pressure at the front of that queue. He had a bit of drama and some damage in free practice earlier this week. As we look at a replay down towards the hairpin, not a lot happened there on that particular occasion. Here comes our race leader, Larry Tenforder, Bastian Boost. They've broken away a little bit from Loic Hartog in 3rd place. He has got his mirrors full of Dylan Pereira. But the first two now breaking clear, and this will allow Bastian Boost to put a bit of pressure on to Larry Tenforder without the risk of losing the position, because of course they've broken clear, and Hartog currently having to fight to keep Dylan Pereira behind him. So we'll have another look at the start. And it was Larry Tenforder who got away cleanly. Bastian Boost who moved across in front of Loic Hartog. And the rest of the cars making it around. The view from Huub van Eindhoven did not have the best of getaways. He got caught up behind Dylan Pereira, and a little bit of contact, and that is going to be why Hockenheimring dropped that position early on. Looking back from Carlos Rivas, the challenger and defending Pro-Am champion, and now looking forwards from Carlos Rivas doing what he needs to do. Ahmed Al-Shihab, the driver who's picked up the 5-second penalty. An awful lot of rubbing goes on in the opening stages of this race. This is Hockenheimring, and you can see his eyes looking in all directions. A great start from him, exactly what he needed to keep his rookie championship back on track. And this was a look down at the hairpin, and that was the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix car getting together with Zoran Spreng, and it was Jan-Erik Sloten. So the driver who is leading the Pro-Am Championship standings, not doing his championship hopes any good at all by getting together. Now, whether there's any damage to the 96 car remains to be seen. He's continuing in 25th place, but that's exactly what he needed to avoid. Carlos Rivas just trying to keep out of trouble as well. He knows that the battle that he is fighting is not the one that the cars around him are necessarily fighting. And there is a replay of Hockenheimring and Hub van Eindhoven fighting for that rookie championship lead. And that was Zoran Spreng spinning around, and Sebastian Framer. Also a replay of him spinning around. Like Georgi Donchev was involved there as well. So the hairpin, always a spot that creates drama. Now, car 96, drive-through penalty. Jan-Erik Sloten has picked up a drive-through penalty for pushing another car. This is very significant because Jan-Erik Sloten is the man who is leading the championship in the Pro-Am standings, and that is exactly what he didn't need. This is Christmas for Carlos Rivas, his main championship rival. He was 18 points behind coming into this race, and suddenly Jan-Erik Sloten is going to drop to the back of the pack. Carlos Rivas breathes a sigh of relief. If he can keep things in this direction and win the Pro-Am race, he will make a massive jump in the championship standings. You can see confirmation of Ahmed Al-Shihab, who had that 5-second time penalty for starting in the wrong position. But high drama in terms of the championship for Jan-Erik Sloten and Carlos Rivas. You can see that was the standings coming into this race. If things finish as they are, Rivas will have taken a little bit of space out of Jan-Erik Sloten, but that drive-through penalty will change everything. Looking back towards the front of the race, it is Larry Tenford who leads the way from Bastian Boos. Luke Hartog has broken a little bit clear of Dylan Pereira. Hockenheimring has found a route back past Alex Tauscher. Now Hockenheimring very much in the battles. Glenn Van Parijs, the guesting number 45 car, the next man up the road. Hannafin looks like he's about to dispatch him. He does exactly that. So Hockenheimring picking up another place. Alex Tauscher, of course, a rookie. He would like to get past Tauscher because that will be more points as he looks to extend his lead at the top of the rookie standings. Glenn Van Parijs, well, he's returned to Carrera Cup Germany for the first time since 2018, and it's like he's never been away, isn't it? Hub van Eindhoven is caught up further back. Maurice Schuring has found a route past Hub van Eindhoven, so his day is going from bad to worse as he tries to close in on Hockenheimring in the rookie championship standings. So we're looking down there at Hockenheimring, out of turn 17 on to the pit straight. Next up ahead of him is Alex Tauscher. And there we go, there's the update. If the race were to finish now, it would be 9 points between them. Tomorrow, there will be 25 points remaining. So it will go all the way to tomorrow. But Hockenheimring just trying to stretch his legs at the front of the rookie championship coming into this race. It was a 6-point advantage. Here comes Sloten into the pits for his drive-through penalty. Oh, this is gonna sting really badly because he can feel that Pro-Am Championship slipping away slightly as he visits the pit lane, and that was the reason why it was the contact into the hairpin. Exactly what he didn't want to do, getting involved with the Zoran sprint car, and the stewards have taken a look and decided that was completely avoidable, and Georgi Donchev was on the outside of that, and he got involved as well. And that has seen Donchev retire to the pits. Right back at the lead battle, Larry Tenforder leading the way. Bastian Boos not giving him any breathing space at all. Laren Heinrich now monitoring Dylan Pereira. So after a slow start for Heinrich and a little bit of contact, he's continued to push his way forwards. Hu van Eindhoven having now been passed by Maurice Schuring, and also Glenn van Parijs there as well. So Maurice Schuring is moving forwards. Hu van Eindhoven in his debut year in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, really working hard to clinch that rookie championship, but Lorcan Hannafin is up ahead of him and is going to stretch his legs at the front of the championship standings if things stay as they are now. But Maurice Schuring is the man on a mission. He's up to 8th place, relegating Glenn van Parijs in the number 45 car. Hu van Eindhoven will be putting the pressure on Van Parijs. These are two drivers who have fought many battles together in the past, now together in Carrera Cup Germany. A little over 19 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Larry Tenforder leading Bastian Boos by a little under 0.7 of a second into the hairpin. Luke Hartog in 3rd place. He's dropped back from the lead battle, but doesn't look to be under any great threat now. Hu van Eindhoven moves to the inside of the 45 car, so Glenn van Parijs relegated a position. Now Hu van Eindhoven can see Maurice Schuring ahead of him. So Eindhoven wants to challenge Maurice Schuring, but doesn't want to let the Glenn van Parijs car through. So Hu van Eindhoven just slowly picking it back up, but he really ideally needs to get past Lorcan Hannafin to have any chance of winning this rookie championship. Maurice Schuring at the front of that queue. Then there is Hu van Eindhoven. Then Glenn van Parijs, Rudy van Buren in there as well. Yukon Gvori at the back of that queue of cars. But Maurice Schuring, the driver who is moving forwards as well. One of the real chargers, part of the talent pool that is coached by Wolf Hensler. And a great job they do too in the talent pool, bringing these drivers forwards. Look at Dylan Pereira now coming under pressure from Laren Heinrich. So the new champion of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany now looking at 4th place. And Dylan Pereira not really showing the sort of pace that he has enjoyed early on in the season in front of that group of cars. There is Pereira, Heinrich. Rest of the cars coming through. That is Hu van Eindhoven in the number 29 car. Somebody has picked up a bit of dirt. There's some dust flying through the air. The incident with car 31, Sebastian Freeman, will be investigated after the race. As we approach the halfway point, it's still Larry Tenforder who starts from pole position. Bastian Boos in 2nd, Luke Hartog in 3rd. Then this battle is raging. Dylan Pereira, Laren Heinrich, Alex Tauscher, Lorcan Hannafin, all drivers looking to move forwards. Dylan Pereira, potentially the one that is struggling for pace the most at the moment. Laren Heinrich, the driver who has been on a different level this year. The new Porsche junior driver, we shouldn't call it new anymore, he's been that all year, hasn't he? Laren Heinrich, the Porsche junior driver, currently in 5th place. Alex Tauscher following him. But Alex Tauscher, he's a driver who has improved every race this season, getting stronger and stronger, picked up many good positions throughout the season. 7th place, I'm just looking to see, is his best. No, he's had a 5th place. That was back at Zandvoort, wasn't it? So Alex Tauscher looking to improve on that, currently in 6th. So certainly making great progress. And the leading rookie, our leading Pro-Am driver, as Laren Heinrich gets up on the 2 wheels, bumping across the curbs. Our leading Pro-Am driver, Carlos Rivas, 22nd on the track. And after that drive-through penalty, Jan-Erik Sloten all the way down in 29th place. And He is 5th place in category. So it will allow Carlos Rivas to close in. Rivas, who wondered whether the championship might be gone after a difficult time at Lausitzring earlier in the season, now closing back in. Here we have challenge for position is Lauren Heinrich to the inside of Dylan Pereira under braking. Pereira tries to switch back as they come out of the hairpin. Now the drag race along towards turn 7 and then heavy braking into turn 8. Heinrich will have the inside into turn 8. He goes very wide. Pereira takes that position away. A little bit of a squeeze from Pereira. He holds on to that 4th place. But still, Lauren Heinrich looking eager. Alex Tauscher ready to pounce. And it's great to see Tauscher looking really aggressive. But look who's behind them. Lorcan Hannafin loitering in the wings, ready to challenge for that position, especially if any of these cars in front should get together. It's Pereira in 4th place. Heinrich 5th, Tauscher in 6th, Hannafin in 7th. We are past the halfway point of this race. Larry Tenforder leading by 0.7 of a second from Bastian Boost, but this is the fight for 4th place that we are focusing on. And as Lauren Heinrich has to defend, he drops back slightly. Lorcan Hannafin pretty scruffy out of 17. Alex Tauscher, aggressive driving over the curbs, monstering that car. See Lorcan Hannafin looking down, looking to the left, looking to the right, full concentration. The British driver who has been something of a sensation this year, on the brink of potentially sealing the rookie championship, currently circulating in 7th place, 2nd in the rookie standings within this race. Looking down towards the hairpin. There's 1st and 2nd disappearing off to the left. There is Luke Hartog in 3rd on his own. Then Dylan Pereira and a challenge for position. That looked like Maurice Schering finding a route past Lorcan Hannafin. Hannafin's going to come back at him, but Maurice Schering just picking up the places. Going forward, Hannafin comes forward, squeezes Maurice Schering, retakes that position. And Lorcan Hannafin holds on to 7th place, but it's a brave man who gives even half a gap to Maurice Schering, because he's going to take it now. Huub van Eindhoven trying to take advantage of Maurice Schering running wide. Also in the background, Glenn van Parijs. But Huub van Eindhoven can see his championship rival up ahead, needs to get after him. And Maurice Schering back in the position that he was in a lap ago after that challenge on Lorcan Hannafin for 7th place. Also closing in behind them is Rudy Van Buren at the back of that queue. Another driver who you write off at your peril. There's the 3rd place Hartog coming through. Then the 4th place Pereira. Still 12.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Look at Van Eindhoven monstering that car over the curbing. They build them strong at Porsche. These cars made to really use the curbs, use all of the track. Track limits, always an issue in Carrera Cup Germany. We've had no notifications of any at the moment, which is always good news. That's Maurice Schering who's got it all wrong. He's gone off-road, the car gets airborne, he spins around somehow. He's avoided everybody else, so he tries to rejoin, but a big moment for Maurice Schering from 8th place, and that's going to promote Van Eindhoven up to 8th place and behind Lorcan Hannafin. But a big, scary moment for Maurice Schering there. He rejoins further back. Hopefully we'll see a replay of that. But Maurice Schering getting it all wrong as we ride on board with Carlos Rivas, currently the leading Pro-Am driver, 1st in category. And Jan-Erik Sluten still in 5th in category, and Maurice Schering, I wonder whether he's got some damage after that. The cars are strong, but getting that level of air. Let's have another look here, see what happened. He just went out wide on his own, got out onto the dirt. The car getting all 4 wheels off the ground. Somehow, well, Jukka Honkavori probably had a bit of a brown alert, as indeed Rudy Van Buren, but they avoided him. We're taking another look from a different angle, and that really was threading the eye of the needle, wasn't it? Weaving through the cars. Somehow they avoided contact, and that would have been quite nasty at that speed. So this was the view that Huub van Eindhoven had. He saw Schuring going wide, and at the corner of his eyes, he saw a car somewhere at about 10 foot in the air come clattering down, and Eindhoven said, I will have that very much. P8, that'll be mine. There's our race leader, Larry ten Voorde. He's led every lap of this race so far. Bastian Boos trying everything to take the battle to him. Qualifying this morning was epic. The two drivers swapping fastest times lap after lap, and it eventually finished in favour of Larry ten Voorde, the outgoing champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Luke Hartog in third place, Dylan Pereira in fourth, and Lauren Heinrich once again winding himself up for another assault on the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix car, the number 94 of Dylan Pereira. Dylan Pereira been a little bit subdued in the second half of the season, I would say, and suddenly he's onto Luke Hartog. So Pereira having a little look at the number 4 Black Falcon car, and Hartog goes wide, and Dylan Pereira now putting the heat on, but this allows Lauren Heinrich alongside. It is so easy to come undone. A little bit of contact, a little puff of blue smoke. It's as you were at the moment. But suddenly Hartog's podium position, his third place looking very much under threat. Very much the piano accordion effect into the corners. 1 minute, one car is closer. The next minute he's dropped back and the car behind is closer. But you can see from your graphic there that Lauren Heinrich has been closing in on Dylan Pereira fairly consistently. And Luke Hartog in third place, holding off the pressure from behind at the moment. There's a sense that this could all explode in a moment. Tauscher still the leading rookie. Rivas still the leading Pro-Am driver. Here we go. Hartog in third. Pereira, Heinrich, Tauscher, Hannafin, Van Eindhoven running together. Rudy van Buren in there as well. Hannafin a little bit further back from Tauscher at the moment. Round the hairpin once again. Dylan Pereira, yes, that is how you pronounce it, the request of his family. Dylan Pereira holding off Lauren Heinrich, the new champion in 2022 of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Alex Tauscher just there at the moment, currently looking for what would be his second rookie win of the season. Lorcan Hannafin has 5, Huub van Eindhoven has 6 rookie wins this season. Alex Fack has 2, and he has been very quiet in this race. He's down in 16th place at the moment, so Alex Fack not really enjoying a great deal of success in this, the first race of the weekend here at the Hockenheimring. Race 15 of a 16-race season. It is still all to play for. And still, Luke Hartog holding off 4th place Dylan Pereira, and we think there may be something left. The Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion for 2022, Dylan Pereira, still looking for a podium position. But Luke Hartog, a hard man to pass on a good day, a driver who has found a little bit more form as this season has progressed. A little bit frustrated not to be in the main championship hunt in the latter part of the season, but still very much enjoying his racing and looking for those podiums, still looking for that elusive first win. And that is a long way ahead of him at the moment, because Larry ten Voorde and Bastian Boos have about 9.4 seconds on Luke Hartog. And Dylan Pereira is pushing him all the way. Less than 7 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Ariel Levy has dropped down a couple of places, so Jesse Van Kuyk and Alex Fack have found a route past. Levy's down to P16. Carlos Rivas continues as the leading Pro-Am driver. Jan-Erik Sloten still continues in 5th place in the Pro-Am category. You can hear me counting there, couldn't you? He is down 28th place overall on the track. This is the fight that has been raging on all race long. Luke Hartog with Dylan Pereira behind him, Lauren Heinrich and Alex Tauscher, Lorcan Hannafin in the background. All Hannafin needs to do is finish in front of Huub van Eindhoven, and he will extend that points gap. It will take it to the final race tomorrow. But Lorcan Hannafin looking very strong. He's worked his way forwards, having started 9th on the grid. Eindhoven started 6th. But now the positions are swapped, and it's Hannafin who leads Eindhoven. A little over 5.5 minutes, a little under 5.5 minutes, plus 1 lap remaining. Car number 19 and 14 have to change position, so that has come up on our timing screens. Car number 9, Lorcan Hannafin, and car number 14 have to change positions. I don't know how long that has been up there. It has been up there a while, so I think that was prior to the incident that we saw with car 14, which is Maurice Schuring. So don't panic. That was an earlier message that has just popped up on my timing screen, but it was posted a while ago. You can see the driver classification. If the race finishes as it is now, Carlos Rivas will be just 4 points behind Jan-Erik Sloten in the Pro-Am standings. That really will take it down to the very end of the last race, which is tomorrow. And that will be very exciting indeed. So less than 4.5 minutes remaining. It is still Larry ten Voorde from Bastian Boos, Luc Hartog in 3rd place, Dylan Pereira in 4th. There's Ahmed Al-Shihab, a driver who has a big following in Q8. We know a lot of them are going to be joining us tomorrow to watch this race, and a very welcome addition to the ranks for ADAC Motorsport by Nigrin. Ahmed Al-Shihab, who has had a great season here in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, currently circulating in 25th position, but 2nd in class in the Pro-Am category. Behind him is Christoph Langer. But we look forward to welcoming Ahmed's fans tomorrow as well. Great to see Porsche Carrera Cup Germany is followed around the world. And in Q8, we also have, of course, a driver from Israel in the shape of Ariel Levy, currently running in 16th place. So a really multinational series. And now a change of position, is it? It is Alex Tauscher challenging, but Luc Hartog's had all sorts of problems. So Hartog has dropped. It looks like Pereira has found a route past, but Heinrich has followed him through as well. So Luc Hartog has dropped down the order, now coming into the clutches of Alex Tauscher. So having held on to that 3rd position for so long, with 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, Luc Hartog losing positions, but Dylan Pereira a very wide line out of the corner, and that might attract the attention of the stewards. But Pereira now up into that 3rd place. Heinrich has followed him through, but Hartog clearly struggling with grip here, because Alex Tauscher now pushing Luc Hartog all of the way. So Hartog, he looks so good for a podium position for so long. Alex Tauscher, a man who really has the bit between his teeth this weekend. The leading rookie driver, Lorcan Hannafin, just behind him, still looking to steal a position away. But Huub van Eindhoven, behind Lorcan Hannafin, will have any opportunity, and he will be through. So Hartog pulls it all together, but he's lost 2 positions. It's Dylan Pereira who is through and into the last of the podium positions. The new champion, Lauren Heinrich, in 4th place. Luc Hartog in 5th. Larry ten Voorde still leads the way at the front. Lorcan Hannafin doing what he needs to do. He would dearly love to get past Tauscher, because those extra points would help immensely. But at the moment, he's still in front of Huub van Eindhoven, and that's all that matters to him. Larry ten Voorde, you can see the gap that he and Bastian Boos have over 3rd place. Dylan Pereira going very deep into the hairpin of turn 6, and out they go under acceleration. Dylan Pereira still holding off Lauren Heinrich, but Heinrich pushing forwards. Now let's have another look and let's see what happened. Hartog locking up a wheel into turn 2 and leaving a gap on the inside, and that was the only invitation that Pereira needed, and he was through. So that was a big lockup from Luc Hartog. That would have flat spotted his tyres, and that would explain why he's really struggled to defend his position. He'll be pleased to see the end of this race with tyres that are probably shaped like 50p pieces. The driver that started on pole position and has led all of the way, Larry Tenforder, ahead of Bastian Buus. You can see the gap has opened up to 2.8 seconds. Third place, Dylan Pereira, now with Lauren Heinrich pressuring him all the way. Then a gap back to Luke Hartog with those flat-spotted tyres. Alex Tauscher there, Lorcan Hannafin, Hu van Eindhoven, and then a gap back to Rudy van Buren. A black and white flag has been shown to Dylan Pereira for leaving the track and getting an advantage. He won't pick up a penalty, but it is a warning. If he gets many more of those, he may see himself on the wrong end of a penalty. Lauren Heinrich, though, pressuring him in the closing stages of this race. Dylan Pereira holding on for all he's worth. Those tyres clearly are struggling. They head along the parabolica up towards the hairpin. Heinrich looks to the inside. Under braking, he sees a gap, but he's going to go deep into the corner. Pereira does the switch back. The back end of the car slides around now. It is a drag race around turn 7 and up towards the braking of turn 8. Heinrich will have the inside line for turn 8, or will he? But Pereira just getting the drag race into turn 8. Heinrich looks to the outside, but still he's staring at the back of the number 94 car. The clock has struck 0, so soon Larry Tenforder will start the last lap of the race. We are looking at the fight for third. It was one that Luke Hartog had for so much of the race, but now Dylan Pereira and Lauren Heinrich found a route through after that lockup. We're looking at a replay into the hairpin. Heinrich had the inside. Look at the back end slide around. I think Dylan Pereira would have been using the handbrake if he had one to get the car turned around, and then it was the drag race around the fairly flat out turn 7 and then up towards turn 8 under braking. But Lauren Heinrich doing all that he can to try and find that route past the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix car. But Dylan Pereira, a wily old dog, there's a reason why he is the brand new Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion, and that is because he knows how to fight. Another driver who knows how to fight, the outgoing champion of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, the most successful driver in Carrera Cup Germany history, Larry Tenforder, around the hairpin for the last time today before the final race tomorrow. It's Tenforder leading the way. Bastian Buus seemingly second for second, but I don't think Lauren Heinrich has settled for fourth. It's as you were, an almost repeat of the previous lap, but this time Heinrich gets the advantage out of the hairpin, and now Pereira is going to try and come back at him, and around to turn 7 they go, and then under braking into turn 8, but this time Heinrich is the one who has that racing line. He slams the door in the face of Dylan Pereira, and the new champion of Carrera Cup Germany 2022 looks to have a podium unless Pereira can do something about it in the last few corners. The driver who has led every single lap of this race, having started from pole position, Larry Tenforder out of turn 17 onto the pit straight, winning race 15 of a 16 race season. Bastian Buus, he did all that he could, but eventually crossing the line in second place, some 3.8 seconds behind. Then we're going to have a bit of a wait here until Lauren Heinrich comes out of the final corner, nicking it from Dylan Pereira in the absolute closing stages. And then it's Luke Hartog. He'll be pleased to see the checkered flag. Alex Tauscher, great job from him, the leading rookie, ahead of Lorcan Hannafin, who finishes ahead of Hu van Eindhoven in 8th place. So Hannafin will extend that championship lead in the rookie standings. We're keeping an eye on the Pro-Am drivers as they cross the line. It is Carlos Rivas who crosses the line as the leading Pro-Am driver. And Jan-Erik Schloten, after that drive-through penalty, crossing the line 28th overall and 5th in category in the Pro-Am standing. So Jan-Erik Schloten, not the race he was hoping for, because Carlos Rivas will have closed in the Pro-Am standings. Both championships are going to go to the final race tomorrow. It's going to be a white knuckle ride, biting the fingernails to the bone. Schloten with only a marginal lead. over Carlos Rivas in the Pro-Am standings. And that is going to be very exciting for the final race of the season, as indeed it will be for the rookie standings. But Alex Tauscher, I'd say driver of the day from him through into 6th place. Looking at a replay of Pereira and Heinrich into the hairpin. Some wonderful drifting. It is a very tight corner. Even running around it, it felt like a tight corner. Driving around it, almost a 3-point turn. There was a looking back at Heinrich from the perspective of Dylan Pereira. But great racing, great clean racing from these drivers. And there was Larry Tenforder taking the checkered flag ahead of Bastian Boos and Lauren Heinrich a long way back. And there we go, a replay again of the race winner. Yet another win for Larry Tenforder. He must have a humongously large trophy cabinet because he has had so many wins again this year. And that's another one he adds. And rumour has it he might be starting from pole position again tomorrow, so it could be 2 out of 2 yet again. 19 laps in the book. It's Larry Tenforder who wins from Bastian Boos, Lauren Heinrich, Dylan Pereira, Luke Hartog in 5th after that lockup, then Alex Tauscher, Lorcan Hannafin and Hu van Eindhoven running out of top 8, but it's Tauscher, Hannafin, Eindhoven, the 1, 2, 3 in the rookies, then Rudy van Buren, Glenn van Parijs, the guesting driver ahead of Jukka Honkavori, Lucas Ertel, Jesse van Kijk, Alex Fack in the rookie standings ahead of Gisele Cordiel and Ariel Levy. And then 17th, Richard Wagner, Lucas Grunevel, Dan van Kijk, Harold Prochik, and then the leading Pro-Am driver, Carlos Rivas, in 21st place, the leading Pro-Am driver ahead of Jonas Greif, Jan Seifert, Sebastian Framer. Christoph Langer was 2nd in the Pro-Am standings, and Ahmad Al-Shihab, a 3rd place for him. Good result for Ahmad Al-Shihab. But the overall winner, Larry Tenforder, receiving congratulations from the crew at GP Elite. Bastian Boos did all that he could, still looking for his 2nd win of the season. And there is confirmation of the points. Of course, Heinrich had it all sewn up at the end of Sachsenring back in September, but still racing very much for the wins. And Dylan Pereira, well, he slipped back from Larry Tenforder. It looked like he might be in a position to nick 2nd place at one point, but Larry Tenforder has opened up that gap on account of that race win. So into Parc Fermé, and we will shortly await the drivers on to the podium. It has been a glorious sunny day here. We were expecting rain this morning during qualifying. It never turned up. As actually the temperature has risen, and it is 90 degrees centigrade here. The very large crowd that have turned up here at the Hockenheimring, and it is a very big crowd, have been thoroughly entertained as the brand new 2022 champion in Carrera Cup Germany, Lauren Heinrich, comes home in 3rd place for SSR Huber Racing. Of course, we must mention SSR Huber also winning the team championship at Sachsenring last time out. 2nd place, Allied Racing's Bastian Boos, the tsunami that has hit Carrera Cup Germany. He came from Carrera Cup Benelux, and he takes no prisoners as he completes his 2nd season in Carrera Cup Germany. But the veteran, the man who is the outgoing champion, Larry Tenforder for Team GP Elite, winning race 15 of the season. So entertaining racing, the penultimate race of the season, but don't forget, we do it all again tomorrow. And the identity of the rookie champion and the Pro-Am champion will be decided tomorrow, because it will be the last race of the season, and we are thoroughly looking forward to that. The season kicked off at Spa-Francorchamps back in May. Where has the time gone? It has flown past, and it was there that Lauren Heinrich laid down the marker, and he took 2 wins from pole position both races, and then he went on to win 6 other races throughout the season, and that secured him the title of champion for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. The defending champion Larry Tenforder finding the early part of the season difficult, but picking up the pace as the season went on, but a little too late to challenge for the championship here at the Hockenheimring. There's the rest of the standings scrolling through, and of course Carlos Rivas also scoring points in the Pro-Am standings as well. And that will be a championship that will go all the way to the wire. There is Larry Tenforder just in the cool-down area, getting ready to jump up onto the podium in just a few moments, and he will be very happy about that. His 4th win of the season, which actually by his standards is quite a low win count, but it's certainly the second half of the season where he has really found a bit of pace and picked things up a bit. And there is Hockenheimring, the 2022 champion in the green and black. A driver who was always there or thereabouts, but something happened over the winter. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was becoming the Porsche Junior, but he was a man reborn when he turned up at Spa-Francorchamps. Going up Eau Rouge and Raidillon, he was the only driver who didn't touch the brake lights when I was watching. And he's carried that form all the way through the season to take the championship. On this instance, he takes 3rd in this race. Bastian Boos, watch out. You think he's good now? Imagine what he's going to be like when he's got a few more races under his belt. 2nd place. And the veteran, the outgoing champion, but still the man to beat, Larry Tenforder to the top step. And now the national anthem. National anthem done for the penultimate time this season. The question is, will it be the Dutch national anthem again tomorrow? There's Huri Isaac, project manager of Customer Sport Porsche, a real character and a guy who's really worked so hard for this series, presenting the trophy to Hockenheimring. Thomas Loudenbach, the Vice President of Motorsport at Porsche AG. Points at Bastian Boos. Look at this guy, he says. But they're still having to work hard on what they're looking at. It says 2nd, that is correct. The guy that they still have to beat, Larry Tenforder. There aren't many race weekends that go by where he's not on the podium. He receives the winning trophy. A solid, dominant job from Larry Tenforder. He did all that he needed to do, but he looked after the tyres. He didn't overcook them and leave the door open for Bastian Boos. Team GP Elite receiving a trophy as the winning team. The pose for photographs before the celebrations will commence. The penultimate race of the season done and dusted. You can see that Larry Tenforder, not quite the height of his competitors. Maybe that's his advantage. So, grab the champagne, run for cover. The celebrations start to conclude race 15 of the season. There is still one more race to go. The Pro-Am Championship. Jan-Erik Sloten versus Carlos Rivas. The Rookie Championship. Lorcan Hannafin versus Hu van Eindhoven. It will be settled tomorrow. Join us for the last race of the season. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
It's time to dive into Prototype Cup Germany action for the final time in 2022, our final weekend. One race today, we're already on the formation lap, and another tomorrow with championships at stake. No time to waste, let's get you through the starting grid for this one. It's Don Armunding who starts the Molnar Motorsport Duqueine chassis alongside Axel Jeffries in the Ginetta from Conrad Motorsport. A very compelling and competitive front row. Oscar Tunjo is next for Rinaldi Racing in his Duqueine, and the Ligier of Rory Penttinen. That car brand new this week for MRS GT Racing. The Finnish driver doing a good job to qualify fourth there. Torsten Kratz in fifth place in the WTM Racing Duqueine alongside Berkay Bessler, alongside Marvin Dienst, of course, in the number 7 TalkSport WRT Ligier. Moritz Lerner, the Sim Racing All-Star, three-time eSports GT Masters champion. He starts alongside Julian Schell, the Le Mans veteran for Pegasus Racing. Both of those cars are Ligiers. Sebastian von Gartzen is next in the Racing Experience Duqueine. The American Danny Sufi in his second weekend of prototype racing. He starts in 10th. Sebastian Aronram and Michael Herrich, or Michael Herrich, I should say, rounding out our 12-car order for this one. It's been a dramatic weekend already. Thursday and Friday were both days with challenging conditions. We had a rather damp qualifying session on Friday as well, so certainly the challenges have been thrown at these drivers so far. There's a title on the line too. Today, Don Armunding and Matthias Luton in that Molnar Motorsport 21 car have to outscore the TalkSport WRT number 7 to stay in the championship hunt going into tomorrow. The race, though, is on, and it's Don Armunding with the lead into the first corner, but Axel Jeffries tries to hang the Ginetta around the outside, and he goes flying over the curbs, quite literally airborne, but thankfully he remains on terra firma now, still in second place. Make that third potentially, because Oscar Tunjo is trying to go around the outside. Berkay Bessler bouncing across the runoff on the curbs on the outside of turn 2, and he's falling through the order significantly. This is huge for the championship. 25.5 points coming into this one between the 21 car and the 7, but it's too close for comfort in the battle for second place. Penttinen there in the MRS GT Racing Ligier dies for second place despite Axel Jeffries' best efforts at closing the door. Penttinen kicked it down and then threw it in the trash can for good measure. He moves up to second place, and Oscar Tunjo says, well, while we're at it, I'll take third place. And Axel Jeffries gets shoved out slightly there by Tunjo, dropping it to fourth place, and Tunjo tags Penttinen. What is going on the first lap? These drivers are in the car for the first time today, and clearly they're excited about it. There's a lot going on. Penttinen there, I believe, with a puncture too. Yes, he has damage. And Berkay Bessler too. Oh, the championship leading car. The TalkSport WRT number 7 of Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst is limping home, I believe, with another puncture. And the number 12 Racing Experience car, Sebastian von Gartzen, didn't make it beyond the hairpin either. I wonder if those two things are connected. But clearly, this looks like a race ender for Berkay Bessler. Huge suspension damage on the front of that car, and he's not even going to try and get it back to the pits. He pulls it up onto the grass, and I think that's day over for Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst. One of the talking points of this race was going to be the fact that Marvin Dienst, just 2 hours or so ago, was racing an ADAC GT Masters. Well, turns out he's not needed in the TalkSport WRT Ligier today. Penttinen has got the 14 car, the MRS GT Racing entry, back into pit lane. So hopefully they can get that car sorted. They are troubled with a little bit of rear damage there. Now, this car, I mentioned it in passing on the formation lap, brand new. They were literally taking the wrapping off the thing. Yes, they do come in wrapping race cars. In the early stages of this week, it ran pretty much for the first time here at Hockenheim on Thursday. And now Penttinen taking on a new experience in terms of being an LMP3 driver for MRS GT Racing. Has done admirably to this point, but it was this contact between Axel Jeffries and Penttinen that really set things up for, frankly, disaster up and down the order. Heading into the hairpin, contact between Jeffries and Penttinen, and that would ultimately trigger a bit of a compacting, and I missed that completely while watching the battle for second unfold. A huge clattering together between Bessler and Sebastian von Gartzen. Of course, Bessler lost a lot of time at turn 2. And I think he was trying to make it up at turn 6, the hairpin. And unfortunately, he's done anything but that. He's badly wounded his car and potentially ended his race. And there you see, eventually getting tagged around Penttinen there by Oscar Tunjo, who is now in second place behind our leader, Donar Munding, who I think is probably the only driver out there who didn't have any concerns or any damage or any fighting to do on that first lap. He was side by side with Axel Jeffries at turn 1, but he then made good his escape and everything kicked off behind him in no uncertain terms. Back into the pits now is the number 12 Racing Experience car, Sebastian von Gartzen, so they're going to try and send that one back out. Unfortunately, Berkay Bessler is looking to go no further in this race. You'll be unsurprised to see that the incident between those two is under investigation. Incident between cars 2 and 14 also under investigation. That's Axel Jeffries and Rory Penttinen heading down into the hairpin on lap 1. I dare say that entire first lap is going to be replayed long into the evening down at race control, because that was a lot going on at once. And some discussions going on there with Sebastian von Gartzen, I think, trying to fire the car up. And I don't think it wants to play ball. He's got his thumb on the start button, but it's not firing. And that is a huge shame for a duo that have been immensely entertaining. Gary Hauser is always a fighter, the Luxembourg-based driver. And von Gartzen has more than held his end as well. Danny Sufi has ended up off the circuit. The American driver in the safety car queue has ended up off track and is now rejoining. Now, the nature of the fact that he's now 30 or so seconds back from the safety car queue makes me think that perhaps it lost power and now he's got it started again, rather than having made a significant mistake and then taken 30 seconds to do a 3-point turn. There's the sorry sight of the championship leading car, Talksport WRT's number 7 Ligier, in the hands of Berkay Bessler, and Marvin Dienst is going to non-score in this race. And what this does is it sets up what is potentially a mouth-watering close to this season in tomorrow's race. If Donar Munding takes the win along with Matthias Luton today, scores 25 points, there will be half a point in it in the overall championship standings going into tomorrow's decider. So it's all to play for here with the form car of the season, the car that has taken 4 wins on the side of the circuit and damaged. It's now anyone's game and anyone's guess as we go back to green flag conditions. It's Donar Munding that leads from Oscar Tunjo, Torsten Kratz up to 3rd place for WTM Racing, and diving back up to 4th there was Axel Jeffries. The black and white car, it was meant to be just white, but they've had to replace some parts on the 24 Reiter Engineering machine. That's in 5th place. Lock up there for Oscar Tunjo as he tried to slow down for turn 2. There is the Reiter Engineering 24 car in the hands of the Sim Racing star, the 3-time ADAC GT Esports champion, in the form of Moritz Lerner. Lerner having to defend hard here from Aaron Ram in the 72 car. The Finnish racer who has been with us all season has been doing a good job and is now pressuring as they head down towards the Mercedes arena. Thankfully this time everyone's through the Mercedes arena without any particular dramas. There you see the 24 car from Reiter Engineering. It is Moritz Lerner's first ever weekend racing in a LMP machine, an LMP3 machine. He's done a couple of seasons in GT4 cars, as up the inside there goes Julian Schell. The Pegasus racing car being driven by the team boss at the moment. We'll hand over later on to a true young prodigy in Thibaut Earhart, who has been promising everywhere he has set foot in recent times. Look at this, the top four very close together. Donar Munding, followed by Oscar Tunjo. Then it's Torsten Kratz, and then it's Axel Jeffries. It's 3 Duquesne chassis, followed by a Ginetta. Danny Sufi getting involved here with the Gebhardt car in the hands of Mikael Herrick. And also, oh, just almost getting squeezed out there. That was a bit scary. That is Rory Penttinen again. So Penttinen, who's already been in the pits once with a puncture and some damage, is still getting the elbows out, firmly blocking off Danny Sufi there. Sufi, the 19-year-old American racer, and a driver who has very little experience outside of drifting and Mazda MX-5 racing. He went straight from drifting in a Corvette in Texan state-level events and basically low-level national racing in America in a Mazda MX-5. He's now moved all the way up to LMP3 cars here in Germany. Of course, he debuted last time out at Lausitzring, and he has been very impressive given the hefty jump up he has made in terms of competition and car. He currently sits in 9th place. There's Axel Jeffries, though, in the leading of the 2 Conrad Motorsport Ginettas, Danny Sufi's sister car, as it were. Of course, Axel, a GT racing and endurance racing generally, an absolute weapon of a driver. He's not yet 30, very much in his prime of his career, and a driver who can turn himself to any GT car or prototype and show everyone else the way. Axel Jeffries looking to challenge Torsten Kratz for 3rd place right now. I've said it before while covering Prototype Cup Germany, it's great to see some representation for Ginetta in the Prototype Cup Germany. Bit deep there for Axel Jeffries into the hairpin, but the Ginetta, not the most favoured LMP3 chassis. Certainly Duquesne and Ligier have quite the hold on the market, but the Ginetta is an impressive car. And it's good to see a team as prestigious as Conrad Motorsports and indeed as Gebhardt Motorsport, 2 teams with a lot of history adopting the Ginetta chassis. So we've mentioned the championship connotations in the overall standings. 25.5 points was the gap between Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst, and then the 2nd place duo Donar Munding, who's on our screen as our leader right now, and Matthias Lutten behind. Matthias, who of course is a bronze-rated driver, he's in the trophy class. So as a bronze-rated driver, that means he's an amateur, he's not a professional. So you can't expect the same performance from him as you would a Donar Munding. But we've seen exactly how good Matthias Lutten can be. So even though he is a bronze-rated driver, firmly classed as an amateur racer, he is a very strong driver. Oscar Tunjo, of course, a youngster with a lot of potential, came up through the junior single-seater ladder, a race winner in GP3. So he is firmly a pro driver, as is Donar Munding. Torsten Kratz also, I believe, a silver-rated driver. In fact, no, my apologies, he is a bronze-rated driver, but he is a very quick one. So he is challenging and threatening Oscar Tunjo right now. Side by side, meanwhile, between Penttinen and Julian Schell. There you see the championship standings. As I was talking about, if it finished now, it would be half a point at the top, but it's less than half a second in the battle for 7th place as Penttinen finds a way around the outsides of Julian Schell. It's not often we see a move around the outside at the hairpin. Looks as though Julian Schell having to fight a little bit of oversteer there in the Pegasus Racing Ligier. Both Julian Schell and Thibaut were racing in the Ultimate Cup Series a few weeks ago here at Hockenheim, so they've got lots of experience in this car on this track. And we'll see what Thibaut Earhart can do later on. For now, we continue to watch this top 4 disappear away up the order. while we're talking driver racings, of course, Axel Jeffries, he is an accomplished pro driver. He is a pro and a gold driver, a silver driver to go with it. A silver-rated driver who I think is knocking on the door of going gold in the future. Side by side then with Julian Schell and Danny Soufi, and Soufi has made up a position on Julian Schell as well. I think the Frenchman at the wheel of his own team's car really is struggling with balance at the moment. It just doesn't look happy in low-speed situations or acceleration zones. The car does not look particularly settled, the 23 Pegasus Racing car. So Danny Soufi moves up to 8th place. Just his 3rd race in anything faster than a Mazda MX-5, and he's just overtaken someone who was raced at the Le Mans 24 hours. I'd say Danny Soufi is on a progression curve that is rather admirable and could go a lot higher than it currently is. Top 4 close as you like. This is exciting racing. Of course, there isn't just the Prototype Cup Germany standings to consider. There's also the trophy class and the juniors. Now, the trophy class is being led by Matthias Luton by a considerable margin right now. Torsten Kratz is 2nd in that proceeding. So Kratz would be very keen on finishing ahead of this 21 car. Meanwhile, a drive-through penalty has been applied to Oscar Tunjo for causing a collision. That, of course, was when he tagged Penttinen around a few laps ago. Can't say it's the biggest surprise. Of course, Rory Penttinen ended up with a puncture for that, for his troubles in that one. Penttinen making his debut in the Prototype Cup Germany, and he's now fighting his way back through the order. Oscar Tunjo, though, is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. No half-hearted measures with that move, and certainly it was a slight error of judgment from Oscar Tunjo. 39 minutes and 35 seconds left to go in this one. We're rapidly bearing down on the pit window as well. Donnar Munding is our race leader for Duqueine and the Molnar Motorsport outfit. We'd expect, as a rule, Donnar Munding to stay out there until the end of the window. Let's see if Oscar Tunjo takes the first possible opportunity to serve his drive-through penalty. Certainly, I think most drivers just look at it as, well, get it out of the way. But for now, he presses on. Perhaps the team is trying to argue the point, or maybe Oscar is just frustrated and wants to drive in peace and serve the penalty after 3 laps, which is the maximum you can do before you start to face even harsher penalties. There's the battle for 6th place. Sebastian Ehrenram in 6th position right now. The Swedish driver for the Kuurinen Motorsport team in their Duqueine DO8. He's being pursued by Penttinen, who's still on that recovery drive. The top 4 currently covered by 2.226 seconds. And Tunjo going deep, deep, deep into the hairpin there. Don't think that was by design. Just missed his braking opportunity. Perhaps the slipstream skewing his braking zone somewhat. If you've got the help of a slipstream up ahead, sometimes you need to brake a little bit earlier. And I imagine Tunjo, with that little slip up in mind, might say, well, let's just get this penalty out of the way this time by. Certainly, you have to visit the pit lane soon. Torsten Kratz and Axel Jeffries loom large in his mirrors. They're fighting for 3rd place right now. It will soon be 2nd. And once Tunjo does head to the penalty or head to the pit lane service penalty, which he hasn't done this time by, I'm sure that Matthias Luton will be cheering on Axel Jeffries. Thorsten Kratz, of course, his competition in the Prototype Cup Germany trophy class. Matthias Luton commands a lead of just over 50 points in that championship right now, so he is fairly comfortable in the championship lead, but he can seal the trophy class here today. And he will seal that trophy class, I believe, if he outscores Thorsten Kratz today. He doesn't even necessarily have to do that. I believe he has to be 37.5 clear to succeed in winning the trophy category in this race today, and there's 51 points between them at the moment. So in theory, it is a fairly comfortable margin, but I'm sure if Thorsten Kratz can be held up by a little bit of a scrap with Axel Jeffries, that would make Matthias Luton extra happy and extra comfortable. A little bit of a lock-up there for the 33 car, Oscar Tunjo, who has been having a bit of a rabid stint at the wheel of the Rinaldi racing car. I believe he will have to come in this time by, or the stewards will start looking into alternative, harsher means of punishment for the collision with Penttinen a few laps ago. And this time, Tunjo does come into pit lane, so Oscar Tunjo in to serve the drive-through penalty. Heads to the pit limiter zone at maximum speed to try and minimise the effect of this trundle through pit lane at 80 kilometres an hour. It's a painful process for sure. And he will rejoin the race, I believe, down in 9th behind Julian Schell. Yes, indeed. Schell just goes past the pit exit there. Down to 9th place is Oscar Tunjo. That's going to be a lot of work for Martin Berry, who joins Oscar Tunjo this weekend. Martin Berry, a veteran of GT racing and Ferrari Challenge competition. Up the inside there, potentially, was Penttinen, not quite able to do it, but he might have psyched out Sebastian Aronram, because Aronram went defensive, took a tighter line around turn 6, and that now leaves him vulnerable to Penttinen, who got a much better run out of the corner. Looks to the inside at the Mercedes arena. And not quite close enough to make a move. But Aaron Ram certainly under pressure, not just from Penttinen, but also Danny Sufi, who is keeping a watching brief behind in P8. It was fascinating speaking to Danny Sufi. He actually has been kind of running as something of an intern, from what I understand, at Conrad Motorsports since Lausitz. He's been working in the Conrad Motorsports headquarters, helping out and earning his keep between the two events. And now he's back at the wheel of the Ginetta and in the scrap for 6th place overall. Sebastian Aronram, though, keeping on his grasp of 6th place for now. Danny Sufi, one of the junior drivers at 19 years old. Certainly he's one of the junior, or most junior drivers out there. Donnar Munding, incidentally, is leading the junior class currently. As you see, the pit window is about to open for 10 minutes. So when the clock hits 33 minutes to go exactly, we open the pits for 10 minutes. Everyone has to serve a mandatory pit stop, including a driver change. We'll see how that unfolds. There are slightly different pit stop penalties for a few of the drivers and teams based on exactly how potent they are. So Sebastian Aronram in 5th place. Of course, I was talking about this being the battle for 6th earlier. It's now the battle for 5th because of Oscar Tunjo's penalty. Tunyo, who incidentally has already found his way past Julian Schell and is not too far back from this scrap for 5th. So it may not be long before he gets back involved. Danny Sufi, meanwhile, is into the pit lane, as is Rory Penttinen. Both of these drivers are solo. So there's no handover to be done. Both into the pit lane. Penttinen making his first appearance here in the Prototype Cup Germany. He is a very spectacular driver. He's had some great successes in competition in his homelands. Was a racer in Radicals and Legends cars, even a class winner at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Most recent significant success was a title win in the Asian Le Mans Series LMP3 class in 2021. That was with United Autosports. Zach Brown's operation. So certainly a driver who knows his way around LMP3 machinery. And we'll see if he can get himself any further up the order after a tricky first stint. When they head back out there, Gebhardt Motorsports number 70 car is in as well. It has been for a while. Mikael Herrick, in fact, no, my apologies, only just come into the pit lane for its mandatory stop, but is down in 10th place right now. So Mikael Herrick in the 70 car is due to hand the car over shortly. Meanwhile, problems getting the car started. Oh, not again. We had this for Danny Sufi last time at the Lausitzring as well. Into the pits has gone Sebastian Aronram. They were hooking up a battery to the Conrad Motorsport Ginetta. And we did see the car slow down under safety car, didn't we? And I wondered whether that was going to be an issue with the car powering down involuntarily, and I think that's exactly what happened earlier on, and that's exactly what's happening again now. Danny Sufi cannot get that car fired. What a shame for the young American. Penttinen, who came into the pits at the same time as him, has already rejoined the race. And so they're well beyond schedule, and unfortunately, Danny Sufi doesn't look to be going any further in this one. Sebastian Aronram is in the pit lane. It's smoking a little bit, the sixth-backed Corin and Kempe Motorsport car. That's just hot brakes. Elsewhere, the battle for second place is still intense between Torsten Kratz and Axel Jeffries. Donald Munding still leading the way right now. You see Oscar Tunyo is also back in the pits and has already handed over to Martin Berry. Out into the race once again goes Sebastian Aronram then. And he will rejoin the race down in 6th place by the looks of it. Of course, no, it's a handover now, isn't it? Jesse Salmonauccio has taken over that car. So Sebastian Aronram making way for Jesse Salmonauccio, who will take that car home for Corin and Kempe Motorsport. Unfortunately, Danny Sufi still not going anywhere, and it's such a shame for a young driver with a lot of ambition. And a great deal of talent in a very early stage of his prototype racing career, but it does seem as though that car has let him down. Torsten Kratz, meanwhile, still with Axel Jeffries hot on his heels. Axel Jeffries was a part of the Pro-Am second place finishing Conrad Lamborghini squad in the Nürburgring 24 Hours earlier this year, as was his teammate for today, Maximilian Hacklander. Both are part of the squad that took second place in GT3 Pro-Am, SP9 Pro-Am in the Nürburgring 24 Hours earlier this year. Has been a mainstay of Conrad Motorsport for many years, Axel Jeffries. But that is far from the only thing that he gets up to. He's very scarcely got a weekend away from a racing circuit. We were talking about that earlier on. He laughed and said he was greedy. And I was like, well, if there's a paycheck in a race car, why not? And that certainly seems to be Axel Jeffries' motif. And great to see someone so eager to go racing. Unfortunately, Danny Sufi, while he's extremely eager to go racing, the car doesn't seem as keen today. Bit deep into the hairpin there goes Axel Jeffries, still trying to find a way around Torsten Kratz. Meanwhile, Donar Munding has built up a gap of 5.2 seconds over Torsten Kratz. That is good going. The pit stop time for majority, or for an overwhelming majority of the field, the mandatory pit stop time is 105 seconds. No one has gone below that as of yet. Car 22, that's Danny Sufi's Conrad Ginetta, under investigation for infringement of Article 39. I'm guessing that has something to do with trying to fire up a car with a battery in pit lane, but it's of little relevance because he's already out of the race, unfortunately. Into the pits come the battle for second, as well as Moritz Lerner, who had a quiet stint, it must be said. We didn't see much of him on screen, but he's brought the car in fourth place. He had 15 minutes of seat time in an LMP3 car coming into this weekend. He won't thank me for saying this, but yesterday in free practice, at one point he backed it into a tyre wall, so he lost time that he could have spent learning the car then as well. But in the race, Moritz Lerner has indeed been a very fast learner. A promising performance from the youngster who has shown promise in GT4 cars, but LMP3s are a completely different kettle of fish. A much harder car to drive, a much more raw, physical and pure racing car, of course. These cars have traction control, but no ABS. Yes, power steering, but in general the car is very raw and relies on its driver to do the hard work and the heavy lifting. 1 minute and 20 seconds of the pit window left, and Donar Munding is about to hopefully bring the car in, because if he doesn't come into the pits this time, he's going to exceed the pit window. And clearly they know that, because in comes the Molnar Motorsport 21 car off camera. We'll see him in the pit shortly as they continue to await departure at Reiter Engineering in the 24 machine. Off goes that machine now. And into the pit lane comes the 21 car in the hands of Donar Munding. Getting a replay here of Donar Munding fully committed into the pit lane there. A little kick of oversteer coming into the pits as Matthias Luton takes over, the bronze-rated driver. He will be looking to sew up the trophy class today. He will be looking to try and get as many points on the board in the overall championship as well, because, as I will remind you, if you are just joining us, Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst didn't even make it to the end of lap number 1. Berkay Bessler started the car, made heavy contact at turn 6 with Sebastian von Gartz in the Racing Experience machine, broke the suspension on the Ligier, and both Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst, our championship leaders, are now watching on from the sidelines. If things were to finish as they are, it would be half a point between this car and its drivers, Donar Munding and Matthias Luton, and the TalkSport WRT number 7 duo of Bessler and Marvin Dienst. Leonard Wies at the wheel of the 11 car, which might be about to inherit the race lead. I think Donar Munding is struggling to get going. Rather, Matthias Luton is struggling to get going. They're giving the car a push, and they've lost the lead. Leonard Wies has just crossed the line to take the lead of the race. And, well, it's very much jog on for the marshals, and they've finally got the car moving. Oh, no, they've not. Oh, dearie oh me. It goes from bad to worse. Matthias Luton, oh, now he gets the car started. Thankfully, he gets the car started. But he's going to join the race well down the order. He's going to join the race, I believe, potentially around 6th or 7th place. He's registered 6th at the moment. He is indeed in 6th place. So Matthias Luton, who was due a potential race victory, is now down in 6th place. And again, that changes the championship complexion completely. Because they were due to score 25 points. That would have left just half a point between the number 7 crew and the Molnar Motorsport team. But now, falling down to 6th place, that's going to give them somewhere in the region of 9 points, if my memory serves me correctly. I will get the points table up again in just a second, but certainly that's going to change the complexion of the championship significantly as Leonard Wies continues on. And of course in the trophy class as well, this could be hugely significant because Leonard Wies is effectively now there replacing Torsten Kratz, who is a rival in the trophy standings to Matthias Luton. There was a big gap of 51 points between Luton and Kratz coming into this weekend. But that is going to go down if things finish as they are. Matthias Luton could really do with picking away at some of the drivers ahead of him. But remember, he is a bronze-rated driver, where quite a few of the people around him are more experienced, higher rated, and do this for a career. And with that, obviously, comes a good bit of speed. Car 14, 5-second time penalty, failed to manage track limits at turn 1. That is the car of Rory Penttinen. It's been a dramatic debut in Prototype Cup Germany, I'd say, for the MRS GT Racing crew. Car 21 under investigation for an unsafe release. That is Donar Munding and Matthias Luton's car, currently driven by Luton. The Molnar Motorsport team under investigation for an unsafe release. Of course, we saw the car being pushed. We saw the process of getting the car fired up taking a long time on the pit apron and extending well beyond the remit of their garage door. So there's every chance that this could get more painful. Car number 2 has a 5-second time penalty. That is Maximilian Hacklander. So car number 2 under investigation for an infringement of Article 39. So that was also what the number 22 car was under investigation for. Article 39 is the pit stop regulations. So, a 5-second time penalty applied to car number 2. That's Maximilian Hacklander, who sits 2nd place right now, has taken that car over from Axel Jeffries. Meanwhile, under pressure is Leon Duca from Salman Alshio in the 72 car. Yes, sir, Salman Alshio to the inside of Duca. And that is a move for 3rd place overall. Nice driving, made it look very easy indeed, did Jesse Salman Alshio. Leon Duca also making his Prototype Cup Germany debut this weekend alongside his teammate. So a new lineup all round for Reiter. And the points as they stand become very interesting because Dienst and Bessler will still lead the championship as expected, but now Axel Jeffries could be second in the championship and suddenly very much in contention as well. 13.5 points back with 25 to score in tomorrow's race. That would be compelling. Munding and Luton currently third in the championship on 80 points if things were to finish as they are right now. But there's still a long time to go. 17 minutes of racing remain. It must be said regarding Matthias Luton, he's losing time to the cars ahead of him. So I'm not convinced that he's going to make up any further positions in this one. Torsten Kratz also technically within championship grasp as well, as I believe would be Leonard Wies, this man. It looked like we had two obvious championship favourites going into this race, but the retirement of Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst, along with the fall through the order for Matthias Luton after a difficult pit stop, has really thrown things into disarray for almost everyone except for this man, Leonard Wies. Wies, who runs in the junior category. He is currently listed down in equal third in junior. Or rather, sorry, in third place behind Bessler and Dienst, who of course are equal second since they share the car. So this result could impact the junior standings as well. Donar Munding, a runaway favourite in those standings right now. But Leonard Wies, with a good points haul today, could put himself into significant contendership. Certainly looking to be compelling stuff in the season finale that takes place tomorrow evening. Car number 21 has just been given a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. So, unfortunately, everything is just being compounded now for Matthias Luton and Donar Munding. The 21 Molnar Motorsport car is going to have to go into the pits, drive through, and I believe that might put Luton at least one place down behind the Gebhardt Motorsport Ginetta of Jakob Erlbacher. There's Maximilian Hacklander in second place. Third place, Jesse Salmonauscio, Leon Duca, and Rory Penttinen, third, fourth, and fifth place. And Duca's lap times are getting quicker, but I think Penttinen is on the hunt. Here's a replay of how Jesse Salmonauscio got his way up into third place. A great run through the Parabolica and up towards the braking zone at turn 6, the hairpin. Fairly easily done when all was said and done. Leonard Wies crossing the line to start the 23rd lap of this race. We've still got 14 minutes of racing to go. There are certain packs getting closer together, but Leonard Wies is driving away right now. Lapping quicker, or had been lapping quicker than Maximilian Hacklander, but Hacklander actually just took 8 tenths out of Leonard Wies. So it's quite possible that Leonard Wies is maybe taking the worst out of his best out of his tyres, but I do think it's a stretch for Maximilian Hacklander. He's only got 13 minutes to make up 15 seconds, and that feels unlikely, doesn't it? Matthias Luton into pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. In the back of shot there, you can see Jakob Erlbacher coming through, and Erlbacher moves fourth into 6th place. I think Luton is safe from further position loss. Oh, and big deep into the hairpin there for the 14 MRS GT Racing Ligier of Rory Penttinen, who continues to push on. At no point has Penttinen looked like he's on a cruise. He's consistently been pressing and trying to find the limits of this Ligier. I'm sure that he and MRS GT Racing are working very hard indeed to try and wrap their heads around this car, fresh from the Ligier factory. So Salman Alscio remains in third place, Leon Duca falling back. Question is, what about Rory Penttinen? Can he get past Duca? Can he challenge Salman Alscio? Hockenheimring in second place is setting some very impressive lap times. He's just taken another second out of Leonard Wies, but I fear it's too little too late. Gap is down to 14.8 seconds at the head of the order. Salman Alscio, meanwhile, with two cars within about 3 seconds of him. That's more like 2.5 seconds. Covering third to fifth places, and Penttinen once again late on the brakes into the hairpin. Is it too late? No, he absolutely nailed that, actually. Gained big time on Leon Duca. Flash of the headlights then from Penttinen, who means business. As I look to the inside at the Mercedes arena, and to be fair, Leon Duca was very gentlemanly indeed, kind of offered up the inside there, but Penttinen wasn't quite there to take it. Of course, the flip side of that is that slowed both of them down a little bit there. That's given Salman Alscio a little bit of breathing room, but we saw a lock-up. Did he make the corner? Thankfully he did, yes. Salman Alscio obviously still pressing on, even though these two are distracting each other somewhat with a bit of a battle. Into turn one then, once again in this battle for fourth place, Leon Duca, a driver who only moved up from karts in the very recent past. He was still a full-time kart racer in 2019. So certainly a driver with a lot to learn, a youngster with a lot of promise. Right now, he's under pressure from someone who's taken championships in these cars in the form of Rory Penttinen. Penttinen to the inside. And once again, just braver and more confident in the braking into the hairpin. Gained car length on car length over Leon Duca into that braking zone. And Rory Penttinen has moved up into fourth place. Can he now chase? Yes, to Salman Alscio, certainly. Salman Alscio hasn't got far up the road, so I think it's more than possible that Penttinen can challenge for fourth place. Make that third place, my apologies. And that would be a great showing from Penttinen and for MRS GT Racing. As I remind you, MRS GT Racing was still peeling some of the wrapping off the car at the early stage of the week. Brand new chassis. And up into fourth place for Penttinen. His lap times at the moment are quite a bit quicker than Salman Alscio. He just crossed the line to a 139.022. Salman Alscio's last lap was a 140.457, and that does feel a little bit academic with just a second between the two of them, but Penttinen is still going to have to find his way past the 72 car. Meanwhile, Leonard Wies continues to lead the way for WTM Racing. We get brief glances of him every now and then to remind us that he is in fact still there, and 13 seconds clear of Maximilian Hockenheimring in second place. Hockenheimring, who is currently doing a great job of elevating his teammates Axel Jeffries to potentially second in the championship coming out of this race. Of course, Hockenheimring hasn't been racing with Jeffries all season, thus they are on different points totals, but Jeffries, with the misfortunes now for both Matthias Luton and Molnar Motorsport, as well as the Marvin Dientz Berkay Bessler number 7 TalkSport WRT Ligier, the misfortunes of both of those cars, combined with a second-place finish for Hacklander and Jeffries, puts the championship back into a state of flux. The ball is firmly in the air and not sure who's going to catch it. Here comes Penttinen then in the MRS GT racing car, locking up massively. Of course, lest we forget, that car is still walking slightly wounded. We're rear-end damage from the very first lap of the race when he was collected by the 33, which is now being driven by Martin Berry. Of course, it was Oscar Tunio at the wheel in the early stages. Berry now sits down in 8th place. Penttinen then has indeed shrunk the gap between himself and Salman Alcio up ahead. It's a battle among the Finns at the moment then. Penttinen, a Finnish racer, as is Salman Alcio. Let's see if this is the time where Penttinen makes up to P3. He's loved overtaking here at the hairpin. He's so confident on the brakes in the Ligier, and once again, he's braked later than his adversary. Has he made the corner? Somehow, yes! He must have some of the best braking technique of anyone out there on the circuit. And he is now up to 3rd place in this race. The MRS GT racing crew will be cheering him on. A podium for them in their first outing with this brand new car would be sensational. We are rapidly approaching the final 5 minutes of the race. I don't think there's any further progress to be done for Penttinen. 3rd place is the ceiling. There's about 18 seconds between Penttinen and Maximilian Hacklander up ahead in 2nd place. Incidentally, Leonard Wies now 11.2 seconds clear of Maximilian Hacklander, who has been closing in and has been setting a scintillating pace all throughout this race. But ultimately, I think the cross is too much to bear. Maximilian Hacklander, of course, who also has a 5-second penalty to serve at the end of this race. Quite apart from that penalty, owing to a pit stop infringement, I think quite apart from that, the gap far too much to make up in the level of time that he's been given. The assignment simply too much, but Axel Jeffries will nonetheless thank him kindly for potentially putting him right back into the championship hunt. The Zimbabwean racer Axel Jeffries, something of a trophy hunter, plies his trade across LMP and GT cars pretty much week in, week out. And he would dearly love to fight for a championship tomorrow, and at the moment, that is exactly what looks to be happening. There's Jesse Salman Alcio in 4th place. 4th place, a good, strong finishing result for the 72 crew of Aaron Ram and Salman Alcio, but it's probably a little bit disappointing that the podium has slipped away from them in the final few minutes of the race. Penttinen, though, too strong, has already gapped Salman Alcio. Is, of course, one of the junior category drivers, was 6th in the junior category coming into this weekend, missed a couple of races in the season, or retired from a couple of races in the season, more accurately. Leonard Wies for WTM Racing, though, is our leader. The 11 car leads the way. This is going to put them still just about on the fringes of overall championship contention. Still mathematically possible for them, but moreover, the efforts of Leonard Wies here are going to tee him up nicely in the junior class, and it will also mean that his teammate Torsten Kratz is suddenly a much bigger problem for Matthias Luton than he had been previously. Luton had a 51-point cushion coming into this weekend. I think that will be down somewhere around 30 points after this race in the trophy classification. Leonard Wies approaching the final couple of the corners now with 3 minutes left to go in this race. Just has to nurse the car home again. The threat from Maximilian Hacklander is effectively non-existent. when you consider the gap between them and the fact that Hacklander will have a 5-second penalty applied at the end of this race. WTM Racing have been impressive here in Prototype Cup Germany this year at times. The Nürburgring event was a non-score for them, though. I think they'd be a much more prominent factor in the championship if that were not the case. There is Maximilian Hacklander, 9.6 seconds back from Leonard Wiest now, so he's got it to within 10 seconds. It has been an absolutely roaring job from Maximilian Hacklander. He was very excited to be back at the wheel of a race car at the Lausitzring round, where he emerged in Prototype Cup Germany for the first time. He had been driving the medical car at ADAC GT Masters 2 weeks prior at the Nürburgring, so got his opportunity to hop back behind the wheel of something a little bit more racy. And he has really knocked it out of the park, along with Axel Jeffries. And let's see what the gap is now. It's still shrinking, 9.1 seconds. Hacklander closing in. He's also got some lap traffic up ahead in the form of Martin Berry, long-time Ferrari Challenge and GT racer. Won the 458 subclass back in 2017 in the Asian Ferrari Challenge Series. But trying his hand at LMP3 here, and as a savvy businessman, always looks for the cost-effective solutions, and this is a very cost-effective category in terms of entry fees and the like, so I'm not necessarily surprised that he's here. He goes a lap down to Maximilian Hacklander, though. A day to forget for Rinaldi Racing, who have sometimes been one of the more competitive squads out there on the circuit. Oscar Tunyo, unfortunately, well out of championship contention. They weren't present at Spa at the start of the year in April, so they were never likely to be in championship contention, but nonetheless, sometimes their luck and their performance haven't necessarily matched together well. Leonard Wiest then is currently on his penultimate lap of the race, as is this man Maximilian Hacklander. The clock has hit 0:0:00. We're going to have one more lap of racing, though, plus one lap at the end of this duration. And Maximilian Hacklander will be pretty happy when he looks back at his data, I think. He's been setting 1:37s like they're going out of fashion. Leonard Wiest, though, crosses the line now to begin the final lap. The last lap board is displayed to the WTM Racing crew. And this will be their first win of the season. After just one more lap, we've seen, of course, 4 wins for TalkSport WRT, Dienst and Berkay Bessler. A win each for the Reiter Engineering 24 car back at the Nürburgring. And also for Matthias Luton and Donald Munding. They got a win, of course, at the Lausitzring round in August. Now adding to the overall victory table, potentially in just a few corners, is Leonard Wiest along with Torsten Kratz. The Duquesne chassis taking just its second win in the Prototype Cup Germany as well, of course. Donald Munding and Matthias Luton's Molnar Motorsport entry is also a Duquesne. Into the final sector of the lap then comes Leonard Wiest. He and Torsten Kratz are about to leap forth into contention for both the trophy and the junior classes within Prototype Cup Germany. They also will still have an outside shot at the overall championship, but it is an outside shot. Nonetheless, it's a great day in the office for WTM Racing, for Leonard Wiest and Torsten Kratz. Wies takes the car home across the line to take the win at Hockenheim in Prototype Cup Germany. And the release from Thorsten Kratz there. He finally can breathe a sigh of relief and maybe have a lie down after that one. 6.5 seconds the gap ultimately between themselves and Maximilian Hacklander. Although I believe that will go back up again owing to a 5-second time penalty that should be tacked on to the end of Hacklander and Axel Jeffries' time. That won't affect their position though. Across the line in third now comes the 14 MRS GT Racing entry of Penttinen. A good result, I'd say, for Rory Penttinen and the MRS GT crew. Also, we have 3 manufacturers once again in the top 3. Duquesne from Ginetta from Ligier. Jesse Salmon-Alschio taking 4th place for the Corinen Kempi Motorsport team, along with his teammate Sebastian Aronram. Of course, Salmon-Alschio is, I believe, 20 now. Has previously run in F4 and LMP3s in the Asian Le Mans series. So he's very much the junior there, along with Aronram, who I believe recently celebrated his 40th birthday. Leonard Wies across the line with a weave, then taking the victory from Maximilian Hacklander. Penttinen and Salmon-Alschio 3rd and 4th, and Leon Duca held on to 5th place. A good result for Reiter Engineering. Leon Duca and indeed Moritz Lerner. Jakob Elbacher finishing 6th place. The number 70 car, the Gebhardt Motorsport Ginetta taking 6th place. Matthias Luton in 7th. We're going to get a rundown of the order now, confirming what I've been telling you. Kratz and Wies taking the win by 11 seconds once the penalty was applied. Rory Penttinen, the solo driver, in 3rd place. Aronram and Salmon-Alschio taking 4th position. Lerner and Duca rounding out the top 5. The last of our finishers behind Martin Berry in the 33 Rinaldi car was Julien Schell and Thibaut Earhart, who wasn't quite on the pace we're expecting from him in his stint, but that car did look very skatey today. Danny Sufi failing to finish after that car, refused to start back up again during the pit stop. And of course, Sebastian von Gartzen and Berkay Bessler, both victims of their collision at turn 6 on lap number 1. I don't think we've had a straightforward race at any point in the Prototype Cup Germany season. There's always drama, there's always something going on, but the latest twist in the tail is a significant one. Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst have been pretty much ironclad so far this year. They did have a non-finish at the Nürburgring, but that aside, they've looked very strong, and 4 wins has certainly helped them along the road to that. However, now it's all to play for in the championship. We will get confirmation of the championship standings, incidentally, in the not-too-distant future, if my knowledge of our wonderful TV crew is to be carried over from previous categories. Leonard Wies embracing Thorsten Kratz and the Rinaldi crew as well, getting in on the action. Of course, Rinaldi and WTM Racing are effectively one in the same from a personnel standpoint. And what a showing from Wies and Kratz. I noticed that Maximilian Hacklander is wearing an Alex Fontana race suit. That caught me off guard for a minute. I was like, that doesn't look like Alex Fontana. Eventually, I figured out the riddle. Of course, Fontana also raced for Conrad Motorsport in recent times. Kratz and Wies having a bit of a debrief. There is Maximilian Hacklander. He will confer with Axel Jeffries, who is back into championship contention now. He will be within 14 points of the championship lead. It must be said that so long as they have a strong result, Bessler and Dienst should still be our championship favourites, but we've already proven how quickly that reputation can dissipate in the last hour or so. And you see the ADAC and Creventic logos on the P1 board. Of course, a joint venture between Creventic, the team behind the 24-hour series, and ADAC. And it's been a great season so far, I understand, for 2023 calendar expansion. and a quite sizable increase in cars is expected. Lots of teams committing to more entries, other new teams coming into the fold. Of course, we've got MRS GT Racing with a rapper fresh car this weekend as Franz Conrad steps onto the scene to congratulate Kratz and Wies there. Certainly the 2023 Prototype Cup season is looking to be something very special indeed. Of course, we started the season this year at Spa, and where better to start a new Prototype Championship. There you see what I was telling you earlier on. Within 14 points, Axel Jeffries, 13.5 back from Diensten Bessler. Jeffries, yes, is still an outside shot with 25 points left to score, but we've already had one non-score for Diensten Bessler. Anything is possible. Donar Munding and Luton within shot of it as well. A great debut, though, in the Prototype Cup Germany for Rory Penttinen. The Finnish racer claiming third place for MRS GT Racing. I'm sure this is the first of many podiums for a team with great success all over the world, including, of course, in the ADAC GT Masters paddock. Axel Jeffries and Maximilian Hacklander with another successful outing for Conrad Motorsport and Ginetta. A second place finish for them. Can Axel Jeffries perhaps secure the championship? Can Kratz and Wies take their respective junior and trophy class championships in tomorrow's race? For now, all we know is they're today's winners. Of course, in both the trophy and junior classes, the standings are multiplied based on driver classifications, as in their driver ratings with their bronze, silver, etc. And I believe that neither Kratz or Wies will have claimed the championship lead in the trophy and junior classes with that result, but they will be a lot closer to it. We'll have the full picture for you by the morning, or rather by the evening, when we go racing for the final race of the Prototype Cup Germany season. And Franz Conrad in amongst the debrief. I'm sure mixed feelings for him. He's smiling. He's got a winning smile and a thumbs up. But of course, I'm sure he's feeling for Danny Sufi, who unfortunately didn't get going again after the pit stop. It's a very unfortunate day for Danny, who had the exact same problem at Lausitz. It seems that there is perhaps a slight glitch in the system with that car. Perhaps the electrics are a bit faulty, because we've seen that car slow down, stop, have to be resetted several times. Podium then ongoing. Rory Penttinen has already joined the podium. Axel Jeffries and Maximilian Hacklander taking second. Kratz and Wies taking their rightful step on the top of the podium. A solid result. Their first win of the season. I'm sure celebrations will be the order of the day down at WTM Racing. I think we're going to have a representative from the team join us shortly. In fact, no, here comes the national anthem. So then, podium celebrations ahoy! It's time to see our winners receiving their trophies. And look at this! A bit of motorsport organisational royalty in the form of Stefan Rattel, ex-GT racer as well. Big up the Venturi days for Stefan Rattel in the mid-90s. And what a sight that is to see Stefan with us. Of course, he is a keen supporter of GT3 racing, and ADAC GT Masters celebrating the close of their season this weekend. Great to see Stefan as a part of it. Great result for Rory Penton. I'm delighted for MRS GT Racing. They've been very much working by the seat of trousers this weekend, sorting out the car just days after it arrived. Pretty much the first running it ever had was, well, Thursday. And you don't typically win within 48 hours of taking something out of the box when it's a racing car. Wies and Kratz, though, are winners in this race today. They'll pose for the pictures and they'll spray the champagne. And we will no doubt fade to black shortly after that, but a reminder of what has happened here today in the championship. Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst failed to see the finish, and that has left the championship wide open. Axel Jeffries is their closest competition. Bessler and Dienst still are odds-on favourites with a 13.5-point advantage and 25 left to score in Sunday's final race of the season. As you can see, though, from this highlight reel, it's been a dramatic Saturday, and I'm sure Sunday is going to be just as crazy. Make sure you join us at 5:30 local time here at the Hockenheimring for what will be a spectacular close to the inaugural season of the Prototype Cup Germany, brought to you by ADAC and Creventic.
in der ADAC GT4 Germany. Der Blick auf die Start- und Zielgerade bei David Ortmann als Pole-Setter wird vom besten Start. Mit dem Porsche Carrera, auch nicht Vincent Andronaco, der von der insgesamt 4. Position aus ins Rennen gehen wird. Gabriele Chiara, das Auto mit der 1, die Titelverteidiger, die aber keine Aussicht mehr auf den Titel haben.
One weekend, 2 races. It is the final round of the ADAC GT4 Germany. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Hockenheimring for race 11 of this 12-race season. A season that comes to a close tomorrow afternoon when the identity of the new champion of ADAC GT4 will be identified. At the moment, Hugo Sasser and Mike David Ortmann not only lead the championship by 20 points, but they start on pole position for this race. So it is conceivable they could tie this up this afternoon. Romain Leroux and Ben Dor still looking for their first win of the season, but consistently scoring points see them 20 points adrift in second place. Indy Doncher and Phil Durr, who have led the championship for much of this year, but a disastrous Sachsenring sees them relegated down into third place, 23 points adrift. It is all still to play for. Alongside me, Adam Weller and Hugo Sasser, Mike David Ortmann. They have proven to be the potent combination this year, haven't they?
They've been incredible all season long. Pro Sport Racing have a mighty combination on their hands, and a combination I know they are eager to retain for seasons to come. But they were challenged, more accurately, Mike David Ortmann was challenged in qualifying by this man, Marcel Inez. 3,000ths of a second determined pole position this morning in qualifying. I was watching it from the media centre, and I was rather aghast at what I was seeing. It certainly looks like the makings of an all-time great ADAC GT4 Germany race, but we seem to have those pretty much every weekend.
We really do. Look at that. The weather conditions are pretty perfect at the moment. It's been wet and windy in the couple of days leading up to this event, but today the sun has been shining. The temperature's up to 19.5 degrees centigrade, track up to 21.8 degrees centigrade. Conditions are just right for this, the penultimate race of the season. 6 drivers still in the championship hunt, and the junior championship still open as well. The trophy championship has already gone the way of Tom Kiefer, Christian Koch. They're the first driver pairing to ever successfully defend their title. But it is Mike David Ortmann and Hugo Sasser who steal the headlines. The championship leaders starting from pole position. And as already discussed, it's the Toyota Supra of Marcel Inez and Cedric Pirro who start alongside in the number 12 car. Row 2 of the grid is Pavel Lefterov. Great qualifying from him, with Vincent Andronako making it an all-Porsche row 2 of the grid. Row 3, the BMW of defending champion Gabriel Piana and Romain Leroux in the 007 Aston Martin. And on row 4, Finn Zulauf and Moritz Viskersen, another Porsche row, making up the row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Indy Doncher, a lot of work to do from back there. Denis Balatov for Eastside Motorsport, but Doncher a long way back. Simon Conner-Prem for Durr Motorsport, and Jan-Philipp Springhob line up on row 6 of the grid. And on row 7, it's the Holzem twins, Giuliano, alongside William Tregurtha, sitting in for Ewan Mackay in the Racing One Aston Martin. Tregurtha, who of course was in a Mercedes last time we saw him. Leon Vassathura and Eric Yanis line up on row 8, and on row 9 is Max Rosam and Max Kronberg. Row 10 of the grid, which will magically appear before our eyes, it's Julian Hanses and Philip Gogolok for CV Performance, one of the many CV cars, 2 of the many CV Performance Mercedes, and then Ferdinand Winter, the 3rd of the CV Performance cars, with Robert Haub, all of those Mercedes quite a long way back on the grid. Row 12, Christian Koch, we've already mentioned him, the champion in the trophy classification alongside Mikhail von Zabienski, Joachim Bolting and Ralph Byrne. We welcome Preco Herbert Motorsport to the grid of GT4 with Yevgen Sokolovsky for Pro Sport Racing and Andrea Bruckmann bringing up the rear of the grid for Overdrive Racing. Lots of new drivers, lots of things to talk about, but most of all, it is the championship. We're at the Hockenheimring, a circuit that is 4.574 kilometers around. That equates to 2.842 miles, 17 turns, 9 to the right and 8 of them to the left. It is a legendary circuit. It bites in several places, particularly turn 6, the hairpin. We have the high-speed parabolica leading up to it, creating a great overtaking opportunity, but also an opportunity for controversy as the cars have to stand, or at least the drivers have to stand on the brakes for that very sharp hairpin turn, which is turn 6. You can see the cars have gridded up side by side. In just a few moments, the safety car will disappear off into the pit lane, and it will be Mike David Ortmann who leads the cars across the line. Marcel Inez Nez in that Toyota Supra, which proved so rapid in qualifying, looking to beat him. To remind you, Ortmann is carrying a 15-kilogram success penalty, but it hasn't done anything for his pace as he leads into turn 1. Mike David Ortmann slotting in front of Marcel Nez. Pavel Lefterov in 3rd place. The rest of the cars come streaming through. There's a couple of cars going wide. Looks like a BMW, but look at this. Pavel Lefterov under pressure. Would that be Vincent Andronacco by any chance? The number 22 car always pushing, and through he goes into 2nd place, pushing his way through and relegating the Toyota Supra down into 3rd place. Pavel Lefterov in there as well. They look like they're going to go 4 abreast as they head around towards the hairpin. 3 abreast at the moment, but look at the lead that Ortmann has. Exactly what he needed to do. Great move from Andronacco up into that position. Here come the rest of them. It is a squeeze around the hairpin, and then it's flat out around the kink that is turn 7, and then towards the heavy braking of turn 8.
Heart-in-mouth stuff there. I believe Romain Leroux got tagged there by the Toyota and almost ended up in a spin. Has continued on. Indeed, Leroux is well down the order, outside the top 10, owing to a poor start and some dramas in general. In fact, no, he's in 6th place. My apologies, I'm slightly over-dramatising it, but nonetheless, he's had a tricky first lap. Everyone else trying to find track space, and all the number 2 BMW, the Bonk by Hofer car, trying to get up the inside of one of the Allied Porsches at turn 12. Unconventional overtaking place, I would say so. But the first lap of a GT4 race, what more can we expect?
Well, the bit that is wonderful is they've all survived up until now out to complete lap 1, which is great considering how crowded the field is. Always high drama in the ADAC GT4 Germany. It's Mike David Ortmann who crosses the line to lead the way ahead of Vincent Andronacco, the driver who always steals the headlines, and then Pavel Lefterov. Gabriel Piana, the outgoing champion in ADAC GT4, ahead of Finn Zulaf and Indy Doncha. So Doncha and Leroux in 6th and 7th. They are the championship challengers, and they have got a lot of work to do from there. Mike David Ortmann and Hugo Sassa could tie this up today. This is the view on board of Romain Leroux, and that is Denis Bolotov in front of him in the number 20 Mercedes. Look how busy it is. That's a CV Performance Mercedes doing a little bit of drifting, and that looks like Ferdinand Winter to me, but he picks it all up, gathers it all together, and now they head into the hairpin. Once again, whoever told them they couldn't go 3 abreast around the hairpin, well, they didn't tell them loud enough, did they? Because they make it. There's a car going very wide there, rejoins but loses places. But Vincent Andronacco, he is Mike David Ortmann's worst nightmare, because he's a driver who does not back off. Ortmann is driving for the championship. Andronacco is looking for a win.
He lives in red mist, does Vincent Andronacco, and adrenaline. He's a young driver with a lot of self-belief and bravery, and he's always entertaining to watch. Marcel Nez fighting for 8th place there with Bolotov, ending up down in 9th behind the Mercedes. That car, lest we forget, was on the front row of the grid, was down outside the top 10 at the end of lap 1, is now back up to 9th, and critically, Romain Leroux is down in 10th place. And that is big for the championship.
Looking at the number 6, William Tregurtha, just in the background there. He's a driver that was in the number 85 CV Performance Mercedes. Last time we saw him at Sachsenring alongside Julian Hatzes. He's moved across to the Aston Martin for this, sitting in for Ewan Mackay for this season closer. Very impressive stuff from William Tregurtha, of course, a driver who we've seen in GT3 and GT4 racing. But look at this challenge further down, the Hofer racing by Bonk Motorsport and Adeur Motorsport. Aston Martin challenging on the outside. The number 2 car of Max Rozam, making that BMW as wide as possible, is one of the Holzem twins in the number 97. That'll be Giuliano. But look at this for the lead into the hairpin. Andronacco sees a gap. I would suggest that Mike David Ortmann might not put up too much of a fight. He knows he has a championship to think of. Oh, maybe he is going to come back. But if he has a DNF in this race, it will have a massive impact on the championship chances of him and his teammate Hugo Sassa. Vincent Andronacco, who shares with Leo Pichler, looking for the 2nd win of the season. They won at Oschersleben. Very impressive indeed. Here's another look at that move. Under braking, Andronako with that tight inside line. He has to get it slowed down and then he slides out wide, giving Mike David Ortman the squeeze as they come out of the hairpin and stealing the lead away. Pavel Lefterov not really close enough to follow him through.
Early doors in this race, of course, but as it stands, even a second-place finish behind the 22 Allied Racing Porsche of Vincent Andronako would be enough for Ortman and Sasser to claim the championship if things were to finish as they are at this moment, with their closest title contender, the 69 car, currently driven by Indy Doggshire, down in 6th place. But things are not going to finish as they are.
So this is a timed race, 60 minutes plus 1 lap, of which we've had about 5.5 minutes so far. There will be a pit stop that will need to be taken by all drivers. 25 minutes into the race, the pit window will open. That window will remain open for 10 minutes. And during that period of time, every driver must come into the pits for a mandatory stop and driver change. This is another look at the start. Mike David Ortman really did come out of the traps with much gusto, taking the lead into turn 1. He looked pretty clear. He's looking pretty cool there. Very much focused on his mirrors. He's looking more at his mirrors than he's out the front. But then again, there's not a lot out the front to look at. You can see that contact that was between the Supra of Marcel Lenez and Vincent Andronako. Andronako knows nothing other than elbows out. Get in there, get stuck in, get past, whatever the cost. This was the view for Romain Leroux along that high-speed parabolica up towards the hairpin. Look how quickly Andronako has left Mike David Ortman behind.
Yeah, Ortman, I think maybe just watching his chances of a win disappear. But to your point, I think championship is the main thought in the hive mind between Mike David Ortman, Hugo Sasser, and the Pro Sport personnel. Wouldn't it be great to see Pavel Lefterov and the Overdrive Racing team get a good result here today? They're in great position, along with, of course, Stefan Bastangiev in 3rd place right now. Overdrive Racing had a horrendous time the other day, or a few weeks ago at Hockenheimring, as we see confirmation of what I was saying before, that Sasser and Ortman, as it stands, would be our champions.
Look at the slide that Marcel Lenez had coming into the final corner. There's a bit of black tarmac on the runoff area of turns 16 and 17. It's used as a drag strip a lot of the time around the year. It has zero grip. If the drivers get out there, they are drifting. They're lucky to keep it pointing in the right direction. It's hard work just walking on it. So they really need to keep it tight during the last 2 corners, and the Toyota doing a bit of drifting as well. Vincent Andronako's received a black and white flag for that slightly boisterous move to take the lead. It is a warning, but if he does anything like it again, he may well incur a penalty from our race stewards. As we continue to focus on Max Rosam in the number 2 Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. That, of course, is the sister car of the outgoing champion Gabriel Piana and Michael Schrey, who are currently 4th in the race.
Currently 4th, yes, the number 1 car, the Bonk by Hofer BMW, has had a compelling season. There have been a few highs, there have been relatively consistent results, but there have also been notable failures. Thinking back right to the beginning of the season, of course, when the car let go on them at Oschersleben. Of course, this is the last weekend that we'll see this shape BMW M4 GT4 in the ADAC GT4 Germany. More than likely, at least, there's a new generation car on tap for 2023.
And we will look forward to seeing that. Dates to be announced very, very shortly indeed. That's Vincent Andronako, our race leader. He's opened up the gap to over a second. Mike David Ortman starting to look fairly vulnerable to Pavel Lefterov, looking to improve both with his teammate Stefan Bastangiev on their best performance of the season, which is a 5th place so far. Lights are on. It's not exactly dark, although it looks a bit dark on the screen. But one issue the drivers will have is the sun is very low in the sky on this gorgeous autumnal afternoon. Driving into the sun, never easy at this time of year. Vincent Andronacco, heavy braking, back of the car, just sliding slightly, but he keeps it pointing in the right direction at the front. That is the 97, so Juliano Holzem looks to have a problem. That is not a racing speed. Let's have another look here, see if we can get a clue as to what happened. It's a lock-up into the hairpin, and Holzem has dropped a whole load of places, almost to the back of the pack by my reckoning. So that is Giuliano. Of course, twin brother Sandro will take over that, and that is an unscheduled stop. It's Joachim bolting into the pits, and also that looks like Holzem also in, and that looks to me like that's in for retirement, which is a real shame because Sandro is not going to get a drive this afternoon by the looks of things.
In the case of bolting, I saw the car suddenly woe up significantly with a corner down over at turn 13, and I was going to say I believe that's a puncture, and we can see the tyre change going already. As for the Holzem car, less certain of exactly what caused it, but clearly things weren't A1 into the hairpin, and they haven't improved since.
I think Joachim Bolting and Tano Neumann need to stop walking under ladders because they had a horrendous time at Sachsenring, as already discussed, and Hockenheimring is not proven to be any better. But look at Denis Bulatov, the man who had the longest ever stop-go penalty in GT4 racing, challenging in the number 20 car. The number 31 car has Finn Zulaf at the wheel. He is sharing duties with Lucas Schreier. Nikolai Moller-Madsen not available for this event this weekend, but that is the fight for 7th place because Finn Zulaf has been relegated by both Indy Doncha and Jan-Philipp Springhob. So in the afternoon sunshine, single file, the car's running at the moment. It is all to play for. 48 minutes remaining of this race. It's Vincent Andronacco who's leading from Mike David Ortmann, a driver who has the championship in the back of his mind and needs to not take any risks. There's the aforementioned Finn Zulaf in 7th place. Behind him is Denis Bulatov. Romain Leroux a long way back in 9th, still looking for his first win of the season along with Ben Durr, but it's looking like a bit of a stretch at the moment. The number 8, Jan-Philipp Springhob, turning the heat up as he challenges Indy Doncha in front. I walked past the pits of the Drago Racing Team ZVO team yesterday. They were playing Christmas music. Christmas potentially coming early for Jan-Philipp Springhob as he applies the pressure on Indy Doncha. This, though, significant for the championship. Indy Doncha needs to go forwards if he wants to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to be doing. He's realistically got to be on the back of Ortmann. Anything below 3rd place, if Ortmann takes 2nd, will put the 69 car out of championship contention as it stands. So it's 3rd place or bust as things stand for Indy Doncha and, of course, his co-driver Phil Durr. And I'm sure that that's a capable duo, but it's a very strong grid in the 2022 ADAC GT4 Germany, as we've seen all year long. If you lose places in those frenetic scrums in the early laps, then it's going to take a lot of effort to get back up there.
Yes, the balance of performance brilliantly put together by the ADAC, and that levels up these cars. Some are front engine, some are rear engine, all sorts of combinations and styles of car, and they are all so level, very little separating them. But Vincent Andronacco in that Porsche at the moment has stretched his lead well over a second, and Mike David Ortmann in 2nd place, not really able to close in on him. Pavel Lefterov put in the heat on Mike David Ortmann as well as we head into the hairpin, and you can see the rest of the cars in the evening sunshine here at the Hockenheimring. Under braking, that sharp turn, being careful not to exceed track limits. Track limits has been a theme all weekend long so far, and that is Indy Doncha in the 69 car. No, it's not. It's one or the other. They all look the same, don't they? Simon Connor Prim make that in the number 95 car, and Marcel Lenez. So the Toyota not really getting the rub of the green at the moment and moving in a little bit in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's very puzzling, actually, given the sheer pace it had in qualifying to be within 0.003 of a second of pole position. You wouldn't have thought the car would already be out of the top 10, but Linez is being overtaken left, right and centre. We've seen the car struggle a bit for balance and pace in the race before. I don't know whether maybe the Toyota's a fickle beast when it comes to setup across 60 minutes on wearing tyres or something like that. Remains to be seen, but the reality of the situation for now is that probably Cedric Pirro is sat in the pit lane going, well, this isn't what I expected.
It's not what I signed up for. This time last year at this event, that Toyota was mighty, but for bad luck, they didn't actually end up taking a race win, but it seems to suit the Hockenheim circuit, at least it did. But at the moment, going the wrong way down the order as we continue to watch the field come streaming through. We mentioned William Tregurtha in 10th place already. Great to have him back on the grid. Last time out at Sachsenring, he had a very last-minute call-up to drive the CV performance car. He couldn't get a flight. He drove his right-hand drive Vauxhall Corsa, Opel Corsa, all the way from the UK through the Channel Tunnel. It took him 13.5 hours, and he still did a great job. Right, this is for position, isn't it? 023, that'll be Ferdinand Winter challenging the number 77 car, and it's great to welcome Ralph Bourne for Herberth Motorsport in the Porsche Cayman. The two challenging for position, just behind them is Andre Bruchmann.
So something's a little bit loose under the 84 car of Winter. You could see it flapping away as we see Simon Connor Prim having the scrap with Rosem for 11th place right now in the sister Bont by Hofer car to the number 1 of Gabriele Piana. That looked like it was getting tasty. This is just as interesting and enthralling though. Oh, and nearly a short return for Preco Herberth Motorsport there as Bruckmann nearly came together with one of the other Porsches in the form of Bonn in the not Bonn, of course.
Ralph Bourne.
Yes. I'm getting myself all sorts of mixed up.
Yes.
But down there in the 20s, the exciting racing. It's just as exciting as it is in the top 10, in the top 5. We often see this in GT4 Germany. If there's even a second of let up at the sharp end, we'll just pan the cameras to 22nd. It's crazy down there too.
It's up and down the field. It's so good to see Preco Herberth Motorsport back on the grid. Well, Herberth Motorsport with Alfred Renau will be sharing the driving duties of that car. Alfred, a long-time protagonist in GT3 racing, and this is potentially why there was damage to the number 84 car. So Ferdinand Winter getting turned around, and he's getting together with another Mercedes. Was that the number 4 of Robert Haub? It looked like it to me. So Robert Haub, not used to seeing him at that end of the grid and getting into all sorts of nonsense at the same time. So he really not having the best day at the moment, and this is a missed braking point. That is Moritz Viskersen in the number 44 car in 13th place. At least it was challenging for position. The 84 car trying to come back now through the pack. Ferdinand Winter moving forwards.
Oh dear.
There's that part still shaking loose. Looks like I don't know what that is. It's not silencer or part of a splitter or whatever it is. You can see it flapping about on the other side of the car. That will not be improving the performance.
Yeah, side skirts or part of the undertray, something like that, as Viskersen dives to the inside of Mikael Rosem and moves up a position there. That puts him, I believe, up to 12th place now. Yes, Simon Connor Prim has also gotten past Rosem, so unfortunately the BMW shedding positions, something I'm sure Marcel Linez can relate to as he gets overtaken by Max Kronberg. Kronberg is a little bit further down than we'd expect him to be in the Cayman. He moves his way up to 14th.
Surprise, surprise, you would have seen from the graphic Robert Haub and Ferdinand Winter under investigation for the incident that we saw. So the steward's taking a look at that. Also black and white flag for car 31. So Finn Zulauf, warning for failing to manage track limits. That's an ongoing topic, isn't it? We focus on the number 30 car as it comes out of the corner. That's Max Kronberg. Behind him is Marcel Linez. So Kronberg, a driver who has got faster and faster along with teammate Henrik Still as the season has progressed. Real challengers. I hope we're going to see them again next year because they've been real entertainers. And this is another of the Pro Sport Aston Martins. So that is the 25 car, Leo Wasserthura, who is sharing with Donna Munding. So Wasserthura also making progress. Julian Hanses is behind in the number 85 car. At least he's behind the Toyota Supra. So Hanses not used to being that far down the pack.
No, absolutely not. They actually took the GT4 class of the GTC Championship, another ADAC kind of affiliated championship last week at the Nürburgring. And from highs to lows, I'd suggest no further action in the collision we saw a moment ago between Robert Howard and Ferdinand Winter. While we talk about the number 4 car, I think it's also great to see that, of course, Robert Howard's former co-driver Gabriela Yilkova has confirmed she'll be in GT4 racing again next year. She was a favourite in the series in years gone by, including this year, and she is due to be in a full-time campaign in some European GT4 championship. We're not sure if it'll be here or the main European series, but as part of an all-female lineup with Pro Sport Racing. We wish her well, and we look forward to seeing her back.
Fantastic. We do love the entertainment that Gabriela Jakova does provide us with. She is such a rapid driver and very popular with the vast army of fans that follow her around. There is a car off the track. It's one of the ADAC Motorsports Aston Martins. It's Romain Leroux. So this is significant for the championship. Second in the championship, along with co-driver Ben Dur. Ben Dur will be out the back of the garage. He'll be too scared to even look at the monitors at the moment, because this could take them out of championship contention. The drivers that were 20 points behind coming into this race, and they are shedding places, maybe trying a little bit too hard in the James Bond themed 007 car. Certainly Romain Leroux, that was a bad lap for him. Denis Bolotov in 7th place. He's moving on up in the number 20 Mercedes, and ahead of him Jan-Philipp Springall.
Just going wide there out of the last corner. Gravel and grass awaits. If you push a bit too hard, they all push to the very limits of the curbs and the runoff area at that last corner. It's a game of fine margins, and unfortunately it was a step too far for Romain Leroux on that occasion. Tregurtha gets past in the number 6 Racing 1 Aston Martin. The ADAC Motorsport car doesn't seem to have a problem. It's still there, still with the pack, although it really does look like he's fighting the car, particularly on corner exit. He's taking shallow exits and really having to muscle the car through. I don't think everything's quite A1 with the 007 today.
No, it doesn't feel that way, does it? It feels a bit early in the race for the tyres to be going off. We've got about 3.5 minutes before the pit window opens, and I shall think that Romain Leroux will be happy to hand that over to Ben Dur, who will be on standby to take over. But a mountain to climb now if they want to keep this championship open. There's William Tregurtha. There is Romain Leroux coming through. Out of the final turn of the circuit. Denis Bolotov has Finn Zulauf behind, because Bolotov has moved forwards and now sets after Jan-Philipp Springall. A penalty lap has been awarded to car 31. We told you it received a black and white flag. Finn Zulauf is going to have to visit the penalty box for failing to manage track limits. The penalty box is a 200-meter section just on the exit of the hairpin. It's off the racing line. He will have to pass through that at no more than 50 kilometers an hour within the next 3 laps, just for the 1 lap, but it will be enough to relegate him down the order. So that car there, let's have a look and see whether he does it this time around as he heads up towards the penalty box. You can see it on the right-hand side, that white box. You have to slow it down coming into the corner. I can't quite, there he is on the inside now. Slows it down into the penalty box, keeping to the speed limit that has been laid out. Then back on the power, penalty served, but he has lost a whole load of places. He was in 8th place. I think he's dropped down to about 10th, I think it would have been. So, yeah, that has punished him for failing to manage track limits. That's a great way of learning to do that, isn't it?
Oh, they never learn. Lots of black and white flags have been put out for failing to manage track limits, and that's, I guess, almost a good stamping of authority from race control to say, hey, look, the black and white flag is not an idle threat, it's a warning. And if you keep going and keep doing the same thing, taking the same line, as he goes very far off the tarmac, you will end up with a penalty lap.
Yeah, what did you say about, oh, they don't learn? So Finn Zulauf is like, oh, well, I'll just do it again then. in and make up some more places. One of the cars that has been awarded a black and white flag is the outgoing champion, Gabriel Piana, and also teammate, the number 2, Max Rosam. So both of the Hofer Racing by ADAC Motorsport BMWs, maybe struggling for traction, maybe just pushing really hard, but both of them have received black and white flags for failing to manage track limits. The car in second place, Mike David Ortman, well, he's stretched his legs a little bit from Pavel Lefterov. Lefterov looking for his first podium of the season. The race leader, Vincent Andronacco, he's not left them in his wake. He is still well within sight, but he has a healthy gap. Last time across the line, it was 1.238. Of course, he is sharing with Leo Pichler, and that could all change once the pit stops are over. That is Mike David Ortman sharing with Hugo Sasser. And then Pavel Lefterov sharing with Stefan Bostanciev. And Lefterov, to me, looks as though he's now got his eyes on that second place. Feels like they've turned the heat up a little bit. There is 15 seconds left before the pit window opens. And it might well be that the team decide to bring that car in early, get Stefan Bostanciev in the seat, and maybe perform the undercut. Alternatively, he might decide he just wants to do it out on the track.
Quite possibly. Mike David Ortman ran it wide at the hairpin on that lap, and that's where a majority of that time was lost to Pavel Lefterov, who is now looming large in the mirrors of the Pro Sport Aston Martin. It is still Vincent Andronacco at the head of the order we see there in the Allied Racing Porsche. Will anyone in the top 3 decide to take an early bath on the first lap of the pit window? The answer is no.
You can see the grey P next to the driver's name. If the P goes dark, it means that just like Joachim Bolting, the driver, has performed a pit stop, and that P will go dark to indicate that. To remind you, there is a minimum pit stop time of 95 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. If the driver goes below that, they will get a visit to the penalty box. If they miss the pit window completely, they might as well pack up and go home. Ask Denis Bolotov. There's Romain Leroux, hits the marks in the 007 car. I thought he might be quite keen to get out of that one. Not being the great race for the Frenchman. He's out of the seat. It's Ben Durr's time to take over and see if he can do something. But at the moment, they can feel that championship slipping away. Their main rival, Mike David Ortman, is leading. No, he's not. He's in second place. Vincent Andronacco ahead of him, but a long way ahead on the track.
So Ben Durr being inserted into the car, and the 97, the 007 machine, as well, we get a bit of Porsche on Porsche scrapping down at turn 13. They've been in it, haven't they? The 73 and the 77 cars have been magnetised to each other. Brookman and Bonn are maybe going to have a little chat after this one. Yes. But nonetheless, Durr Motorsports 007 car, Romain Leroux has stepped aside, and it's going to be a mighty high task for Ben Durr to try and salvage the championship battle into tomorrow's race.
Cooling the brakes down. Look at the sparks coming off the car. The number 44 Allied Racing Porsche, which has now got Alex Hartvig at the wheel, taking over from Moritz Viskursen. The minimum pit stop time at 95 seconds feels like an eternity. Hello, Alfred Renauer. Welcome back to the ADAC. We've missed you. Don't leave it so long next time, please. When you're used to GT Masters, where the minimum pit stop time is 65 seconds, you're sat there looking, wondering if they're ever going to get going. Look at the flames on the brakes. That's how much pressure is put on the brakes at this circuit, and that can't be good. Come on, that's the way to do it. You can't really put water on it, so they're trying to blow it out. That could just fan the flames, of course, but the 44 car, we'd like to think that will be all right. Now, Indy Doncher is into the pits from 9th place. This is a roll of the dice as he hands over to Phil Durr, because they've gone quite early, I would say. Also, the number 30, Max Kronberg, giving way to Hendrik Still. So some of the front runners now starting to pit, but the top 10, as they were before the pit window opened, apart from the 007 car, which was Romain Leroux, who came into the pits, now handed over to Ben Durr, rejoins in 21st place and in front of the race leader. So Vincent Andronacco looking to lap the main championship rival. Of course, Andronacco will have to visit the pits, but it would be in the advantage to the advantage of Ben Durr to make that Aston Martin as wide as possible and try and back Andronacco into the car behind, although he probably doesn't want Mike David Ortman to get past him, because that would close him in on the point standings. Oh, I can't work my head around it all. It's a good job I'm not a strategist, but look at Mike David Ortman now closing in on Vincent Andronacco. That is for the lead. 007, second in the points, is about to go and lap down.
Quite possibly, unless Andronacco decides to go into the pit lane. We'll have to wait and see. He does not, and nor does Mike David Ortman. I reckon Mike David Ortman is thinking, I don't really want to get too close to this situation. I know Ben Durr isn't going to give way. I know that Vincent Andronacco isn't going to give him room. This could get quite interesting.
The number 77 car, Ralph Byrne at the wheel. The Herberth Motorsport Porsche has received a penalty lap as a result of the collision that we saw, causing a collision. And that is a penalty lap that will have to be visited by the number 77 car. So not much for Alfred Renau to inherit, as finally Vincent Andronacco finds a route past the 007 car. There's Leo Pichler getting ready to take over from Vincent Andronacco in the Allied Racing number 22 car. Leo Pichler, who has been used to driving KTM crossbows, now is likely to be taking the wheel of the Porsche, assuming Andronacco doesn't trash it getting back to the pits. He is a lively driver. It's the win it or bin it school of motoring with Vincent Andronacco. He is a big entertainer. Already has nailed his colours to the mast for Porsche Carrera Cup Germany next year, and we can't wait to see how he is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. The second place, Mike David Ortman, now caught up with the back-marking 007 car and trying to find a route past. Of course, Ben Durr just getting on and doing his thing into the sunshine, blinding through the grubby windscreen, and it's hard to see where you're going.
It really is, yeah. And I tell you one thing for free is that Romain Leroux is not going to make it as easy for Ortman as he did for Andronacco.
Why would that be then, do you think?
Strategy, in a word, and championship implications.
Indeed, yes.
If he can feed Ortman to the wolf, that is Pavel Lefterov, all to the good. But I think perhaps wisely, Mike David Ortman has been called into the pit lane, called out to the situation, and will hand over to Hugo Sasser.
So the second half of the legendary bromance of Ortman and Sasser is currently warming up in the pit lane, and when the number 24 car comes to a stop, which is there, Sasser will come sprinting out. He tears open the door. He says, well done, old friend, but get out the seat. It's my go. So Mike David Ortman unbuckled, and Sasser helping him to get out. There's less of a hurry than there would be in the GT3 counterpart, because they've got 95 seconds. Hurl the seat insert into the garage. Man, you don't take anybody out with that. Now that Sasser's in, it's Mike David Ortman's turn to help him. Of course, only 2 mechanics allowed to work on the car whilst it's stationary, so the driver has a lot of work to do. I thought I'd listen in, but it's going to be in German, isn't it? So I don't think we'll bother. He puts the window net across, wishes him good luck, and an opportunity just to swap any notes. Now Mike David Ortman slams the door. Yeah, slammed much. And now the big weight on the clock for Hugo Sasser. He'll get the thumbs up. He does have a Race Logic device on his dashboard, so that if he sees that he's approaching the exit line too quickly, he can back out of it. But if he backs out of it too much, he will pick up a penalty. So he needs to wait until his crew give him the thumbs up. That's exactly what he gets. Sasser is on the move. Now, where will he join in relation to the, well, it'll be well ahead of the 007 car, but we'll see where he rejoins in relation to the rest. William Tregurtha also in, handing over to Tom Wood. Simon Kronaprim also in, handing over to Nico Hanka.
Yeah, and I'd expect a flurry of pit stops to follow now. Indeed, Pavel Lefterov, for one, is coming in from second place. Ben Durr has continued on past, of course. He's already had the car handed over to him by Romain Leroux. So the 007 Duo Motorsport Aston Martin continues on. Of course, it's interesting lap on lap, I imagine, at this stage of the race, where every lap a new wave of cars exits pit lane and suddenly got some new friends to find.
Yeah, and it's hard enough for us to follow up in the commentary box. So I'll mention out on the track. So it's Vincent Andrinaco who is into the pits, our race leader. He has taken his opportunity to hand over to Leo Pichler, the number 22 Team Allied Racing Porsche, the team that is run by the legend that is Jan Kasperlik. They find the superstars of the future and of the present, and they don't half promote them. And Jan Kasperlik, a really refreshing character in the pit lane. That is the 007 car, and here is our race leader, Vincent Andrinaco, into the pits. Pavel Lefterov handing over. And Andrinaco also handing over. Gabriel Piana will be giving way to Mikael Schrey. So, where is the number 24 car? Well, looking at the window, it's up at about turn 14, turn 15. So, we'll see where he comes out in relation, or where the others come out in relation to Hugo Sassa. Out of turn 17, on to the pit straight he comes. Now, the number 22 car bursts into life with Leo Pichler at the wheel. He rejoins well ahead of Hugo Sassa, I would say. They can't cross the white line coming out of the pit exit, but it looked to me like he's well ahead, and it looks like Stefan Bastanchiev has found a route past, and it looks like Mikael Schrey might do as well. Hugo Sassa is going to have a look into turn 1, but Mikael Schrey, who's taken over from Gabriel Piana in the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. I'm checking I've got the right one. Yes, I have. The outgoing champion. So Hugo Sassa not come out of that pit stop especially well. He's down into 4th place.
Yeah, no real obvious explanation as to why, but yes, he has maybe. Indeed, Romain Leroux did do the job of, or Ben Doer did do the job
I think he did.
of backing up Mike David Ortman before the stop, and now Hugo Sassa has some driving to do. Mikael Schrey directly ahead of him. Could this be a symbolic moment as the outgoing champions are being pursued by the current championship favourites, the mathematical champions of about 24 minutes' time, if all things stay as they are?
Mikael Schrey, a wise old dog in the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. He and his teammate Gabriel Piana were looking to be the first drivers to successfully defend the title in ADAC GT4. It's not going to happen this year. That car behind, being driven by Hugo Sassa, who took over Mike David Ortman. It started off pole position. It led for some of the way before the number 22 Allied Racing Porsche muscled its way past in the hands of Vincent Andrinaco. Since then, it's been very much protecting the valuable stuff, i.e. the Aston Martin, and getting it home in the points and potentially clinching this championship with a race to spare. Out onto the pit straight we come. Leo Pichler leading the way ahead of Stefan Bastanchiev, looking for his best ever result in ADAC GT4 Germany. And then it's the battle we've just seen. Mikael Schrey, Hugo Sassa, Robin Falkenbach up there as well, who's taken over from Jan-Philipp Springhob.
So just looking at Romain Leroux going up the inside there, just to say it's currently very close in terms of whether or not today is the day for championship time. Indy Dontje and Phil Durr are currently due to score 3 points fewer than the car up ahead of them, the 24 of Hugo Sassa. That would mean they'd be 26 back, which would be agonising.
It would be.
If that proves to be the case.
There you go. There's confirmation. It is in fact Ben Durr at the wheel of that, taken over from Romain Leroux. But you can see how close it is. Indy Dontje, Phil Durr just 26 points behind. If the race finished as it is now, there's a long way to go, i.e. nearly 23 minutes. But Indy Dontje, Phil Durr will be pushing forwards. They're currently in 6th place. So if they can pick up another place, they could potentially take this race to tomorrow. This is the number 31 car, which has served its penalty lap now with Lucas Schreier at the wheel. And it's Tom Wood in the number 6 Racing One Aston Martin Vantage, who is challenging the Porsche. Aston Martin v Porsche, and that is for 7th place. So the 31 car had got past, and Tom Wood looking to find the route back again. Lucas Schreier and Lucas Schreier looking very good, sitting in for Nikolai Moller-Madsen, and very rapid indeed. And Tom Wood not really having anything he can bring back to the Porsche that is in front of him. So, taking stock, less than 22 minutes remaining. Leo Pistler leads the way, 1.344 seconds. Stefan Bostanchiev looking for his best result in second place ahead of Mikael Schrey, who's come out of the pit stop sequence very well indeed. Championship leader Hugo Sasser in fourth place, Robin Falkenbach in fifth. And then it's Ben Dur currently just in the championship hunt, and Carl 31 has to fall back behind car 6 for overtaking off the track. So Lucas Schreier, after all that hard work, has to fall back behind Tom Wood for overtaking off the track.
Oh dear, peaks and valleys, eh? He'll have another go, I have no doubt about that. That 31 car, no matter who's driving it, is always in amongst the action. Well, technically, Tom Wood's got back ahead there for about half a second. I think I wouldn't actually mind betting that Schreier is going to argue that point. The nose of the Aston Martin was briefly ahead, and now it isn't anymore. Oh, why am I getting 2008 Belgian Grand Prix flag?
Yes, indeed. Yes, I mean, how strict is the rule? Where does it count? Well, 31 did it briefly, back behind car 6. Is back in front now. Car 7 will keep an eye on the screens because they may decide they want him to do it again. But he'll say, well, it says here that I got my nose in front, albeit briefly. Tom Wood will be very frustrated by that. Running in 8th position behind the Porsche. Big entertainment. Behind them is the back-marking number 9 car, Tano Neumann, I believe. And then behind the 31 car, the number 6 car is the 007 of Ben Dur. That's the next position car in 9th place ahead of Lucas Meyer.
So currently tied for second place with that move then in the championship. The brothers Dur, Phil and Ben, and their respective teammates will both be 26 points back from Hugo Sasser if things were to finish as they are. Therefore, Ben Dur needs to make the 2.2 seconds up to that man Tom Wood in the Racing One Aston Martin. If he can get through, he will just about eke it out to the next race. In fact, I don't think he would, because it'd be 25 points between the two, between Sasser and the 007 Ben Dur, Romain Leroux car. And of course, the 007 is yet to claim a win this year. The 24 has had 4 wins this year. So I think on countback, even then they couldn't win the championship.
I'm pleased you're doing the maths. I've got my shoes and socks off. I've run out of toes. So you can see that Hugo Sasser has his eyes on a podium. Mikael Schrey seems to have been covered off. The BMW looking very strong here. The outgoing champions. I should stop saying that, really, shouldn't I? They're probably fairly fed up about it. Mikael Schrey, a podium would be quite nice on their final race weekend of the season. Of course, this is race 11 of this 12-race season. The final race will be tomorrow afternoon. We could well see a champion crowned here in this race within the next 18 and 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap. But there's still plenty of time for it all to change. It often does in ADAC GT4. The car there, 007, came into this event 20 points behind the number 24 car of Hugo Sasser and Mike David Ortmann. And at the moment, struggling to make up the places down in 9th place. Rushing and working hard to catch Tom Wood up ahead in the Aston Martin. It does seem to be Aston Martin v Aston Martin every time we look at this at the moment.
Absolutely right. Further back in the order, Teo Nue moved up into 19th place at the expense of Patrick Steinmetz and the Schubert BMW. However, he's been told to fall back behind said Schubert BMW for making the overtake off track. So that one is being policed back there in the battle for 19th position. Proved that the eyes are truly all-seeing down in race control.
Have you seen how many cameras and screens they have?
Yes.
They really do see everything. racing, and it's nice to see being asked to give places back rather than drive-through penalties and things like that. It keeps the race going and it keeps the competition high. Phil Durr in the number 69 car, homing in on the number 8 of Robin Falkenbach. So Falkenbach took over from Jan-Philipp Springhoff, leaves a big gap on the inside. He has the grunt under acceleration as they head around turn 7. And who's that? That is one of the Pro Sport cars. It's the number 48, or as you were, it is the 48 of Ivan Peklin. We welcome him, making it an all-Ukrainian team alongside co-pilot Yevgen Sokolovsky. Not quite what they were looking for in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. The Rallycross wasn't part of the contract, but great to see an all-Ukrainian driver lineup in the number 48 car.
And with great reason as well, because these two will be representing Ukraine in the FIA Motorsport Games together next week. And that is going to be very exciting to see. And obviously, an all-Ukrainian team, something we should definitely be getting behind at the moment. There you see what I was telling you about earlier on. Currently second and third place in this championship on the same points total, 1-4-1. Both of them so close to making this championship battle draw out into Sunday, but right now by a point and 4 race wins, Sasa and Ortmann currently your provisional champions.
Well, Hugo Sasa clearly has intentions of getting past Mikael Schrey because he has closed in on the BMW. Of course, what he doesn't want to do is damage the car, end up spinning, or worse still, in a gravel trap, because that will truly take it through to Sunday. But if Sasa can get past the Mikael Schrey BMW in front of him, that will give them a bit of a cushion for the last quarter of an hour of this race. He's flashing the lights. Schrey is just taking a very middle line into the hairpin under the heavy braking, and still no opportunities arising. So Sasa remains looking at the back of that car. The 69 car continuing Phil Durr, but that's not what he wanted, because Lucas Schreier is coming back again, the number 31 car, and Tom Wood in there as well.
Well, there's lots of little battle packs here, isn't there? 5th, 6th and 7th are all together. 1st through 4th are practically all together. And in both scenarios, there's a championship contender in the midst. Currently, Robin Falkenbach watching Phil Durr and having absolutely no sympathy. I don't care that you stay in the championship hunt if you pass me. I want 5th place.
Theo Overhaus in 13th place has received a black and white flag for failing to manage team to track limits. Julian Hans says his co-driver, it's great to have Overhaus back. They've done great progression towards the back of the pack, but our focus is now calm yourself, madam. Lucas Schreier challenging Phil Durr and Robin Falkenbach as well. But look at this is a challenge. The leader coming through, Leo Pichler, but Stefan Bastanchiev, Mikael Schrey to the inside. Stefan Bastanchiev wasn't expecting that. We thought the Schrey was going to come under attack from Sasa. Bastanchiev taking a very wide line. The stewards might have something to say about that, but he's lost another position as well. Hugo Sasa has come through. That will elevate Sasa up the points. Now Sasa challenging Mikael Schrey. This will be for 2nd place in the race. It's allowing Pichler to break clear, but Hugo Sasa, no one told him about just staying calm and bringing it home. He is looking to move up the podium now. Bastanchiev coming back alongside Hugo Sasa, the 2 young chargers in ADAC GT4 side by side, under braking. Bastanchiev takes that position back. The Overdrive Racing Porsche, in the back of his mind, he knows Hugo Sasa cannot afford to crash the car. He needs to bring it home. Still, we're looking at Lucas Schreier monstering the back of the Phil Durr car with Robin Falkenbach ahead of them. The battles continue to rage. Here comes Sasa again to the inside. Stefan Bastanchiev and Hugo Sasa, 2 of the real young up-and-coming talents in ADAC GT4 racing. Bastanchiev, he's so far offline, he's almost in the car park. He rejoins. He's a nose in front, but surely the race stewards are going to have something to say about that. But Hugo Sasa has taken that position, and maybe Bastanchiev backing out of it was was more of a tactic to stop him getting a penalty.
It was more that he went so wide that it was impossible for him to gain an advantage. There's a certain point when going wide costs you time more so than you gain it, and that's exactly what happened there to Bastanciev. The options were either try and stay side by side by taking an alternative line, let's call it, or just back out behind Hugo Sassa. He went for the former option. It hasn't paid off. Hugo Sassa is up to third place. He has 29 points of advantage over the brothers Durr, the 69 and the 007 Durr Motorsport Aston Martins at the moment, but that is a situation in a state of flux, not least of which because Phil Durr is right behind Robin Falkenbach.
Well, Phil Durr will know exactly what he needs to do. He will be across the points and he will be doing whatever it takes to get past Falkenbach within the next 12 minutes, but in so doing, he cannot let Lucas Schreier through. Lucas Schreier getting past would be even more catastrophic, and that Porsche looking rapid. Great to have Schreier on the grid, and he is proving very racy indeed. Now, in towards the hairpin, and it's Durr who tries to shut the door, but Schreier finds the gap, muscles his way through. Now, will Durr try to do the switchback? He hasn't got the room, and great driving from Schreier. He slams the door in the face of Phil Durr and steals that position away. The championship getting more and more out of reach for Phil Durr and Indy Doncha trying to come back, and Lucas Schreier just doing what he needs to do to hold that racing line, and it looks like the 31 car has stolen that position away.
Speaking of Durr, speaking of championship implications, the 007 car, Ben Durr, has been failing to close in on Tom Wood over the last 10 minutes or so. The gap has remained over 2.5 seconds, pretty much unilaterally over the last 12 or so minutes of the race. Therefore, as it stands, Ben Durr is not advancing, and unfortunately, Phil Durr is only going backwards at this stage, courtesy of that move from Schreier. So as it stands, Pro Sport, Aston Martin, Sassa and Mike David Ortmann, it's only opening up for them right now.
They are a little over 10 minutes plus 1 lap away from their first ever title in ADAC GT for Germany. A potent combination, Mike David Ortmann and Hugo Sassa, but there is still plenty that can and probably will happen in the last remaining sixth of this race. It's Leo Pichler who leads the way from Mikael Schrey. Hugo Sassa back up into that third place. Stefan Bastanciev will be frustrated, having lost a position and dropped down to fourth. But now a challenge for the second place. You can see that if the race finished now, it would be Sassa and Ortmann who would take the win. And Sassa now looking to extend that cushion to firm up that position. He puts the heat on the #1 BMW, forcing Mikael Schrey to go deep into the corner, but cannot get the traction to pull up alongside out of the hairpin. Bastanciev likely to get his best result of the season so far if things finish as they are, but he really wanted that podium, didn't he?
Yes, he does. You can't convince a teenage racing driver that position isn't worth having, I'm afraid. And Hugo Sassa, as composed as he is as a young driver, he will be wanting to get his way around Mikael Schrey. And a compelling battle between the Aston Martin, which is arguably the form car of the 2022 season, up against the BMW M4 GT4, which has always had a little something in a straight line compared to the rest of the pack.
It doesn't look to have something here, though, does it? Because Hugo Sassa once again pressuring Mikael Schrey, and now with Bastanciev having dropped back a little, it allows Sassa to make a move and not risk losing the position. If he can keep it on the tarmac, of course, he now has more of an opportunity in front of him. Mikael Schrey and Leo Pichler is not pulling away too fast from the front. You can see car 6, a penalty lap. That is such a shame for Tom Wood, failing to manage track limits. So another car falling foul of track limits. It's Tom Wood in the #6 Racing 1 Aston Martin. He is in 8th place at the moment, but that is bad news for him.
It is. It's good news for Ben Durr, though, because he might well inherit a position there, and that will give him an all-important extra championship point. It's still looking unlikely that the 007 car of Ben Durr and LaRue can fight their way back into championship range within 25 points of Sassa and Ortmann. Once you get to the lower half of the top 10, it's just 1 point, 1 point, 1 point that you gain as you make up positions, but nonetheless, they might be about to inherit a position. There goes Tom Wood forward for the penalty lap.
Great example of taking the penalty lap, and that will feel painfully slow, 50 kilometers an hour, passing through that 200-meter box, and you can see he's hemorrhaged a whole lot of places there, and drops down the order. Looked like he was into 11th place, I think, was it, after that? So he rejoins on his way. Tom Wood having served that penalty.
Down to 10th place. There is some traffic in that pack as well, in the form of the number 9 Overdrive Racing Porsche, which had that puncture.
Of course,
today.
yes. Yes, absolutely. So, less than 7.5 minutes left of this race, the penultimate race of the season. If things finish as they are, we will have Leo Pichler and Vincent Andronaco as race winners. If things finish as they are, we will have Hugo Sassa and Mike David Ortman as champions for 2022. Still plenty of time for it all to change. There's a 1.3 second gap between first and second. You can see the remaining gap. So Sassa has fought off Stefan Bastanchiev, who's now dropped back from that battle. Sassa, has he got anything else for Mikael Schrey? Will he even want to risk it? Because it may be that third place is all he wants to get the championship done, and then tomorrow maybe it'll be a little bit more gloves off. Here comes our race leader. First, second, third. You can see them running together. You can see the gap between them. You can see that Bastanchiev has dropped back slightly. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4 heading into the hairpin in the evening sunshine here at the Hockenheimring. Second place by no means over. Challenges further back as well. Robin Falkenbach, Lucas Schreier, man on a mission. He has been excellent this afternoon, along with co-pilot Finn Zulauf. Something of a revelation as he hustles the Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche forwards.
I love seeing drivers get an opportunity towards the end of the calendar year. They're determined. It's their shop window. It's the 2023 showreel moment, the driver thinks to themselves. Potential sponsors, potential teams watching and waiting in the wings, and of course this is such a great paddock to do that. You've got the GT Masters guys here, you've got TCR Germany, you've got the Prototype Cup Germany, Carrera Cup Germany as well. So many different shop windows, as well as the GT4 Championship that you're racing in. If you put on a good show here, you're going to get noticed.
And the championship-elect drivers are certainly putting on as good a show as anybody. There's a bit of debris in the middle of the track there. I think that might be something that's been there for a while. But Mike David Ortman and Hugo Sassa, who have both appeared in GT Masters in the past. Hugo Sassa taking time out from it this year to concentrate on his studies. He has now finished what is the equivalent to A-levels. So I asked him, well, does that mean you're back in it with both feet now? And he just smiled and said, oh, you'll find out.
No.
So who knows what Sassa has up his sleeve. Winning the championship is what he's got up his sleeve at the moment. It's all kicking off behind Indy Doncha. No, Phil Durham make that. Now falling into the clutches of Henrik Still. So this is disastrous for their championship hopes. This may just be the final nail in the lid for the number 69 car. They have led for the majority of the season in the point standings, and pesky Sassa and Ortman have come and stolen it away at Sachsenring, and suddenly what was looking like a fairly solid championship is slipping away in the last 4.5 minutes of this, the race 11 of a 12 race season. There is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars running together. You can see the gap between first and second. Mikael Schrey still holding off Hugo Sassa. He will know that Sassa is not going to want to do any dive-bombing moves to get past that BMW.
No, very true. I think at this stage, Sassa is definitely thinking with the wise head that he has on his shoulders. The number 8 car, Falkenbach, losing position there to Schreier. The sister car, the number 4 machine, we didn't see this on camera. Teo Nue, of course, along with Robert Haub in the number 4 car. He went straight on at turn 13 into the gravel a lap ago and did not quite lose a position, but just a good example of getting onto the marbles and running it wide. Even when you're just alone in 16th, as Teo Nue was, you can make an error, and it's that kind of thing that makes Mike David Ortman sit there tense, not wanting to think anything through until Hugo Sassa crosses the line.
He's probably got his head buried in a cushion if he's got any sense at all. Stefan Bastanchiev has received a black and white flag, a warning for failing to manage track limits. If he carries on running outside track limits. He may well pick up a penalty. He has dropped back from that third place fight. Hugo Sassa continuing to pressure Michael Schrey. Henrik Still has been so good with teammate Max Kronberg this year. Real chargers, very strong in the Porsche, the WNS Motorsport Porsche. WNS, they know how to prepare a car, don't they? These have been very competitive cars that have come from that garage. And you can see now as he looks to the inside of Robin Falkenbach, doesn't make a move, but I think he's still got some more up his sleeve. There are less than 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Hugo Sassa and Mike David Ortman are now starting to get a sniff of a championship.
Absolutely right. So I think that Kronberg and Still try and make things hard for themselves, you know. They seem to consistently be well outside the top dozen at the end of qualifying. Then they pull the sleeves up and go, right, it's time to have some fun.
Exactly.
When the race takes on. You saw them bouncing over the curves there. Henrik Still really pressing on to try and find a way past Falkenbach.
Yeah, I just think of the same myself. If Kronberg and Still could get their qualifying a little bit tighter, they would be real challengers up the front. They've yet to score a podium this year, but they've come blooming close, but they always seem to come from behind. And you can see exactly that as Henrik Still now challenges Robin Falkenbach. The last 90 seconds plus 1 lap of this race remains now. Leo Pichler leading the way, the number 22 team, looking to take their second win of the year. It was Paul Oral Koenig who was at the wheel of that car in Oschersleben when they took their first win, so would be the first in this team for Leo Pichler. And of course Vincent Andronacco looking to take the top step of the podium, looking solid, about 1.5 seconds ahead. Car 2, car 20, penalty lap, failing to manage track limits. So car 2, where is he? He's down in 19th place. That is Tim Reiter. And of course, the number 20, it is the car that has had Denis Bolotov, now Lucas Meyer at the wheel in 21st place. The move, finally, is it in the bag? Henrik Still past Robin Falkenbach up into 6th place. It was a long time coming, but it finally has. Ahead of them, Lucas Schreier looks as though he has his advance forward has now halted because Stefan Bostanchev a long way ahead of him with 30 seconds of timed racing remaining. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all very much in one camera shot, really.
Remarkable, isn't it, as we approach 15 seconds to go, that this car, the number 22 of Leo Pichler and Vincent Andronacco, for all we've said about that driving crew, that they've only had 1 win so far this year at Oschersleben, if they can do it today, as they head around to start the final lap this time by, that would be well-deserved indeed. Second place, though, under hot contest, Michael Schrey, still under huge pressure from Hugo Sassa. I said he was going to be neutral. I said he was going to stick for 3rd place. But to be honest with you, I think that Bostanchev and Schreier behind are forcing Hugo Sassa's hand. He doesn't want to end up in a sandwich.
He doesn't. And Bostanchev now coming under pressure from Schreier. It is Porsche v Porsche. There's a gap on the inside. Bostanchev tries to squeeze his way back across. He holds on to that position. But we're into the final lap of the race. And Lucas Schreier starting to look impatient. Bostanchev indicating left. I don't think he means that. So the car still remains in front of the 23 car. Ahead of them, Michael Schrey, Hugo Sassa have just spaced out a little bit, but this battle with Bostanchev, Schreier, Henrik still in there as well. This is going to go all the way to the flag, but our focus is on the car that is in 3rd place up ahead, because very, very shortly we could well be about to crown the new champions of 2022 for ADAC GT4. And I should think Hugo Sassa will be very happy if Bostanchev continues to be hassled by Schreier, because that will get the heat off him. But now Hugo Sassa once again under pressure. Bostanchev wants his first podium of the season. He moves to the inside. Hugo Sassa. Sassa goes wide, and he's going to let through at least 2 cars. And Mike David Ortman, well, I don't know. How does this work in the point standings?
I need to have some maths time for that, I'm afraid. Go on.
We'll sit and work it out. But suddenly, you saw how upset Mike David Ortman is. So we're going to just check on the point situation on the final lap. The number 24 car dropping back through the order. My colleague at the side of me is doing the adding up. What do you reckon?
I think that just about this is going to hand the lifeline to Phil Durr and Indy Doncia. I think it's going to be 23 or 24 points between them as the winner comes across the line.
So it is Leo Pichler out of turn 17 to receive the checkered flag, well ahead of Mikael Schrey. This has all kicked off on the last lap like we thought it would. Car 23 under investigation for forcing another car to leave the track, so that is Bastantiev. It is Leo Pichler who crosses the line from Mikael Schrey, Lucas Schreier, Henrik Still, Stefan Bastantiev and Hugo Sassa rounding out the top 6. So we think this might go to tomorrow. We need to do the calculations. We have the calculator here. We need to just confirm where we're at.
I think... So it's 2 points that Hugo Sassa and Mike David Ortman have scored more than the 69 car. There was 23 points between them going into this. And it's actually going to be a matter of Phil Durr and Indy Doncia being eliminated from championship contention, while as this car has just gotten a penalty, 5-second time penalty.
Well, that does it then.
Yeah, car number 23 has had a penalty that puts them down to 10th place, which means I have to continue to do my maths here. But what it does, I believe, do to the championship is it puts Hugo Sassa 23 points clear. Hugo Sassa and Mike David Ortman 23 points clear of Ben Durr and Romain Leroux. Phil Durr and Indy Doncia will be 25 points back, but with the win, I think they would still maybe be in it, but they will be 25 points back. Sassa and Ortman sadly have not won the championship here with that last-minute skirmish, I believe, but there's 2 points that they have to score tomorrow. You can't guarantee anything, though, in ADAC GT4.
You really can't.
I'm very sorry that I couldn't impart that in the most efficient way, but I'm very much working on a limb here.
So you see confirmation that Stefan Bastantiev gets the 5-second time penalty, which drops him down to 8th place. Apologies for any German banned language that you might have heard
trying to cover
from Mike David Ortman. I don't speak German, but I recognise those words.
Yes.
I think that this could go till tomorrow. One thing is for sure, Vincent Andronacco and Leo Pichler, in all the confusion, have taken the win. Outgoing champions Gabriel Piano and Mikael Schrey second. Finn Zulauf and Lucas Schreier driving of the weekend, in my opinion, coming home in 3rd place. There are the rest of them. And we need to go and just take a deep breath while we work out the ramifications, as it looks like this championship is going to go all the way to the wire. So there we go, the confirmation that we have been working on, that there is 24 points between Sassa, Ortman, Leroux and Durr. Doncia and Durr also still in it. Remind you, 25 points available tomorrow, and for Sassa and Ortman not to win it, it would need their 2 opponents to pretty well score nothing. Mike David Ortman, well, you can see how much it means. They really wanted to have a drink tonight and have the pressure off, didn't they?
I could be mistaken here, but I'm pretty sure the 23 car was initially penalised down to 9th place and has since moved back up to 8th. Putting Ben Durr and Romain Leroux down to 9th place, therefore meaning that instead of 23 points, it is the 24 we saw on screen. So with that little adjustment at the end there, Sassa and Ortman have a slightly greater margin to play with.
There is Jan Kasperlik congratulating his drivers. Jan Kasperlik, who said this year, I'm going to do things differently, because if you do what all the other teams are doing, you will only ever come second. And he has proven that theory, because Leo Pichler and the up-and-coming Vincent Andronacco moved to the top step of the podium for Team Allied Racing in the Porsche 718 Cayman. 2nd place, Mikael Schrey and Gabriel Piana, the outgoing champions. There is Vincent Andronacco on the right, Leo Pichler on the left. Wonderful stuff. Vincent Andronacco, well, he's either going to win it or bin it, as we've said already. He is such a talented driver, and another win seemed almost inevitable this season, but a big shout out for the number 31 crew. Lucas Schreier and Finn Zulauf, they have done a great job in that car and bring the car home for a podium position.
Well, that was one of the more troubling maths exams of my life, but it was a very entertaining motor race at the same time. A second win of the season for Pietro Andronacco, which I believe is well deserved.
Yeah.
Great to see Mikael Schrein and Gabriele Piana up there and competitive, which hasn't always been the case this year as well. Lots going on there. I think we're in for a corker of a season finale.
You think it is going to go to the wire, but it really is going to be a real stretch, isn't it, for anybody other than Sasa and Ortmann to win it. But I would remind you, this is ADAC GT4 Germany. Anything could happen. It normally does. Nothing is certain until it is signed and sealed. Mike David Ortmann, Hugo Sasa are going to have to hold on about another 23 hours as the skydivers come in to celebrate the end of day one of the weekend. And it is the final round of the season for ADAC GT4 Germany. I don't think that was anything organised by the ADAC. I'm just hamming it up a bit. It looks very pretty against the sunset here at the Hockenheimring. They get my Star of the Day award, Finn Zulauf and Lucas Schreier. That was wonderful stuff from them, and some great images here as we are at the Hockenheimring in the evening sunshine, just waiting for the podium presentation, which will come shortly, and there will be, I should think, 6 smiling faces up there, although Gabriele Piana and Mikael Schrein will be despondent that they are no longer going to be the champions in ADAC GT4 Germany. They've had a while to think about that one, the outgoing champions. Well, they haven't really looked to be in it in the second half of the season. They started off so well. They got 2 wins at the Red Bull Ring in round 2, but a series of poor results after that have hit them really hard. Also, to remind you that the championship for the trophy drivers, Christian Koch, Tom Kiefer, have already signed and sealed that one. They did that last time out at Sachsenring. ADAC Motorsport and Pro Sport are still in the team championship hunt. I'm not going to try and do the maths on that one.
I refuse.
That's what the internet is for. Have a little look later. One thing that we do know is, as things stand at the moment, unless there are any more penalties awarded, and of course there is always the chance, the championship is still open by the slimmest possible thread. And Sasa and Ortmann will have to wait just that little bit longer.
I doth object a bit too early. I believe it's a fairly simple equation. 18 points in favour of ADAC Motorsports relative to Pro Sport going into the finale, I understand.
Good, well, we won't hold you to that. No, let's take a look at the podium now. So, the bottles are there and waiting. And soon we just need some drivers to come and join us on that podium. Here comes Finn Zulauf and Lucas Schreier.
Disappointed we didn't catch it on camera, but they did bust a move before coming out onto the podium there.
You've been looking out the window again.
I was.
Bit of dancing, that's what we like in the Jules Gounon School of Celebration. True. Second place, Gabriele Piana, Mikael Schrein. Not quite the year they've wanted, but a second place will be of some consolation to them in the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. But the Chargers, the 2 young Chargers, racing for Jan Kaspernik's Allied Racing, Vincent Andronacco and Leo Pichler taking the top step of the podium. And a representative from Allied Racing also on to the podium. It's National Anthem time. in the evening autumnal sunshine here at the Hockenheimring. And great to see Herman Tomczyk back on the podium. Of course, the ex-ADAC Sports president, presenting the trophies to our race winners. Herman, a bit of a legend in the motor racing world and in the ADAC world. Jürgen Fabry, a regular visitor to the podium, presenting the second place trophies. And we're just waiting for the third ones to come. And it looks like it's going to be Herman again who presents the third place trophies. And they deserve an extra trophy just for effort, in my opinion. And then there'll be a trophy presented to Allied Racing as the winning team. So with the light fading, our attention is going to turn to tomorrow. It will be a season closer. Anybody who thought it was going to be all over, they were very much mistaken. Mike David Orman, Hugo Sassa have one hand, 2 feet on the trophy, but it ain't theirs yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings. She's warming up in the wings, but there's still another hour of racing between them and a potential championship win. Will it be Mike David Orman and Hugo Sassa, or will there be an upset from behind? There's only one way to find out. Join us tomorrow afternoon. It will be race 12 of a 12-race season for the ADAC GT4 Germany. One last dance. We'll see you for it tomorrow.
Und ansonsten, wir haben heute bis morgen auf fantastischen Motorsport, überhaupt keine Frage.